thank you so much for tuning into No Soundbites Allowed today. I'm the political dragon, Michael Voss, and I hope the conversation is much I did. Remember, on this podcast, we don't settle for soundbite deeper and have that. If you like to subscribe, your comment helps us and continue hard hitting. Just follow me on the major forms like YouTube or to stay upcoming episodes, a conversation live on our next live stream. We love hearing from you and we value every perspective. We stream live, responding to your chats and calls starting at 2:30 p.m. every Sunday. Until next time, this is Michael Voss, and you've been listening to No Soundbites Allowed. Stay informed, stay engaged, and as always, don't settle for the sound bites.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is December 29th. We are 2 days away from the beginning of 2025. Well, 3 days away from 2025, the end of the year of 2024. It has been quite the year. And we're going to go over our top 10 list. Now, you may have noticed that we already released the top 10 list, the top issues, the top thoughts that you had throughout the year, the things that mattered to you, no matter where you were in the world, that were affecting both America and the rest of the world. And I hope that you have found that to be of interest and unique. And we'll go into that list a little bit later in the show and go into it with more detail, flesh out some of the things that were happening around that time frame. I think it's going to be wonderful to discuss with you and to have that memory of what happened, because very often our mainstream news media leaders, they like us to forget what happened. They like to rewrite history and make us think that what we know happened didn't, so that they can better take advantage of us to manipulate us in the future. And the best way to do that is knowledge, remembering what did in fact happen. But we're going to be also talking about, because the year isn't over yet, so we're going to be talking about what's happening right now and how that's shaping what's going to be happening in 2025 under the Trump administration, the 47th President of the United States, the transition of power, the issues that will be affecting us, and the baggage we are carrying over right now. It is affecting us this second, and it will be affecting us in the future. And we need to have a conversation about that. Unlike the news media that think they can sum it up in 30 seconds, these issues are bigger than that. Now, we want to welcome and thank you. If you are new to the channel, if you've not seen us before, I thank you for taking a moment to join my audience and to help us grow. We appreciate you all across the world. We love you all. And we want you to know that we do this because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in free speech. It isn't just an American principle. It's something that is innate in every nation, every individual. Whether your government, whether the internet overlords like it or not, you have a right to speak about the issues that affect you and everyone else in the world. And we hope you'll do that with us today in chat and super chat, on YouTube, on Rumble, on Facebook, on most social media out there, because we look forward to hearing your voices. And we do pay attention to you when you speak up. I see that Kim is with us already. Hello, Kim. Thank you for joining us today on our year-end review and summing up what's happening right now. I appreciate it, and I thank you for being the first voice on the channel. So with that said, about what brings us here today and what we're going to be looking at in the future, I do want to mention that there will be some changes in 2025 on the channel. In terms of artwork, we're always trying to create something new. In terms of the intro and outro videos for the show, we're always trying some new stuff. So please do give us feedback on what you think about what we're doing with those segments. We try to make it interesting as much as we can. But beyond that, we're going to be having a new segment starting in 2025, where normally, for those who are new to the channel, after about, the show usually goes about 4 or 5 hours, maybe 6 or 7, depends on the day. But usually we take a break around 2.5 hours into the program to show you video of something, an event or a topic, something that we've done in the past. Going forward in 2025, I'm going to be looking at some of the things that are being taught in our schools, why our education system has been failing us, and what it is, the difference between what's in the books and what's in the reality. Now, thanks to a donation from one of the viewers in the audience, they donated, and we got a couple of collegiate books. These are Philosophy 200, Political Science 200 level books. This one in particular is the Global Political Economy 7th edition. And oh my God, what students are learning, no wonder they don't understand the politics that are happening around us right now and how it's having an impact on the world. No wonder they believe the lies that we have heard from people like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, AOC, Bernie Sanders, and so many, many others. And we'll be going over that, and that'll be hour-long segments when we normally take a break in the show. Just something for you to know. So 2025, we'll be doing Professor Voss, and it'll be interesting, I hope. You'll let me know. Okay. So we've covered all of that. And I always like to let you know about the different things that are happening. Now, normally in the program, our format is we start off with the international news, then we go into the domestic news in the United States, how the U.S. is affecting the world, how the world is affecting the United States, what we should think about that, how we should prepare, sometimes predictions. And that's the general format. And this is a conversation with you. Just like with Kim, I'm always looking to see what you have to say, whether it's on YouTube or on Rumble, Facebook, and the other internet media. I'm always looking to hear your voices in everything that we're doing. That being said, today's going to be a little different. So we're going to try and go through the international and the domestic in the first half of the show. The second half, we're going to be talking about the top 10 list, going over exactly what was happening in the world as we were discussing the top 10 issues. Okay, so what's happening right now? Here we are, it's the end of the year, and Russia is not done. We still have the Ukraine-Russia war. Now, this is very important for us to understand, because right now, as we've been saying since February of 2022, the war between Russia and the Ukraine, not only does it tap into the U.S. and increase the amount of inflation in the United States because of all the money that we are providing to Ukraine to fight the proxy war. That's one aspect of it that is rightly a concern for many people. But there's also the fact that there is 30%, some even say 40% less food in the world today than in 2019. That isn't going away overnight. Just because Donald Trump is now going to be president does not change the international food crisis. Now, I know most people in the United States may not feel that. Most first world nations don't really feel that as deeply. But when you talk about the second world and third world nations across the globe, they are feeling this. Their people are starving, and they have had riots. And literally, we have seen in Madagascar and others, other nations, we have seen that the government has toppled because people are starving. That's because of this Ukraine-Russia war. The Ukraine is the third largest wheat and corn provider in the world. And they're the number 2 exporter of fertilizer in the world. And because of the war, they can't plant their crops. The farmers can't grow the food. It's just that simple. Now, there are many estimates right now that Russia, and I'm actually on the wrong article here. there are many estimates, and this is coming out from Bloomberg, that the ceasefire for Russia, Ukraine is going to take several months. Now, my belief, and I had said this earlier in 2024 after the election, I said that I believe that Donald Trump would facilitate an increase in speed for the ceasefire between Russia and the Ukraine, that they would not want to continue their conflict while Donald Trump is in office. I still do maintain that is the case, but I had expected, or I hoped at least, that we would see this happen even faster, that even though Putin has already opened up and said publicly that he is looking for a ceasefire, I was hoping that he would have already initiated the talks and that we would be well into that or finish that in January. I wanted to see this be expedited because March and April are the critical time period. If the war in the Ukraine has not ended, if there is no ceasefire by the end of March, beginning of April, that is spring, that is the planting season for food, for wheat and corn. That's the planting season. And that's when we see most of the exports of fertilizer going around the world. If we do not see that in time for the spring planting season of 2025, that means we will not have crops available in the fall of 2025. That means that food prices will not go down in 2026. So we're always 1 year behind. The crops have to be planted this year to affect food prices and food availability next year. A lot of people don't talk about that. That's why you haven't heard about that in the mainstream news media. They ignore this because they don't want people to be upset that food prices will be higher. This is one of the reasons why when Kamala Harris said that she was going to just reduce the price of food, it was laughable. Laughable. Because there's a Ukraine-Russia war going on. And there just isn't enough wheat and corn and fertilizer in the world. So she can't, unless she planned to end the war. And she had no plans, like Joe Biden, no plan to end the war anytime in the next decade. And we saw that. And Joe Biden has made agreements to continue to fund the Ukraine for the next decade of fighting, which means the food would not be available for the second and third world nations around the world. People would starve, and that is a direct consequence, which is negative especially amongst the left. It's a real revelation for them to understand that their actions were directly harming people and causing people to die of starvation. They didn't want to address that with you. I'm being honest. So unless we see Donald Trump step up and push this as one of his primary points in his agenda, his international foreign policy agenda, you can expect that food prices will not go down until 2027 at the earliest. I'm trying to be very clear. Unless we see dramatic reduction in the cost of, or the amount of money that is being spent by the United States government, inflation, food inflation, which is both in part because of energy, because of the amount of food that has been produced, and of course the amount of dollars that have been printed by the US government, inflation will not go down unless that war first ends and the crops have been planted. Then you can say the next year after those crops have been planted, then we will see a reduction in the cost of food. I say this today not because I don't think Donald Trump is a good president or he has a good or bad plan. It has nothing to do with that. I'm trying to be realistic with you. I'm trying to make sure that you have a realistic plan for what's going to happen in 2025. You're not suddenly going to be seeing prices of food drop dramatically throughout the year unless we see the ceasefire before the end of March, actually at the beginning of March, and that we see that farmers in the Ukraine are able to clear their land of all the landmines and unexploded ordnance and are able to plant new crops. Shaky. But it could happen in 2025, which means prices of food in 2026 would go down. That's across the world. If you do not see that by the end of March, food prices will continue to be at current levels in 2026. Just giving you the reality. So that means that it is still in your best interest, as it has been since February of 2022, buy canned foods, buy foods that will be long lasting. Rice, flour, canned foods, preserved foods, foods that will last a long time. It is still in your best interest to stockpile that, as in the next year, if we make it past March, there will probably be an increase in the cost of food, knowing that the war is still going on. And while the initial expectation is Trump will be able to lower that, the fact that if the war continues, that will not be realized in 2025 or 2026. Therefore, the prices will go back up. Take the advantage. January, we will probably see a short-term decrease because people think Trump can get it done. Take that time to buy foods that will last a long time. Take that dip, if I am correct, take that dip and use it to buy more food. And again, looking at the estimates right now across the globe, most people are expecting that it will take several months for the ceasefire talks to result in an actual ceasefire, possibly leading shortly thereafter to an end of the war. But if it doesn't happen by the beginning of March, it's too late for this cycle, and it means that we'll see it in 2026, affecting food prices in 2027. Happy Life. Hey, Happy Life. I'm glad to have you with us. I hope you're having a great time. You had a great Christmas overseas. I hope that the new year is going to be pleasant and happy for you. Be careful. Always be careful during the holidays. Happy Life says, hey, I'm watching from Thailand. Elon Musk seems like a snake for supporting the H-1B visas. He wants that cheap labor for the tech industry. You know what, Happy Life? You're not entirely wrong, although part of what you're saying isn't correct. Now, I put out a video yesterday directly about H-1B visas, and I will be talking about that in just a little bit because I am very familiar. When I ran for Congress in 2013 and 2014, I was the only congressional candidate in America who was talking about the H-1B visas. Literally, I was the only candidate in 2013, 2014, going on to news stations, talk radio, and campaigning, talking about the H-1B visas and how they affect the American economy and affect the rest of the world. I will go over that in a moment, in a little bit, talking about Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, and the H-1B visas and how that is going to play out. And some breaking news about how Donald Trump, what his position is on the H-1B visas. So I'm going to get into that. But let me preface it by saying Elon Musk isn't as much of a snake as the news media is trying to make it out to be. The division within the Republican Party about H-1B visas has been in existence for over 12 years. And so it's not new. And Democrats are also, establishment Democrats are just as happy about H-1B visas as establishment Republicans. And they have had that same opinion for the last 12 years. They just don't like to talk about it in the public, which is why you don't hear the Democrats ever talking about the visas. They like them, just like Elon, just like small business. But I'll get into that more in just a moment. But I am glad that you're enjoying Thailand, Happy Life. Yes, we have an international audience, folks. I love that Americans and others around the world watch the program. So I was talking about the food crisis that no one wants to talk about. No one wants you to know is happening. But we're also seeing that there is pressure on Russia at this time outside of the potential ceasefire. And this is actually good news. This makes a ceasefire more likely. The fact that the war has been going on so long and they have been Russia's been facing so many drones from the Ukraine, from the United States, that have been attacking Russian citizens deep into Russia, that they're starting to make mistakes. They're screwing up in Russia. And that's a horrible thing because, as we can see, that means that in Azerbaijan, a plane was struck. Now, some are saying that it was a pigeon or a bird. Some are saying that it was the Russian government misidentifying the Azerbaijani plane and shooting it down. It's unclear which is true at this time, and there are calls for an international investigation into the airline to determine, was this Russia misidentifying the plane and shooting it down? Was this a natural event, a bird striking the engine and that causing catastrophic failure? Birds do strike planes, and they can, and they have in the past, caused planes to drop out of the sky. It has happened. It's not common, but it does happen. So that could be the case. Both are legitimately as reasonable at this time. But I think that just regardless of whether this was a natural event or whether it was by Russia, the fact that many nations, many leaders of nations credibly believe that Russia was at fault, that this is the type of thing that Putin and the Russian military would do by accident or on purpose, that this is something they would do, that adds to the pressure on them that currently exists, that would help to push them towards getting a ceasefire, which would take the pressure off of them. Now, we want this to happen. We want Russia to have a ceasefire with the Ukraine. The world wants that to happen, not just because this means that there will be an end to global fighting. That's one aspect of it. That's not the important part, believe it or not. It's that food prices go down. There will be more food available, and the cost of food would go down. The ability of ships to transport more fertilizer and more food that is available, that has been produced around the world, would increase. That means less famine in the world. So that's a reason we want to see Russia do this. In addition to that, it means that Russia wants it because it's better for their economy. They would have less sanctions than they have right now. They would be able to trade more easily the oil and gas that is their primary export right now into Europe and other nations, which would buoy their economy and would break their alliance with China and Iran. And that's one of the other reasons why we want to see this happen. Because even though Russia hates China, they hate Iran. They don't want anything to do with them. They don't like North Korea. They all have diametrically opposed ideologies, but they're willing to work together against the United States and Europe. And if we are able to break that commonality, they're working together out of commonality. And if we break that need of commonality and allow Russia to reintroduce itself to the global markets for everything, it would reduce the cost of energy, it would reduce the cost of food, and it would break that alliance which has been causing more tension in the world. It has been causing more war, more terrorism, more conflict throughout the entire world. If we can break that, that is good for everyone. It brings in more global stability. And I think that the more pressure Russia is in at this time, justly or unjustly, that helps to lead them more towards a ceasefire, which would lead to an eventual end of the war, which means more stability around the world, lower prices, less inflation. Everyone in the world wins except for China and Iran. And I can live with that. I can live with that very easily. Now, if anyone disagrees about that, I'm perfectly happy to hear your voices. I'm happy to hear what you have to say about that. But I think that is in everyone's best interest. So whether or not Russia shot down the Azerbaijani plane, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they did it on purpose, if it was an accident, or if it was a bird. It doesn't matter. The fact that people believe it is possible adds to the political pressure on Russia, which means Russia needs a ceasefire to improve its international position, and therefore that brings the world into a more stable stance, and that's a good thing. And we will hear more about this, I believe, as Donald Trump gets closer to taking over from Joe Biden, and we will see more of that language being used, that Russia needs to divest itself from its alliance with and dependence on China and Iran, and the more that they divest themselves of that, the more that they will be accepted by the international community, and the more peace and stability will be in the world, along with lower prices. That's the way I see that. If anyone disagrees, I'm happy to hear it. Now, by the way, folks, please like, share, and subscribe. Please like, share, and subscribe, because what I'm talking about is what gets this channel suppressed on a regular basis. The reason why we aren't able to reach 5,000 people every year in every single show is because the mainstream media does not want to have these conversations. They don't want you to know that these conversations are happening throughout governments around the world. They don't want you to understand how inefficient and ineffective the United States government has been under the Biden-Harris administration. They don't want you to see these things. They don't want to have these honest conversations with you about what's happening in the world and how we can resolve it and how you should prepare yourself for the near-term and long-term consequences of these actions. They don't want you to have that. And because I've actually mentioned these things, they will suppress this channel. They don't want you to hear this. So please do like, share, and most of all, subscribe. It is important. Your support makes all the difference. Now, let me continue. So, in speaking about the alliance between China, Iran, and Russia, of course, North Korea is in there as well, but not as big a player. Really, it's China, Iran, and Russia are the key players. North Korea is along just for the ride. Iran currently has a big problem, and this is another positive benefit when we're seeing going into 2025 that Donald Trump can take advantage of to help stabilize the world and reduce the amount of terrorism in the world. Iran has been pushing hard over basically the entire Biden-Harris administration, their entire 4 years in office. And they've overextended themselves. Now, they've had the benefit that Joe Biden, in efforts to try and bring back the Iran nuclear deal from the Obama administration to reignite that, he had lowered 24 different sanctions that were against Iran, that had been imposed on Iran by the Trump administration, that had significantly reduced their capabilities to fund global terrorism and to create drones and missiles and rockets. And that was a good thing. That helped make the world more peaceful. And it also allowed for dissident groups, both those who are democratic and also those who are of different religious factions, to rise up in Iran. That they were able to they had their voices being heard, they were more politically active, and sadly, the terrorist factions in Iran, yes, they do exist. You don't hear about them a lot, but they do exist. These are Sunni Islamists. These fanatical groups are in Iran, and they were taking action as well. Now, when Iran is busy trying to deal with their economics, and they're trying to feed their people, poisoning their women for learning how to read and write, yes, they did that. That is a fact. We have covered it on the program before. Iran has poisoned its own female population, students, for learning how to read and write. So when they're focused on these things and stoning women to death because their hair was exposed, that fuels the terrorists, the counter-terrorist groups in Iran, as well as those calling for democracy in Iran. And they take more of a presence, and that reduces the ability of Iran to commit terror around the rest of the world. They're trying to deal with their internal problems more. They have to take the money that they have and use it to fix their internal nation and try and suppress uprisings throughout their nation. So they don't have the money, the time, or the resources to export terror through Hamas and the Houthis and Hezbollah across the rest of the world. They can't do that. So instead, you see more peace in the Middle East and you see more stability around the rest of the world. These are positives for us. Mind you, I understand it comes at the cost of lives in Iran. It comes at the cost of conflict in Iran, but that's brought about by Iran itself. It has nothing to do with the United States. It has nothing to do with the United Kingdom. It has nothing to do with Europe or Israel. I know a lot of people like, oh, but Israel's the bad guy. No, they're not. And they're not responsible for the turmoil internally in Iran. A lot of the Harvard and Columbia students in colleges across the United States, they don't like to pay attention to the full picture. They don't learn about the depths of the conflict. But on this channel, we do address that. And so when we see that Iran is the fruit of their authoritarian, religious, theocratic, authoritarian rule, is in these internal conflicts, that's actually good for the rest of the world. It signals that Iran will not be able to support global terror as much as they have been doing. So it's kind of the exact opposite of what we saw after the Iran nuclear deal was signed, when then Secretary of State John Kerry said on CNBC in January of 2016 that the United States was funding global terror. That's what the Iran nuclear deal did. It funded global terror, and we saw an increase in the amount of global terror around the world. Donald Trump came in, ended that deal, increased the amount of sanctions on Iran, and Iran, again, had more turmoil within their country that they had to deal with. They made less rockets, less drones. They had less funding go out to Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah, and the world stabilized, and there was less people dying of terrorism around the world. Biden comes in and released 24 different sanctions that were against Iran. They took the money that provided them, and now we have Americans who were killed, 34 Americans killed by Hamas. There's another somewhere around 15 Americans still being held, most likely dead by Hamas for over a year, as well as the British that were killed, people from 56 different nations killed by Hamas that, our colleges here in America don't want to talk about. We have attacks directly on Iran by Hezbollah and the Houthis. They're having a quiet, undeclared war against the United States in the Red Sea, having sank U.S. private vessels, cargo tankers and oil tankers, as well as our military vessels and our military personnel have been killed. That is a war in the Red Sea. And that's because of the Houthis and the increase in funding from the Biden-Harris administration to Joe Biden, via Joe Biden to Iran. And so we're seeing that end. One of the signals is the fact that there was a suicide attack by Sunni Muslims in Iran that killed one of the Iranian security, one of the key security intelligence personnel in Iran. That means that, again, Iran has to focus on its internal issues, and they don't have the money and the time to deal with the external goals they have, which are to destroy Israel, to destroy Europe, to destroy the United States. That's what they've declared for 45 years. I have no reason to doubt that they will continue to do that. That's their expressed purpose. So that's a positive bit of news, especially when we also consider that half of Iran's industrial capacity has been ended, just stopped, because of their energy crisis. Now, again, this is because Iran needs all of the sanctions that have been put on by the Trump administration to be released. And even though the Biden administration spent the first 3 years of the Biden-Harris administration releasing sanction after sanction on Iran to try and get them to just have a conversation with the Biden administration, which they refused. Iran kept saying, well, we'll talk, maybe we'll talk, release this sanction. Take away these sanctions, and maybe then we'll go to the table and talk about the Iran nuclear deal. They did that for 3 years, got over 24 sanctions removed, and we got nothing for it. But Iran got a lot of money, which allowed them to build drones and missiles and sell them and give them out to the various puppet terrorist organizations. But they weren't able to sell their oil and gas like they needed to. They didn't have all the sanctions removed. Thank goodness. The Biden administration didn't just keep doing that. Finally, in the last year, 2024, because of the election this year, and because Joe Biden needed to show some strength, he wasn't able to continue to release sanctions on Iran because it would look weak. It would look like he's a puppet of Iran. And he wanted to win the election. Joe Biden thought he could win, and he needed to look strong internationally. And his entire record was that of a complete failure. So adding to that failure, whether that be when we're looking at Afghanistan, when we're looking at the Red Sea, the hostages with Hamas, the abandoning of 16,000 Americans in the Sudan, because of that, he couldn't continue to go after the Iran nuclear deal, to continue to give sanctions, release sanctions on Iran to try and tempt them or bribe them into having a conversation with him. He couldn't keep doing it. And that's a good thing. That meant that Iran wasn't able to capitalize on the energy needs that they have in their nation. And because of that, their industry is finally seeing the result. It takes a while. None of this happens overnight. It takes months for everything to catch up. Long term. That's why we always talk about the consequences. Because Iran was hoping that Joe Biden would either continue to release sanctions on them even in 2024, that they would then be able to make up the difference for the energy reserves with this extra cash, or that Joe Biden would win and therefore he would try and get the Iran nuclear deal back on track, which would again release some of their sanctions, which would give them the cash infusion they needed for their industry in their nation. Since none of that happened, it all caught up with them. And because they don't have the capability to make the energy they need, that people are suffering from winter in Iran as we speak, that people don't have the energy they need as we speak, that has encouraged some of the Sunni terrorists in Iran to become more vocal. And because Trump is going to come in, and that means more sanctions, we can only hope, but I believe it means more sanctions for Iran, which means they are going to be more limited in what they can do. They will have less money available to give to terrorism around the world. They have less money that they can put into rockets and drones and missiles. It means that they have less money to commit war on Israel, Europe, and the United States and the United Kingdom. That's a positive. They know this, and now they have to take the monies they have and reinvest in Iran itself and the Iranian people, and trying to maintain the theocratic dictatorship that they have had since 1980. So why do I bring all that up?
Thank you so much for tuning into No Soundbite.
Let me sum that all up. So in effect, this is a positive. It's the combination of all these factors, from the election from the impending threat of a Donald Trump in office, his strong positions as a strong leader who is willing to impose sanctions against Iran, who will strongly oppose Iran and its terrorist activities, that when you put that together with what's happening internally in Iran, they have to get quiet. They have to trim down their terrorist activities, their global expansion, their dreams of taking over the Middle East have to be reduced under the Trump administration. They don't have the money, they don't have the resources, and they're not going to get them, and they know it. This is a positive. This is one of the positives you didn't hear from the mainstream news media about what it means to have Donald Trump in office again. It means that there's less terrorism in the world because the leading sponsor of terrorism in the world doesn't have the money and they don't have the leeway that they have under a Biden-Harris administration. And you can just look at the amount of terrorism under Trump versus under Biden to understand the difference between that. Even looking at the amount of terrorism under Obama and compare that to Trump and compare that to Biden, and you'll see the Biden administration is far worse. Again, if anyone disagrees with any aspect of what I am saying, our channel is open. You can say, Mike, but you don't understand because Israel's the bad guy, because Harvard said so. The Harvard professors, who are all socialist progressives, they don't like Israel. So Israel must be the bad guy and Iran is the good guy. No, that's just not true. Now, if you're taking courses like global political economy, well, maybe you'll think that, but you're wrong. But we can have that conversation. I am happy to have that conversation. If there's an elected official anywhere in America, any Democrat would like to get onto this program and debate this with me, I will provide you as much time as you need. I am not CNN. I'm not MSNBC. In fact, MSNBC isn't MSNBC, but I'm not the mainstream news media. I will give you as much time as you need to prove me wrong or to show me the error of my ways. I'm happy to have that conversation with any elected Democrat across America, progressive, independent, I don't care. I'll talk with every elected official. I'll give you as much time as you need. You want 12 hours? Let's talk for 12 hours. The thing is, you will have to answer questions. No dodging the issues. No half answers. This isn't the mainstream news media. I know all the tricks and the games and the ways to try and talk around an issue. I've seen it. I've talked to people about it. You're not going to get away with that. You have to answer the questions. I offer this every week, and Democrats never take it up. I wonder why. But I'm trying to give you a realistic expectation of what we can see in 2025. Now, why is that important about Iran? Because that means that as Iran is dealing with their internal pressures and their internal issues, rather than dealing with the external growth of terrorism, the Houthis will not continue to be able to fight. They are being directly funded by Iran. Now, they were initially funded for 3 years by the Biden-Harris administration. So up until January of 2024, they were being funded by the Biden-Harris administration through humanitarian aid. That ended when the Red Sea conflict started. Actually, a little while after it had started, but that being said. And then that's when they got cut off. But they have been funded by Iran throughout the entire process. If Iran is spending their money and time dealing with internal conflicts from Sunni terrorists, if they're busy trying to develop and maintain their energy infrastructure, then they don't have the money and time and resources to give to the Houthis terrorists in the Red Sea, nor for Hezbollah, nor for Hamas. The world will get more stable and more safe. This is a positive. Okay. So I've talked about that in some detail. That's a positive to look forward to in 2025. I hope that I am correct in this analysis and understanding. And I think that as we go through 2025, you will hear more of the mainstream media start talking about this aspect as we see more sanctions being put back on Iran by the Trump administration. They've already indicated that that's where they're looking to move towards, is to increase the amount of sanctions against Iran. That's a positive. I'm sure Harvard and Columbia, UCLA, Cornell University, Binghamton University, I'm sure the colleges across the country are going to hate it. They're going to say it's evil and, oh my God, how bad. But that's because they support terrorism, and I don't. But we will see. Now, moving from that international news, and by the way, there is no new news about the American hostages held by Hamas. For all the pro-Hamas, pro-terrorist college students across America, it is now well over a year that the remaining Americans who were captured by Hamas, tortured, sexually abused, many of them killed in cold blood by Hamas, are continuing to be tortured and sexually abused. And most of them, we believe, according to all credible news agencies around the world, they're probably all dead. And Hamas won't give us back their bodies. They won't give us those who are living. Hamas continues to refuse to do the one thing they need to get a ceasefire. The only thing that is necessary for a ceasefire tomorrow is that Hamas says they will give back the hostages. That's all they have to do. The entire world has guaranteed, the entire world has come together and guaranteed that there will be a ceasefire in the Hamas-Israel war if Hamas gives back the hostages, alive or dead. That's all they have to do. And they refuse. And they have been refusing throughout all of 2024. This offer has been in place since January of 2024, and Hamas has refused at least a dozen times these exact terms. Give back the hostages, you'll get a ceasefire. That's it. And they have always said no, because my belief is they say no in part because they want a guarantee that there will not be retribution, because they killed the hostages. It is estimated right now that over 60 of the remaining 109 hostages, over 60 of them, have been killed by Hamas. We know for a fact that in the beginning of the fall, in September, Hamas cold-bloodedly killed 6 hostages, including one American, a 22-year-old, shot them in the head mere hours, if not mere minutes, before those hostages would be rescued by Israel. Israel was coming in to rescue them. They knew where the hostages were, and Hamas shot each hostage in the head just to spite Israel, to spit in the face of America and everyone the families and friends of all of those hostages. Yeah, they're looking for an escape clause. They don't want retribution for having cold-bloodedly killed and tortured and sexually abused hostages for more than a year. And that's why I believe Hamas will not release the hostages. They want to guarantee that Trump won't take retribution, righteous retribution for killing all the Americans. That's what I think. We may see that change in January. I'm pretty sure we're going to see that change in January. We're going to get back the hostages, and I pray that I will be wrong and all the hostages are alive. I think that's absolutely impossible. There are over 15, possibly 18 American hostages. I know Google says there's only 6 or 4. No, there's 15. I've covered this all year. I've been covering this since October 2023. There are at least 15 hostages, and I think all of them are dead. When you see Google say, oh no, there's 4 or maybe 6 or maybe 8 Americans still being held by Hamas, that's the ones that are still alive. And we don't have a clear understanding of how many there are. How many Americans are still alive held by Hamas? Maybe 4, maybe none. I hope to be wrong. I hope and pray that we can see the proof that that's not the case and all 15 are alive. I don't think that's what we're going to see, but we'll find out. But that's some of the things that are going on internationally. So we can expect reduced terrorism because of Iran. We can expect to see perhaps the final dissolution of the alliance created by the Biden-Harris administration that can end now. So Russia will stop being so intimately and directly connected to China and to Iran. These are things that we can look forward to in 2025. And less terrorism in the world. Oh, God, I hope so. And we could see the end of the undeclared war in the Red Sea. We could see the return of the American hostages from Hamas in Gaza. These are things to look forward to. That's 2025. But what about what's happening in America right now? I want to talk a little bit about that. So we have things like, and you saw this, we had an illegal alien, which is now known. Last week we were talking about it, and we didn't know who it was. And I said very clearly last week, I said that this individual is evil. Purely, absolutely evil. Not because he's Guatemalan, not because he's an illegal alien, not because he's brown-skinned. It's because he set a woman on fire, sat back and watched her burn like he was looking at a Yule log. That's evil. That he was on the crime scene, sitting back, looking at his handiwork as the woman burned to death in front of his face. That is an evil individual. And it wasn't because he's, again, it has nothing to do with the fact that he's an illegal alien. It has nothing to do with his brown skin. And if you can't recognize that this individual is evil because of his actions, and you're going to excuse it because, well, he's a migrant and there are no illegal aliens, you're an idiot. If you're saying, oh, well, he's not pure evil because he's got brown skin, you're an idiot. We should universally be able to accept that he is evil. What he did was evil. Period. Full stop. And the problem is that this evil individual got into America because of an open border policy. That's it. He came into America illegally. And because of the sanctuary cities and sanctuary states like California, like New York State, like New York City, like Chicago, Boston, Delaware, Detroit, these sanctuary cities, these sanctuary states made it possible and encouraged evil individuals like this one to come into America and kill American citizens. It's just that simple. There's no other way to word this. The news media is looking for, and the college students, all these pro-open border progressives have been searching for ways to try and excuse and say, well, no, you don't understand. It's just a one-off. No, it's not. But even if it is, even if you want to say, well, this is a one-time thing, how many one-time murders have we been seeing? How many one-time sexual assaults have we seen? How many one-time events keep happening over and over again? Venezuelan gangs going in and taking over apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado, in Brooklyn and Bronx, New York. It's happening in California. Oh, it's only one time, but it's happening across the nation. It's happening in multiple cities all at the same time. You can't say it's just a one-time thing when there is a repetitious pattern that we have seen. This evil man is an illegal alien. He's in America. And we initially said he deserved a death penalty because of what he did. And he's been arrested. And let me clarify that. Of course, this is assuming that he's guilty. Now, we've seen his face clearly. Unlike the United Healthcare shooter, where we don't have an actual clear image of his face, we had an image of this guy's face. We have him at the scene with cameras in the subway, with him going over. The woman isn't on fire. Then she is on fire, and he's standing right next to her. He's the cause of it. And then he sits back and watches it. He's the cause. That's what the video is saying. So he's an alleged murderer, but there's video evidence. I feel confident. If you would like to try and sue me, go for it. I think you're a criminal. I think this guy's a criminal. I think he's going to be found guilty. He's going to be found guilty of murder because there is absolute evidence directly linking him to the crime. I have no problem saying this. But according to the American system, he is, of course, innocent until proven guilty. So I could be wrong. Could be wrong, even though we have visual evidence of him committing the crime. So I consider him evil. And I consider the open border policies of progressives the root cause to him being here. Again, I understand. Illegal aliens, why do they come to America? I understand. They can get $73,000 a year in New York City. $73,000 is being spent on each and every illegal alien in New York City. That comes from taxpayers, not just from New York City, not just from New York State, but from federal dollars as well. This is all coming from the Biden administration's open border policies and the way they print more money, and they're taking it from you. And that's why we have so much inflation. That's why we had a 3,400% increase in the number of known and suspected terrorists in America. That's why we've had such an increase in violent gang violence from outside of the United States. It's not just South Americans. It's people from Angola. It's people from China. It's from people all around the world. But that's the problem. So last week we said he was evil for what he did. This week we are further clarifying. He is still evil for what he did. And the root problem of why he was able to be evil in America is because of the open borders. If there is anyone on the left that would like to dispute that with me, please do. Anyone on the left who wants to say, Mike, you just don't understand. Let's have that conversation. Please, let's have that conversation. Because I don't think there is that conversation. Now, we can see. And here's the thing. And I thought this meme was very helpful in understanding the problem. And it says, so we have this individual, this Guatemalan, who set a woman on fire. Depraved behavior. And the meme goes, illegal migrant allegedly, man, it's not illegal migrant. He's not a migrant. He's an illegal alien. Stop calling them migrants. They're not migrating. They are invading. It's an invasion into America. It is. Call it what it is. It's an illegal alien. They don't belong here. They are criminals. Straight up. This criminal allegedly set train passenger on fire and watched her burn to death. The meme goes on to say, I can't imagine why no one attempted to help her, because in New York State, when you try to help someone who is in harm's way, who is endangered, you get arrested like Dan Penny. Daniel Penny, who went to the aid of his fellow New York American citizen in the subway system, who helped to restrain an individual along with two other men all of them of different races, all on a subway where they were all being videoed. They were being watched by the entire train full of people, a train that had been stopped, and police were on the way, and they were looking to restrain this man only until the police could come and resolve the situation. The police who showed up, and in looking at the evidence, video evidence from the eyewitnesses that were on the scene, and talking to Dan Penny and the two other men that held down Jordan Neely, they released everyone. But it's the progressives in New York whose sensibilities were hurt. They got twisted. They got twisted and bitter and twisted. And they decided, oh, no, but Dan Penny is white. Yeah, but the other two men weren't white that were holding down Jordan Neely. What's the problem? Oh, but Daniel Penny was white, so he must be evil. According to the BLM of New York, he had to be evil. He had to, because he's white, so therefore he had to be evil. And he had to be arrested, and he had to be held accountable for a problem that was created by New York State. New York State, under Andrew Cuomo, closed down a lot of the mental health facilities across the entire state and released those mental health patients out onto the streets to become part of the homeless and part of the homeless problem in New York State. And this is a consequence of that action. The Democrats lauded at the time. They thought, oh, we're closing down the mental health facilities because we're saving money. That was done by Democrats, not Republicans. That was signed by a Democrat governor, not Republicans. And Democrats were all happy to do this because somehow it's going to help the homeless and the mentally deranged. It's going to help them somehow. No, it didn't. It just drove them into places like the subway system where they would prey upon innocent citizens, like Jordan Neely did, attacking elderly women, physically attacking them, punching them in the face, beating them down, getting himself arrested multiple times for his violent outbursts. Yeah, that's a problem from Democrats. This is a consequence of their dumb laws, their dumb legislation. And because the lesson was made, Gov Hochul, the Democrats in elected office throughout New York State said, Daniel Penny is white. He has to be guilty. We have to arrest him. And because the lesson was well learned, if you are a good Samaritan, you will be punished. If you stand up for your rights in New York State, in a bluer than blue progressive state, you will be held accountable. It's like Dexter Taylor, which was a story that not a lot of people paid attention to this year. Dexter Taylor, a black man in Brooklyn who was following the law, had a hobby building firearms, didn't sell any firearms to anyone, had them locked up in his house. They had never been fired ever, because he wanted to learn how to be a gunsmith, which is a legal profession in the United States. His hobby is a legal hobby in the United States. He bought everything legally. He spent his money legally. Everything he did was legal. But because New York State didn't like what he did, expressing his Second Amendment rights, they threw him in jail for 10 years. The lesson is being learned. And the lesson is, if you are opposed to the progressive ideology of Democrats and the elected officials in bluer than blue states like California, like Illinois, like Massachusetts, like New York State, then you will be punished. So don't do it. And that's why this Guatemalan set a woman on fire and no one helped her. No one helped her. Now, one person who was there in the platform ran up with their coats, trying to put out the flames, trying to knock her down and let her drop and roll and try to put out the flames. They didn't do that. Why? Because they'd be like Dan Penny, and God forbid they happen to be white, they would be blamed for not saving her life or making the situation worse, and they'd go to jail. Because that's the lesson from Kathy Hochul. That's the lesson from New York Democrats, the elected officials, from the progressives in New York City. You're guilty because of the color of your skin. So why even bother? And that's why we have so much crime. Not just in New York, but across the United States. I truly believe that. Now, if there's anyone who thinks I'm wrong about that, I'm happy to hear your voice. But I found it really insulting that even if you think I'm wrong, how tone deaf does Kathy Hochul have to be? How insanely out of touch with the American people and the people of New York is Kathy Hochul that mere hours, literally hours after a woman was set on fire and burned to death because of the open border policies of New York State, Kathy Hochul dared to go onto the same New York subway system and take a selfie and use that as a photo op. So she's taking a photo of herself with two other people while someone's taking a photo of her taking that selfie photo. This is pure, unmitigated, absolute political manipulation, saying, look, the New York subway system is safe. She literally has said this, that the New York subway system is completely safe. And you may not have seen it. So this is a meme highlighting how out of touch Kathy Hochul is. A woman was set on fire, and Kathy Hochul is running around saying, oh, but the subway system is safe. I put in 1,000 armed National Guard troops into the subway system. You're safe. In the same week, last week, we had 3 people stabbed on New York City subway systems. 1 person was shot. 1 woman was burned to death. You're not safe. You're not. Kathy Hochul achieved nothing. She succeeded at nothing. She has provided zero protection. But she did charge you more money. You are spending more in taxes because she feels like she's doing something. And that's the problem here. We need to call this out. This is despicable. If there's no other reason to get rid of Kathy Hochul, the fact that she is so tone deaf and so disconnected to the people that she is supposed to be obligated to represent, that she's running around taking pictures of herself, literally taking a picture of her taking a picture, ignoring the reality that everyone else is living through. Oh, that pissed me off. That pissed me off a lot. I thought that was absolutely insane. And it's insulting to the American people that this is the way some of our leaders, and we get the same thing from Governor Gavin Newsom out of California. We're getting the same thing from J.B. Pritzker in Illinois, that these governors are lining up saying, oh, no, we're going to maintain an open border, even though American citizens are being lit on fire, even though we have gangs taking over our apartment complexes. These people, these governors are saying, no, we're going to continue to break the law, and you, the American people, should pay them more taxes. You have to give them more of your hard-earned tax money, and you have to give up your right to defend yourself. There is no such thing as a Second Amendment in New York courtrooms. That's according to a New York Democrat judge. There is no such thing as a Second Amendment in New York courtrooms because they are just that progressive. You have no rights But you better support them, because if you don't, you're the bad guy. I'm the bad guy. You and I are the bad guy, because we would dare say Democrats are tone deaf. You know, J.B. Pritzker in Illinois, Gavin Newsom in California, Kathy Hochul in New York. Gee, that's 3 of the largest states' debt in the entire nation, as well as in the world. There are countries that don't have as much debt as what we see in California and New York and Illinois. Countries don't have as much debt as these states. They are so badly run. And there is such a disconnect between the governor and their circle of progressive donors that they don't have any understanding that the average person is suffering because of these open border policies, that their businesses are being attacked, that people are afraid to go out, tourism is down, crime is rising. And they love to tell you, well, crime is down from the peak. They always like to leave that out. From the peak. The peak was in 2022, the summer of 2022. That was the peak. We're down, and we're not down a lot. 2023. 2023, the numbers were down. Actually, no, they weren't. They were up. We barely have decreased. There is a problem. No one wants to talk about it. The mainstream news media doesn't want to take the time because they support Kathy Hochul. They support Gavin Newsom. They support J.B. Pritzker. They want you to think that these are great people, that they're doing a good job. Meanwhile, if you go to any of the town halls in Chicago, if you go to the people in California and New York, they aren't supporting this. They don't want this because they're living with the consequences of it. And the consequences have not been positive. No one is better off with this than without it. And just because someone's going to say, but that's racist. Why? Why is it racist? Oh, because the guy has brown skin. He burned a woman alive. And Kathy Hochul is ignoring that a woman was burned alive on her supposedly safe subway system. Eric Adams, this is supposed to be, you're supposed to be safer than ever. That's why they put a military force in the subway system, public transit. And they guaranteed you will be safe. The government is going to control the public transit system and put military forces around you and take away your right to defend yourself. Kathy Hochul took away your right to have a bulletproof vest, to have passive self-defense, because she said she would make it safe. She was going to do a better job of protecting you than you having a bulletproof vest. And yet, that's not what you got. They lied to your face. And we're not supposed to talk about it. This channel gets suppressed on a regular basis because we're not supposed to talk about it. We're not supposed to address the fact that they have made you less safe. And you're supposed to re-elect Gavin Newsom. You're supposed to re-elect J.B. Pritzker. You're supposed to re-elect Josh Shapiro and Kathy Hochul. You're supposed to keep them in power because they promised. And you got to keep them in office until they live up to their promise. Why? Why in the hell would you do that? When they don't even understand, they don't even care. I mean, it's insulting, folks. She didn't even care. Kathy Hochul didn't even care. That's the only way that she could take this selfie and claim that the subways are safe. Now, with all that said, let me address the Texas Congress hopeful. This is Valentina Gomez. Because Valentina Gomez is the opposite side of this problem. We have a real problem with open borders. Irrefutable. Undeniable. That is a fact. And it isn't working. Just like it didn't work in Germany, it didn't work in Italy, it didn't work in France, it's not working in the United Kingdom, it's not good for Canada, it didn't work anywhere else in the world, and it's not working in the United States. That's a fact. And we know that it has increased the amount of terrorism in America. That is a fact. And so we have an individual by the name of Valentina Gomez. And I published a short video about this on Christmas. And I know most people didn't watch that video because it was Christmas. And everyone wanted to be in Christmas spirit, peace to the world, have a Merry Christmas, everyone being joyful and peaceful. And I understand that. And I wanted to be that. I was watching Miracle of 34th Street with my family that day. But I had to tell the truth because this story got buried. It has been almost entirely buried in the holiday season, and no one's really talking about it because it's a problem. It's the other side of the problem. Kathy Hochul smiling and laughing as people burn. Yeah, that's one part of the problem. Here's Valentina Gomez. And Valentina Gomez, for those who have no idea, she ran for Secretary of State in Missouri in 2024. She lost. She's now going to run for Congress in Texas, 2026, midterm election. She's already announced she's a candidate. So she went from Missouri, where she lost, and now she's in Texas, where she's running again. She is a Colombian. Her ancestry is Colombian. She's an American. And she's running for elected office. And she is radical. Many people would say she's a radical. And she made a video. Do I have it here? Bear with me. I have the video of it. And I want to show it to you. There it is. Let me show you the video. So this is Valentina Gomez from her ex-Twitter account. This is her video. Now, I can't show you the first 3 seconds of the video. Well, actually, yes, I can. I can show it to you because it's not real, but it is meant for an opinion. So again, this is the would-be Texas Congresswoman who lost the Missouri Secretary of State position. She's a Republican. And this is a doll. If you're looking at this, and I know if you saw the video and you didn't pay attention, you thought this was a human being. It's not. This isn't violence against a human being. This is a doll. It is a mannequin. It's a dummy that she set up, and she's making a political statement. This has been seen by 47, almost 48,000 people. And I think it should be seen by 47 million people. Everyone should be aware. Everyone should have an opinion about this. This is something that the American people should be talking about. So let me show you what she did.
It's that simple.
Again, that was not a human being. That is a dummy. That was staged. It was not real violence. It wasn't against a human being. So that's the first thing. So she's made herself very clear that she wants to take dramatic, violent action against someone. Let's hear what else she has to say.
It's that simple. Public executions for any illegal that rapes or kills an American. They don't deserve deportation. They deserve to be ended.
Well, that's pretty straightforward. That's about as clear as you can make it. That's Valentina Gomez. That is her opinion on how we should resolve illegal immigration in 2025 for violent criminals. Again, specifically for those violent illegal aliens that have killed American citizens, like the Guatemalan guy, like the guy from Guatemala who set a woman on fire, like several of the illegal aliens that have killed American women. They sexually abused them and then they killed them. We've seen several of them. So, this is her answer. And I was kind of struck by this. Let me say this. I get it. I get why she would be that angry. I get why she's upset that Kathy Hochul and Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, Josh Shapiro, J.B. Pritzker, they want to protect the criminals that are attacking women across America. And there's no other way to say that. Many of these illegal aliens are attacking women on purpose, either because of sexual motivation or just because they're an easy target. Especially in each of those states, they have extreme regulations against the Second Amendment to deny women the right to defend themselves from these aggressors. Because you try and be a woman in New York State and own a firearm. Try that in California or in Illinois. Try that in Michigan. They have insane rules to try and stop people from being able to defend themselves, from women being able to defend themselves. Matter of fact, in New York State alone, we know for a fact that there are potentially hundreds of concealed carry permits that have been approved by New York State, that people have gone through, men and women have gone through all of the insane burdens and barricades by New York State government, by Democrats, to prevent them from being able to have a concealed carry. And yet, they got past it all. They did everything that is required to get a concealed carry permit in New York State. Hundreds of individuals. And New York State, right now, New York City, there is a desk full, hundreds of permits that are sitting, waiting to be given out to these individuals, allowing their time. This is a limit. The permit for concealed carry is a 2-year permit and has to be renewed every 2 years. And it costs hundreds, if not a couple $1,000s to get this permit. Hundreds. And they're letting it sit on a desk without people being able to get their permit to legally carry their firearm, as they have gone through all the hurdles of New York State. They are qualified to have a concealed carry. And New York State won't give them the license because at one police plaza right now, they say they don't have the paper to print the license on. New York City and New York State don't have the paper to print a permit. Does that make sense to anyone? It is the most illogical, absolutely obvious lie that you can possibly be told. It's an absolute lie. They don't want to print the permits. They don't want to hand out the permits. We requested a comment from Eric Adams about this. We directly reached out to Eric Adams' his office, the office of the mayor of New York. No response. We reached out to members of New York's assembly and city council. No answer. They refuse to respond. They acknowledge that it's true, that it is a fact that New York is slow walking the permits, denying women and men the ability to defend themselves legally, and that they have they've already done everything required to be able to legally defend themselves, to be able to legally conceal carry a firearm, and New York would rather let those permits expire unused, the money completely wasted, than allow these individuals to exercise their Second Amendment rights, even as some women are dead, even though it threatens the lives of American citizens because of politics. And this is why they don't want to talk about it. This is why MSNBC and ABC and CNN and CBS, they don't want to talk. The New York Times does not want to address this. They know this. I found it. I found the evidence. I'm one man. They have tens of thousands of employees. They know this is happening. They won't report it because politically they want to defend the progressives. I have no such restriction. I'm telling you the absolute truth. I've shown the letter that I sent out to Eric Adams, to New York, to police, the New York Police Department, to various elected officials. I sent them the letter. I showed it to you on this channel. They just don't want you to talk about it. Thus, my channel is suppressed because they don't want to have that answer. But is the answer to that, is the counter answer what Valentina Gomez says? That we should publicly execute these illegal aliens. And I'm a little torn on this. See, we have the death penalty. It does exist. Across the United States, many states have a death penalty. In particular, in Missouri and in Texas, they have a death penalty. So if you see these Guatemalans set a woman afire in Missouri or in Texas, they can get the death penalty. That is legit. That's absolutely can be found guilty and can be given the death penalty. And in some other states, that is a fact. If the state has a death penalty, you can put them to death. So what she's saying is saying, well, if an illegal alien kills an American citizen, especially a woman, do they deserve the death penalty? They should be given the death penalty. I can't argue that. Of course, I agree with it. I think it's true. I think that would be one of the ways we should resolve that. You killed an American citizen. You should die. Yes, I think that's a good thing. But she said public execution. I don't know that I agree with that. I don't know that that's maybe too far. Whether it's an illegal alien or American citizen, I don't think that public executions are the best way to go forward. Although I understand one of the reasons why you have a public execution is because it's not pleasant, because it's absolutely chilling, because it is horrifying, it's horrific. And because it's horrific, because it is real, because it is the ultimate expression of deterrence, it works. There's a reason why in the 1920s, in the 1950s, China, in dealing with the opioid crisis, some 80% of the Chinese people were addicted to opium. It was a massive, massive problem. Rampant everywhere in China, opium. And the answer by the Chinese communists was to round up all of the Chinese opium dealers and all of the Chinese opium addicts and to kill them in the public square. They had public executions. And they made it very clear. If you're an opium dealer, if you're an opium addict, their answer was to kill you. They would just eliminate every opium addict and every opium dealer in the entire country until they kill them all. That was their solution. That was their answer to the opium epidemic. It worked. Opium is not the rampant national problem of China. Not to say that there aren't people who aren't addicted to opium. There are. Not to say that it isn't a prevalent problem around the world. It is. But the reason why it's not the number one major problem for China is because they killed them all publicly. And it was mandatory. Every single media outlet covered the mass executions of opium dealers and opium addicts. That's a fact. They let everyone know, and it was on every channel. You couldn't turn away from it. You couldn't not know about it. They made sure everyone knew this was the cost of being an opium addict or an opium dealer. It was death. That's it. So they were effective. Public executions are effective. They work. They do let the criminals know. Don't do the crime unless you're willing to die. Is it worth dying for? And that's what Valentina Gomez is trying to express. She wants to send a message to illegal aliens that if you kill an American citizen, you're going to die. Is it worth it? I kind of see the reasoning behind it. I don't want her to be right. I don't want that to be the answer. I do think the death penalty is valid. Absolutely. And I do think that if an illegal alien kills an American citizen and is found guilty, like in what we saw in New York with the subway arsonist, then yes, I think that's an appropriate, the death penalty is appropriate, and yes, it should be done. I just don't think it should be in public execution. I don't think that's the answer. Maybe I'm wrong. But this is an answer. This is an issue we have to discuss in 2025. And of course, voters will decide in 2026. But I think this is something that's very important that we need to get clear very quickly. Because Valentina is saying it's not just for killing an American citizen, but sexual abuse of an American citizen is the same thing. That it's the same equivalence. That's kind of like the Wild West. Is that the right answer? And I asked that, and I know it was Christmas and everyone was dealing with, watching Christmas movies and Red One. I did see that. I saw the Red One movie with my family and we had lots of cheer. But this is a serious issue we have to deal with in 2025. We need to come to an answer. Is the answer to America's growing problem of violent illegal aliens, is it public execution? Is that our ultimate answer? I mean, I think, and here's the thing for those who are all into the mass deportations and saying, oh, President Trump, you can't mass deport these illegal aliens because they're violent. Would you rather have them publicly executed? Is that the answer instead? And I have to think for the people who are on the left, the progressives out there with their bleeding hearts saying that the borders have to stay open. When it comes to these violent criminals, would you rather us deport them or would you rather see them executed? And again, this is after they've had their trial. The evidence has been presented. They've had their day in court. So after they've been found guilty, not just of breaking the law to enter the United States, but to further attack American citizens, to kill American citizens, the answer is mass deportation or public execution. I don't know. I'm really, really as stunned as I was the first time that I saw this video clip from Valentina Gomez in thinking about it since then. I can't say I'm 100% against it. I want to be. I think I should be against it. But I don't know that I can be 100% against it. And I understand a lot of people will look at it and say, Mike, but why are you putting so much time? It's a political gimmick because of what it means to America, what it means to the world. Because it's not just about whether or not Valentina Gomez gets elected or not, isn't really important here. The question is, what do we do about these violent, illegal alien criminals? They've killed Americans. They've so sexually assaulted American citizens. What do we do? We've got progressives saying, oh, well, you can't mass deport these people, but they're violent criminals. They are killing people. They are harming our people. We have to do something. And the left, the progressive left, would tell you, no, do nothing. It's okay. They'll stop. We'll pass a law. Well, we already have laws. We have a law against murder. They aren't listening to that. We had a law about entering our country legally. They didn't listen to that either. Passing another law isn't going to suddenly make them law-abiding individuals. They've already broken multiple laws to get to this point. So that's not the answer. The answer must be close the border. It must be deportation, and in particular, mass deportation, or it's public execution. Maybe it's just me. And I know I am getting beat up by YouTube and some of the social media sites for daring to have this conversation, to talk about Valentina Gomez, to show you and to discuss this video. But I think it's important. And I'm willing to take the slings and arrows and have this entire live stream suppressed, like so many of the others are, to have a serious conversation with you, because you're adults, because you're American citizens, because you deserve to make a choice. And that is the choice that is facing America in 2025. Donald Trump hasn't spoken about this yet. Elon Musk, no one in the Trump administration has spoken about this yet. It's being suppressed massively. The left-leaning news media doesn't want you to consider that the choice that is before us is close the border and either we mass deport or publicly execute these violent criminals. That's the answer. They don't want to deal with it because they want the criminals. Because we know Kamala Harris told us in interviews, she made it very clear, the left want open borders so that they can then create a path to citizenship, and they will have a captured group of individuals that will always vote Democrat for the rest of their lives. And that would be enough. That's 8 million individuals they allowed into the United States, on top of the estimated 12 million illegal aliens already in America, providing them an open door blanket to citizenship. That's 20 million votes in every single election, and they have to vote Democrat because Republicans, libertarians, aren't going to. No, it's an absolute no. They will very much vote against giving them this path to citizenship. So these people would have to vote Democrat forever to maintain their rights and their ability to stay in America. And that is ultimately why they're doing this. The Democrats don't want to talk about mass deportation. They don't want to talk about public execution because they want a path to citizenship. They want a slave class dedicated to maintaining Democrat power. Kamala told it. She gave it away. She told us. We talked about it on this channel when she said that to the ABC News Philadelphia when she gave it away then in her interview with them. We know what the Democrats want. They want power. And they're willing to exchange your freedom. Your life is part of the exchange. They're okay with it. And that's why you have people like Kathy Hochul who will happily, where is it? Kathy Hochul will sit and smile even as American citizens are burned to death. Because the game plan given to Kathy Hochul is open borders, path to citizenship. So she doesn't care. Kathy Hochul doesn't care. She's willing to throw away your lives because the party said the answer is path to citizenship. Keep the border open. Ignore it. Just ignore it. It's really upsetting. It's really, really upsetting to me. Now, maybe there's other people that are like, no, Mike, it's not that upsetting. I mean, it's very upsetting. And again, when I say that New York City, what did we see? Just this week, 2 people stabbed at Grand Central Station. One victim was an employee at the Roosevelt Hotel. Stabbed in the neck, went to the hospital. And Kathy Hochul is sitting there like, hey, everything's all right. You're safe. You've never been so safe on the subway. You know what? I've been alive for 56 years. About next year, I'll be 57. I was alive during the 1970s. I was taking trains in the 1970s, 1980s. I was safer then. We had gangs running through New York, through the Bronx. We had the bald meanies. I know, no one's going to know what this is. I mean, if you saw the movie The Warriors, that was based on real New York gangs. That the city was filled in the 70s, early 80s, filled with gangs. Spanish Family, Zulu Nation, the Bald Meanies, they existed. These were some of the real gangs long before there were Crips and Bloods. These were the gangs that were in throughout all of New York. And I'd rather have the Bald Meanies and Zulu Nation and Spanish Family and all the gangs from the 70s and 80s back again than what the Democrats are doing to America right now. We were safer then. You didn't have people randomly being lit on fire and stabbed in the neck by illegal immigrants. It just wouldn't happen. The gangs wouldn't let that happen. Of course, the answer from the police against these things would also not let this happen. We would enforce. If you were a legal alien, you did that, you get the death penalty. You'd be mass deported. You wouldn't have actually gotten into the nation in the first place because we had a closed border. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Maybe I care about this more than the progressives. In fact, I know I care about it more than the progressives. How do I know that? Because the progressives are worried about what did Kathy Hochul do? She decided to sign a legislation. She made it a law that you can't hold reservations at restaurants. Oh my God, you're putting reservations in restaurants and you're not showing up. That's a crime. This is what she's focused on. Not protecting the subway system, not ending the open borders that are endangering lives of American citizens, not just in New York. These illegal aliens come into New York State and then they go everywhere else in America. They're not restricted to just be in New York. Mind you, many of them do. Why? Because they get $73,000 a year. That's a pretty good incentive. They get to live in a three-star hotel. They get a credit card to buy food and items for their lives. They get free health care, and they get to have their kids go to schools for free. Yeah, they're getting paid. So a lot of them are staying in New York. But they also get the same thing in California. They get the same thing in Boston. They get it in Chicago. They get it in other major bluer than blue cities across America. So they don't just stay in New York. This isn't just a New York problem. But rather than deal with the open border, rather than deal with the threat to American citizens, to women all across this state and across this nation, Kathy Hochul wants to make sure that you're not getting too many reservations for dinner. That's her priority. This is her justification for having her job. She's going to lie to your face and tell you that you're safe in the subway, and she's going to restrict how many reservations you get. That's it. Oh my God, you've got one too many reservations. That's a party of 5. You've gone over your limit. You're in trouble now. You've created a statewide crime because you have too many reservations. This is like during the lockdowns. Oh my God, 3 people came to your house for Thanksgiving dinner. You're in trouble. The government is going to impose a fine on you. This is the way they think. They're not dealing with the root problem. This is about putting the power of the government over you. Kathy Hochul is more concerned about, literally, is more concerned about the temperature in a high school room, that a temperature that has not been a problem. I went to high school in New York. Went to high school in the Bronx, Vanderchild's High School. Oh my God, the temperature's 88 degrees. Open the window. That's what we did. Deal with it. Life happens. Now, Kathy Hochul, it's 2024, so we can't open the window. We got to take the kids to another room. They won't learn anything, but we'll just move them around the entire school. Just stop the school day because the kids, the temperature's 88 degrees. Open the window. Get a better air conditioner. That's the answer. You spend literally $16,000, $17,000, $23,000 per student in the school system. You mean you can't buy an air conditioner? Really? No. The answer isn't buy an air conditioner. It's stop the kids from learning anything and walk them around the school building. Who knows where we're going to take them? Have them walk around instead of getting a lesson, instead of getting an air conditioner, instead of opening the window, which has been the answer since the 1970s. Because they don't care about you. They don't care about the solution. They want you to just obey. You're not supposed to think about it. They want your money so that they can spend it on their donors who are going to make sure that they stay in power. Who's going to be providing all the air conditioners for all these schools now that they have this law that requires the school has to be at 88 degrees? All the donors for Kathy Hochul, they're lining up saying, now New York State has to buy my air conditioner, and I have to install it, and I have to maintain it because it's going to break every damn year. You know this. And so they're going to get a contractor, go back every year to fix that same faulty air conditioner to maintain that 88 degree temperature, because that's more important than closing the border. It's more important to make sure you don't have a reservation, because Kathy Hochul and her friends might want to go to that restaurant. They might. The progressives in New York State, they may want to go to a restaurant because they don't know how to cook. And that's true. You go to college nowadays, you don't learn how to cook. You have Uber Eats. They'll deliver food to you. You have all those different instant meal programs. They will bring you the food already cooked. All you have to do is put it in the microwave and it's done. Kids don't know how to cook anymore. They don't know how to shop anymore. And they're going to starve to death. So they have to go out to these restaurants. And you might have one too many reservations. Those progressives won't be able to go out. And since they can't feed themselves, well, you're the problem then. How about we deal with the root problem? The root problem is teach kids how to cook. Teach them how to shop. How to go grocery shopping to be able to buy food that will last, to prepare meals that will last, so they don't have to waste all their money on Uber Eats and someone else making the food for them, so they can be self-sufficient. Oh my God, how dare I say self-sufficient? No, you can't be self-sufficient. That's an crazy idea. We're Democrats. Democrats in charge of New York State, in charge of California, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, with Gretchen Whitmer. You can't be self-sufficient. The government has to be in charge. And the government has to make it easier and easier for you to obey. It's just bad news. Maybe it's me. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe I just don't get it. It could be. I know. How about this? Let's talk about the news that the media wants to talk about. Donald Trump. Oh my God, the Republicans, they're imploding already again. We've been told that the Republicans have been imploding since 2022. We've been told that the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, they don't know what they're doing. They're imploding. They hate each other. They can't work together. We've been hearing this for years, decades perhaps even. And the latest example of that, of course, is with Donald Trump. And obviously, Donald Trump has completely kowtowed. He is not in charge. It's Elon Musk. Elon Musk is in charge, but he's not. Elon Musk does have a position. He's in charge of the Department of Government Efficiency. That's true. But Donald Trump is the president. Donald Trump, unlike Joe Biden, Donald Trump can have a speech and it is coherent. And he has been doing that during the entire 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration. He's still, to this day, going out and having 2 and 3 hour long speeches talking about the policies to the American public. He's still, to this day, going out and getting interviews with big and small stations talking to the American people about his policies. Donald Trump isn't anyone's patsy. Donald Trump has told you exactly what he wants to do and what he plans to do and what he hopes he might be able to do. Some of the things that he thinks we should have done in American politics, like Jimmy Carter should never have given away the Panama Canal. I agree with that. Most Americans agreed with that back in the 70s. But Jimmy Carter, who's a progressive of his day, wanted to give up the Panama Canal because America bad. And he gave up the Panama Canal, a wonderfully huge asset for America, a critical asset for America. He gave it up. Well, that was a bad idea. Donald Trump says, oh, that's a bad idea. We should have kept that. It should be ours. Oh my God, see, but Trump is trying to be a world dictator. No. Saying that a prior president made a bad policy and it's had a bad impact since then is not the same thing as saying, I'm going to take over the world. Donald Trump's not trying to take over the world. The media needs you to believe that, though. Why? Because 2026, you've got to vote Democrat, and they've got to figure out a reason for you to do that. They don't have anyone they want you to vote for. There's no Democrat that makes any sense. There's no Democrat that people actually trust or believe in anymore. Just even in bluer than blue states, people are voting Democrat just because it's vote blue no matter who. But they don't actually like the policies. They don't even like these people. But they're voting for him because it's got a D after his name. So I have to vote Democrat because I'm a Democrat. Got to vote D. And, MAGA's evil. Don't know how. There's no evidence of that. So now they're trying to create that evidence. Oh, the evidence is, well, here's the evidence. Elon Musk wants the H-1B visas. You were asking about this earlier, Happy Life. Let me talk about that. Again, I'm one of the few people in America who can talk about the H-1B visa because I've actually campaigned about the H-1B visa. I've been talking about it since 2013. And I put out a video yesterday being very explicit about what I understand about the H-1B visa, all the pro arguments for it, all the con arguments for it. I know both sides of the issue because I actually paid attention. And I ran for Congress for the New York 22nd District at the time against Richard Hanna, a sitting Republican in Congress. Richard Hanna, who is a rhino, and I said that to his face when he was alive. I said that on the campaign trail while he was alive, and I'll say it today. Not because I have ill will against Richard Hanna or his family. I don't. But I didn't agree with his politics, and I don't consider Richard Hanna a Republican. He was a rhino, a Republican in name only. And I said it to his face, so I have no problem saying it now, even though he has passed away. I'm not being duplicitous. Nothing that I say about H1, the HR 2131 or H1B visas, everything I say about that are things that I said while Richard Hanna was alive, while Richard Hanna was in the same room as me talking to the Republican constituents. So I have no problem speaking about it. I want to be clear about that because some people say, well, you're talking bad about this man now that he's dead. No, these are the things I said when he was alive. I have video, I have audio, I have transcripts of everything I've said when I said it. So it's not me picking on the dead. I want to be clear about that. So people are saying H-1B visas, they're a problem. Elon Musk, and some people have said, in matter of fact, as Happy Life said, well, Elon Musk is a snake. He's evil. He's one of those greedy businessmen. He wants cheap labor. Yeah, that's what the H-1B visas are about. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. That's why we have over, I believe it's about 100,000, but the confirmed numbers given by the government is 85,000 H-1B visas every single year. There are applications, people requesting H-1B visas, 400,000 every year. Most of them coming from Amazon. Oh, but Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos. The number one request for H-1B visas, Amazon. One of the top 10, that's Mark Zuckerberg. That's Meta, Facebook. Yeah, a lot of the Democrats, the big billionaire Democrats that, the left doesn't like to talk about, they support H-1B visas as well. The establishment Democrats support H-1B visas. For over 12 years, they have supported this. The establishment Republicans support H-1B visas as well and have been for over a decade. Just like Richard Hanna. They have always supported this. They've already wanted to expand this, which is what Elon Musk wants to do. And I understand why. As a businessman, if I had a company like Facebook or Amazon or Tesla, I'd want H-1B visas as well. It makes sense. You're getting qualified individuals that will show up to the job, to the interview without their mom and dad. That's 20% of the market. Every year in America, there are about 700,000 STEM jobs, STEM degrees, the science, technology, engineering, and math. About 700,000 degrees every year in America are in STEM. That's a fact. There are 6 times as many students or graduates with STEM degrees every year, more than there are jobs. 6 to 1. That's the ratio. There are 6 people with a STEM degree versus 1 STEM job. And the students who have spent $100, $200, $300,000 to get these degrees in STEM in the United States, they got to pay off those student loans. So they want to get paid $40,000, $60,000, $80,000 from day one. They have no skills. They have no experience. 20% of them need to bring their parents to an interview. 53% of them can't do the job, according to actual employers in studies that have been done. 53% of these students are useless. Not only do they not have skills, they don't know how to work. They have a horrendous work ethic. So when Vivek Ramaswamy says, well, Americans don't do the job, they're not good at it, he's right. 53%, according to polls and studies that have been done, 53% of the youth who are graduating, they are useless. 20% of them can't even apply for the job without bringing their mom. And we've all heard about the people who show up in their pajamas to interviews. I mean, it's ridiculous. You don't get that problem when you have someone overseas. Most of the people who are H-1B visas, they come from India. The overwhelming majority, approximately 70%, come from India. Then there's another large number that come from China. And then we have every other country in the world. That's a fact. So it makes sense for businesses, especially technology businesses. They all want and they all use H-1B visas right now. So for all of the Washington Post and the New York Times and, oh my God, you just don't understand. Oh my God, those Republicans, they're trying to get those cheap jobs. They've been doing that for 12 years and Democrats don't care. Democrats don't care. They have been funding this and allowing this to happen for well over a decade, and they don't care. Democrats have never been up against this. Democrats don't talk about it. That's the thing. How do Democrats help H-1B visas? How do they help their rich donors from the technology companies? They don't say anything. They never argue against it. They keep their mouths shut. They make sure that it's not a public issue. They suppress anyone talking about this rather than actually having an open debate. So they don't have to say, yeah, I support the H-1B visas, so my tech donor makes more money. Democrats just don't talk about it. They let the Republicans talk about it. The Republicans are the bad guys. Where you have some Republicans that say, yeah, I get it, cheap labor. What's the other side of it? There's 6 Americans with a way overpriced degree that don't have a job. And let's assume half of them are completely useless. Half of them are absolutely the trash that we see the complaints about. That still leaves 300,000 Americans every year with a degree that's overpriced that can do the job, and they're too expensive. They want too much money. They want too many perks. Remember all the kids who were working over at Twitter when Elon bought it? What did he do? He fired 75% of them. Why? Because they were more busy having wine and going onto the roof, sitting back on a break, just watching the clouds pass by as they get gourmet meals than actually doing their jobs. They have more people sitting around in their little rest rooms than actually doing the job. They have meetings to tell them, for meetings to design the next meeting that they were going to go into, than actually do a job. Yeah, Elon gutted the place, 75%. That's how much waste they had. They cut out 75% of the workforce. No one noticed the difference. The users didn't have a different experience with X. In fact, many people would argue the experience has been better with less people because the workers were useless. Gee, I wonder why Elon and Vivek Ramaswamy and most everyone and Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and all the big businesses, why do they want H-1B visas? Because those people actually work. because they don't have to pay off overpriced degrees, and they have a solid work ethic, and they're not going to bring their parents to the job with them to do their job. It's that simple. So I understand why Elon wants this. But I also understand that we don't need them. We have 300,000. There are only, for the next 10 years, there's 80,000 new tech jobs being made. Let's call it 100,000. There will be 100,000 new tech jobs every year in America for the next 10 years. That's 1 million new jobs. Every year, there's at least 300,000 qualified Americans that have a degree for those jobs. Every year. 3 to 1. We have 3 times as many Americans as needed a job. In 2013, it was 2 to 1. We had twice as many Americans who had a STEM degree as the number of jobs that are available. Now it's 3 to 1. It got worse. And we need more STEM jobs? No. We need colleges to reduce the price that they charge for the STEM degree so that those kids are more affordable. Because the only thing that changed between 2013 and 2024 is the cost of tuition at the colleges. That's the only thing that changed. Well, and the fact that students now need their parents to come with them for them to do an interview. So there's that. But because in 2013, the price of education has increased since that time, now those students aren't cost effective anymore. And the foreigners, the H-1B visas, are more cost effective. And that's why they want more of them. So I understand why Elon Musk wants them. I also understand why Donald Trump, as the 45th president, tried to cut them, to try to get rid of the H-1B visas, because it was more America first credible. And as we can see here from the Washington Post, they highlight that Donald Trump in 2016, even in Donald Trump in 2020, was against H-1B visas. Not that he didn't have employees with H-1B visas. Of course he did. Every big business does. But he was against it overall because they were taking jobs away from American citizens, which is real. So the question that the American people need to deal with is, we have businesses, the economy needs cheap workers. You can't get that from the college system in America today. The union system in America today does not allow for cheap workers. And so companies will try to get the cheapest worker, the cheapest skilled worker that they possibly can. And those people are over in India and in China. So they're getting them to come into America. Here's the other negative. Besides the fact that every time we see more H-1B visas, we see more Americans unemployed, the other problem that is included in this is that about 7 to 10% of the H-1B visas turn into illegal aliens. Their visa expires and they stay in America with their family. They're now illegal aliens. They add to the burden that we have coming across the open borders. It's just fact. They call them overstays. They don't call them illegal aliens. They call them overstays because they overstayed their visas. It's just like with student visas, same thing, except there's more student visas expire and they become illegal aliens. There's more of that in the student visas, but the H-1B visas do it as well. It's about 7 to 10% of those visas. So the negatives on the positive is good for the economy. It's good for big business. It's good for Democrats and donors. That's what H-1B visas are. Those are the positives. It's good for the economy. It's good for donors. It's good for tech businesses. Democrats and Republicans establishment love it. And on the negative side is the reality that it means more unemployment for Americans. It means more illegal aliens in America. Those are your two sides. And because Democrats who control the news media don't want Democrats attached to this issue, they don't talk about it. But Republicans do. And Republicans are the bad guy. So the media is happy to say, oh, it's a schism in the Republican Party. It's always been a schism in the Republican Party. It's always been an issue in Republican politics. For more than 12 years, it's been an issue. No one talks about it publicly unless it's an advantage for Democrats. See, the Republicans, they're all divided. They don't know what they think about this. They're just being greedy. No, there's more to it than just that. Oh, it's Laura Loomer. She's in this. She thinks that it's about immigration. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Yes, she does. Whether you like Laura Loomer or not, there is an immigration component to this. 10% of the people who get H-1B visas turn into illegal aliens. There is an immigration component to this. There is a labor component to this. Unemployment is directly affected by this. The cost of goods is directly affected by this. There are multiple components. The news media does you a disservice and thinks you are an idiot by not actually being honest. The conversation is, do you want cheaper goods and donors making more money that they give to the establishment government, or do you want to lower unemployment and cut down on the number of illegal aliens in America? That's the conversation. At the moment, because the American people aren't being allowed to have this conversation, the only people who are having it are Donald Trump, Vivek Ramaswamy, and establishment Republicans. And they're all saying, no, we need more H-1 visas. It's good for the donors. It's good for business. Do this. Does it make sense for people now? Does it make sense why this is an argument? They're taking advantage of you. The Democrats, because they have been hiding this, they have been suppressing this, because they don't want you to realize that they are just as in favor of this as are establishment Republicans. The rhinos love this. The Democrats love this. They just don't want to talk about it. So they only tell you very little about this if it makes Republicans who aren't rhinos look bad. That's why. It's the only reason we're hearing about it. It makes Elon look bad. It makes Donald Trump look bad. So they're going to say this. And they won't tell you the truth. They won't tell you about the immigration problem. They won't tell you about the unemployment aspect of it. They are only going to tell you greedy business. Greedy business. That's the whole problem. It's greedy businessmen. You should have voted Democrat. Those greedy businessmen. Wait a minute. Democrats are all in favor of this stuff. And they always have been. They just lied to your face, folks. They just lied to your face. Democrats support H-1B visas as much, if not more than, rhino Republicans. Absolutely. And I don't blame the businesses. I understand why they do it. It makes sense, especially when 53% of the graduating college graduates are useless. They can't work. They don't know how to work a day in their life. They have no skills, and they have nothing but a piece of paper that says, I went to Harvard, so pay me a lot of money. They are useless. 53% of them. I understand why businesses are saying, I can go to India and get like 5 people for the same price. And they'll work harder. And they're good. They're already qualified. I don't have to worry about this. I got 5 people. They're happy to be in America. They're happy to get the pay I am giving them. They cost less. They're happier to work, and they're skilled. Or I could get someone from Harvard. Why would you do that? I get it. It makes sense. At least now, no matter where you fall on the argument about H-1B visas, no matter where you fall on this, at least now you know. At least now you have an understanding of the argument. It's not just, Elon's an evil businessman. Rich people, because Democrats are all in about this too. So, no. Stop with the crap. It's the Democrat billionaires making more money off of H-1B visas than Elon Musk is. So let's throw that crap out the window. At least now you know the honest truth. And I can tell you honestly, and I have been saying, why I don't agree with it. Because it hurts Americans. It creates more unemployment. It creates more immigration problems. It is a short-term solution to a bigger problem. We have underskilled Americans who are unqualified to be in the workplace. That's the bigger problem. That's the biggest problem. Then comes the unemployment rate. Then comes the illegal aliens increasing because of this. These are the reasons we should be against it. But we have to know this to have this conversation so that our elected officials know, hey, no, you can't keep getting away with this. We have a problem with this in America. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's just me. So we're going to keep going for a little bit longer on some of the current issues. Then in the second half, I'm going to be talking about the top 10 list, the top videos, live streams, events that you picked when watching this channel that helped our channel grow by over 45% in 2024 alone, which I appreciate. God, I thank you guys for that. 45%. Why did you come in and bring your friends and share this and bring other people to watch this channel? Why did that happen? Well, we're going to find out in the second half of the show. But before we get to that, I wanted to address that Kathy Hochul, these Democrats, they really hate you. Kathy Hochul is going to increase your cost. She already isn't connected to the American people. We've established that. She doesn't understand what it is to be safe in the subway. She's safe. She has private security. They all have guns. She has National Guard troops. She's safe. Her friends are safe. You and I, we're not safe on the subway. Kathy Hochul is rich. Eric Adams is rich. Most of the elected officials in the Democratic Party in New York State are rich. Almost all of them are rich. Massively rich. You and I are poor. You and I are poor. And this is true in California. This is true in Illinois. It's true in Maryland. It's true across the country. The same exact scenario that's happening in New York is happening across this country. Yes, the progressives in the bluer than blue cities, they are filthy rich. The Democrats who are representing those filthy rich Democrats, yeah, they're filthy rich too. 55% of all of the members of Congress, they're multimillionaires. 55% of Congress is millionaires and multimillionaires. That includes people like Bernie Sanders, a socialist who has 3 multi-million-dollar houses. He's a multimillionaire. Doesn't give up any of his money, believes in socialism for you, but he has a bunch of mansions. Yeah, AOC, she owns a Tesla vehicle. She lives in a $15,000 a month apartment. She's worth multiple millions. She used to be a bartender. You don't get any of that money. She does. So Kathy Hochul is more than happy to say, oh my God, climate change, and charge you more for energy. She's going to make it ridiculously expensive in 2025. She's going to blame this on Donald Trump. Donald Trump's economy doesn't work. This is going to be a quote, and you can clip this part. In 2025, Kathy Hochul and New York Democrats are going to blame the increased cost of energy in New York State on Donald Trump. They're going to say that Donald Trump failed the economy, and that's why energy prices are higher, and therefore inflation will be higher in New York State, and they will say it's because of Donald Trump. No, it's not. It's because Kathy Hochul. because Kathy Hochul signed a $75 billion charge. Because of climate change, she's going to charge over $3 billion a year for every gas and electric company in the entire state. She's going to make it more expensive for you to turn on your light and to cook food in your house. That's a fact. She's going to make it more expensive for you. And she's going to say, but I'm saving the climate. From who? New York State has more effective climate controls and reduced carbon emissions than all of Europe. That's a fact. New York is one of the cleanest, most efficient carbon efficient parts of the world. We have done more reduction than Europe in New York State. But climate change is a problem. China doesn't care. India doesn't care. The continent of Africa doesn't care. And they all pollute more than New York State or the United States. That's a fact. So as much as Kathy Hochul says, well, this will fix the climate. No, it won't, because China doesn't care. India doesn't care, because the continent of Africa, 30 countries do not care. So it doesn't matter. You're not fixing the climate in a place that they've already passed dozens upon dozens of laws and fees to fix the climate. What this is really saying is nothing worked. Kathy Hochul is admitting that all of the efforts by Democrats to fix the climate in New York State failed. Even though New York State is one of the cleanest states in the nation, one of the cleanest places in the world compared to everyone else, we've already hit more of the objectives of clean energy than all of the COPA clean energy nations, almost all of them combined. They failed. So now they want to increase the burden because Kathy Hochul, like Nancy Pelosi, like Chuck Schumer, like many of the Democrats, they get a kickback. They own stock in wind energy. They own stock in solar energy companies. They have friends and donors that own wind and green energy companies. And so they're going to help those companies. They're picking the winners and losers, and their friends happen to be the people they're picking to be winners. And they're taking your money and they're giving it to their friends. So their friends and they get rich. But you're going to pay more. Kathy Hochul isn't helping anyone here. This same disconnected woman who doesn't understand that you're not safe in a subway, the same woman who doesn't understand how you live your life, she's going to make everything much more expensive. And she's going to say, well, it's Donald Trump's fault. This is Donald Trump's fault. Donald Trump, his policies don't work. That's why energy is more expensive in New York. No, it's not. No, it's because in 2024, you passed this law. At the end of 2024, if she thought that this was so important, and here's the thing, if the Democrats, so if we have people like Liz Kruger or Assemblyman Jeffrey Dinowitz or even Kathy Hochul, if they actually thought that this was so important to do, why didn't they do this 4 years ago? Why didn't they do this 8 years ago? Why did they wait until 2025 to do this? If it's about the climate and they're trying to protect the climate and it's so important, why didn't they do this in 2021 when Joe Biden was coming in? Oh, because it would make energy more expensive in 2021. Because it would increase the amount of inflation and that would make Biden look bad. So they had to protect Biden. They didn't do it under the Biden-Harris administration. In fact, they didn't do it. You didn't see this. In 2024, if they go, oh, well, we didn't have all the data, we could do it. You had the data all year long in 2024. Why didn't you announce this? Why didn't you sign this bill in November? Why didn't you sign it in October or September ahead of the 2024 election? In the head of the midterm elections in 2022? Oh, because you wanted Democrats to win. Because you didn't want anyone to think about it and realize Democrats are going to make everything more expensive. This is about politics. Has nothing to do with you. This is to help energy companies make more money. They're getting more money for the Democratic donors. They're virtue signaling for the leftist progressives. And they're going to make poor people more poor. You're a Democrat. You vote blue no matter who. They're going to make you more poor because they don't care about you. And they don't care about climate change. It's about climate change. Why didn't you pass it before? Why did you wait until Donald Trump's just about to step in? When you know it's going to increase the cost of energy, when you know it's going to cause inflation, why did you wait? Why did you not tell anyone ahead of time? She could have done this back in the beginning of December, and the public could have been talking about this, discussing this for the entire month. No, she did it at the end of the month between Christmas and New Year's because she doesn't want anyone to pay attention. She doesn't want to get the blame. She knows, Kathy Hochul knows this is going to backfire. She knows this isn't going to work. She needs to virtue signal and she needs to set up Donald Trump for failure, but she doesn't want the blame. She doesn't want to be responsible. She doesn't want you to realize that she is responsible for screwing over your life in New York State. And the same thing's going to happen in California, and the same thing's going to happen in Illinois and in Pennsylvania and all of the bluer than blue states. Let me get to the comments. I'm sorry. I have been remiss for a moment. I've been talking and not looking at the comments there for a second. So Anya, hello Anya. Thank you for being here with us. I know there's more people watching the program than are commenting. So it's always good to see your comments. Anya says, Kathy Hochul is insane. She's not insane. She is committed to maintaining power. She wants power, and she wants the Democrats to have power. She's desperate. She knows that everything she has done, just like the Biden-Harris administration, everything that you can point to, she has failed. She's failed in terms of safety, economy, you name it, she has failed in it. She knows this, but she needs to have something to point to make donors keep giving her money and to justify why the Democratic Party will keep people off her back in terms of primaries. Because already Richie Torres, a Democrat, the New York congressman for the New York 15th district, my congressman, who I don't particularly like, but Richie Torres is already advertising and marketing. He's trying to run for the New York governor's race already. He's doing it now because Kathy Hochul is such a screw up. And Kathy Hochul is trying to protect her donors so that they don't switch from her to Richie Torres. Because Richie Torres is a young Hispanic man. So he's already winning because she's just a white woman. Richie Torres is a Hispanic man. And that is what she's afraid of. Richie Torres is going to get the money that she would normally get. Richie Torres is going to get the primary votes that she would normally get. That's why you're seeing this. Because Trump has to look bad and Kathy Hochul looks like she did everything right. She's trying to protect herself and her party. User has been banned. Says, we need to stop breathing to change the weather. Well, I'm sorry for all the NASCAR fans out there. They haven't realized yet that NASCAR is going to disappear. To be able to, for climate change, The climate people are going to go after NASCAR because, I mean, you've got gas-fueled engines running around in a circle. They're going to get rid of NASCAR. You can't do it anymore. People haven't thought about that. They're already trying to take away your gas stoves. So people who like cooking, you're in trouble. You're not going to be able to cook anymore. That gas flame got to go away. They don't think, what's the biggest contribution to carbon dioxide in the world? 8 billion people breathing every day. And we're growing. It's 8 billion plus more people every single day. All of us breathing in and breathing out. That's carbon dioxide. That's more carbon than cars and businesses. We are always, cars only sometimes run. Businesses only are sometimes working. People are breathing all day, every day, 24 hours a day. And there's more of us every day. There's your biggest thing. And we have seen, and some of the most extreme progressives out there have suggested that, should purge the population. They've said it before. Democrats say this every so often. They're honest about it. If you know where to look, if you've seen the articles, they've said it over the decades. They will recommend that. It's kind of sad. Okay. Okay, I'm going to be taking my dog out for a walk in a minute. But I did also want to hit on Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is an idiot. He's a hypocrite. He wants you to not understand what he's saying. He wants you to misunderstand. He is absolutely manipulating and deceiving the public. He's kind of like Kathy Hochul. He's trying to set you up. So here's the article, the Post. Bernie Sanders says, America is the richest country on the earth. Disputably, but yes. 770,000 Americans should not be homeless. I agree. I agree with him on that. And 20 million more should not be spending over half their incomes on rent or a mortgage. Well, that's more of an iffy thing. And that has a lot to do with government intervention, but let's just go with that for a moment. 770,000 Americans shouldn't be homeless. 20 million shouldn't be spending as much money on the rent. Rent's too damn high. Remember that? Okay. Let's agree with him all the way. Bernie Sanders goes on to say, we need to invest in affordable housing, not Donald Trump's massive tax breaks for billionaires. Donald Trump's the problem. Donald Trump is the reason why 770,000 Americans are homeless and 20 million are paying too much for rent, according to Bernie Sanders. That's what he wants you to think. That's what Bernie Sanders wants you to focus on. Donald Trump is the problem. Who's president? Joe Biden. At least part-time. It's Joe Biden. Who's been in charge of America for the last 4 years? Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Democrats. Not Donald Trump. Donald Trump hasn't been making the laws. So when you see, and this is a reaction to the Associated Press, and their article from 2 days ago, the U.S. saw an 18% increase in homelessness in 2024. Not 2025, not 2019. In 2024, under the Biden-Harris administration and with the support of Democrats, homelessness went up. Oh, well, am I misunderstanding the story? I must be misunderstanding this. This can't be correct. Mike, it's got to be Donald Trump. It's got to be Republicans are the problem, right? It's 2024. Not 2025, not 2019. Democrats failed. Bernie Sanders is trying to big up and try and make Trump the bad guy for his own problem, for what his party has done wrong. Gavin Newsom, Kathy Hochul, Gretchen Whitmer, J.B. Pritzker, Boston, New York City, they're the problem. Has nothing to do with Donald Trump. Donald Trump's the problem. Then why did homelessness increase 18% under the Democrats? If the Democrats are so wonderful, they have such a great idea, they have such great solutions, Bernie Sanders, why did it get worse under your watch? You screwed up. You want to blame Donald Trump? He's not in charge. He hasn't been in charge for 4 years. How can you blame him? You can't. You can't blame Donald Trump for something that you and your Democrat Party did. You guys are the problem. The progressives are the problems. You're busy increasing the cost of energy. You're busy opening up our borders, taking our tax dollars and spending it on illegal aliens that are killing other Americans. You're busy having campaigns about congestion taxes. You're finding new and more taxes to hit us with as people are saying, I'm out of here. I'm leaving. I can't live with this. And Bernie Sanders wants you to think the bad guy is Donald Trump. Donald Trump hasn't been in charge. It's not his fault. You may not like Donald Trump. You may have voted against Donald Trump. Donald Trump didn't do this. Democrats did. It's that simple. You can hate Donald Trump all you want. You can think Donald Trump is he's the devil, he's orange man bad. You can think Elon Musk is just a greedy businessman. Vivek Ramaswamy as well. You can think all of those things all you want, and the truth is Democrats increased homelessness. Full stop. Full stop. Has nothing to do with Republicans, has nothing to do with Donald Trump. Has nothing to do with the 47th president of the United States. That's not until 2025. It has nothing to do with him. How can you blame him for something he did not have control of? Joe Biden, whoever's in charge instead of Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Democrats are in charge. It's their fault. Bernie Sanders, it's your fault, Bernie Sanders. Why did homelessness increase 18%? Because of you, Bernie Sanders. You're sitting in Congress now. It's your fault, Bernie Sanders. You screwed up. You failed. I know there are Bernie bros out there and they're like, no, it's not Bernie. Socialism's a good thing. And homelessness is up. But Bernie's a good guy. Homelessness is up. I don't see that Bernie Sanders has 3 homes, multi-million-dollar homes. Where are all the homeless people living in his house? Where's that commune for people to live in the houses when Bernie Sanders isn't in one of those 3 houses? He could dedicate one of the houses just for homeless people and illegal aliens. Could be living in one of his 3 houses and he would still be living a very comfortable life. But Bernie doesn't do that, does he? Neither does Nancy Pelosi, neither does Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, AOC, Anna Presley, Ilhan Omar. None of them, notice, none of these people, BLM, the leaders and owners of BLM, they bought 6 mansions. Not one of those mansions, the 6 mansions that they bought, with $90 million of your donations, you and the public, they bought 6 mansions, and not one of them is being used to help poor people or illegal aliens. Not one. The problem is the Democrats and the progressives. It's not the Republicans. Oh, but Republicans are so bad. It's not our problem. We didn't increase homelessness 18% in 2024. Full stop. You can make all the arguments you want about orange men bad. You can make all the arguments you want to make about MAGA or anything else. You can say you hate them, you don't like them, you didn't vote for them. It's not their fault. The only people to blame, Democrats, progressives. You are the guys in charge. Bernie Sanders, you're the one in charge. You're trying to pass it off on Donald Trump. Donald Trump's massive tax breaks. You've had 4 years. It's your fault, Bernie. It's your fault. It's not Donald Trump's fault. Donald Trump put more money in people's pockets, and Bernie Sanders created more laws to take money out of your pocket, and he gave it away to illegal aliens. That's just the truth. That's just the facts. But no one wants to talk about that. No one wants you to realize that, which is why this channel is suppressed so heavily, because they don't want you to talk about the truth. They don't want you to talk about the problems as they are. Again, I'm happy to talk about H-1B visas. I can tell you why I think Elon Musk is wrong, why Vivek Ramaswamy is wrong. I can tell you how Donald Trump is being swayed by them, because no one's talking about this. No one's hearing the other side, the cost of immigration, the cost of unemployment. We can have that kind of conversation. But what Democrats are offering you is a lie. Again. And we know they lie. How many times have we seen the truth come out in the last 4 years where you have been lied to and manipulated over and over again by Democrats, which is why this channel gets suppressed, because I'm honest enough to tell you the truth as it happens rather than lie to you. And they don't like that. I'm not helping Democrats because I'm telling you the truth, and therefore they suppress this channel, which is why please support. It's Christmas. It's the Christmas season. Please, for many reasons, like, share, most importantly, subscribe. But what we're going to do right now is we've been going for a little over 2.5 hours. When we come back, we're going to be going over the new year, the top 10 list of 2024. 2024 in review, based on what you thought were the most important issues in America. And we'll go over that together when we get back. But until then, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'm going to walk my dog, and then we'll come back, get a chance to drink some coffee and have a donut, and then I'll be right back with you. So it's currently 5:50. We'll be back at 6:15. 6:15, 1 hour. We'll be back. Probably actually a little bit sooner. 6 o'clock. We'll be back at 6 o'clock. 45 minutes. We'll be back 6 o'clock live with you, going over the new year, the 2024 in review. And I look forward to seeing your comments. Joel is with me. Bernie, who owns 3 homes, lectures us about homelessness, hypocrisy, doesn't even come close to describing the rhetoric. Exactly what I have said. Exactly what I said, Joel. So I will be back in 1 hour. And in the meantime, I'm going to play a little bit of the hypocrisy that we saw earlier this year. This didn't make it onto the top 10 list of videos and reviews chosen by you, but it's one of the top issues and top stories, I think, for the year. So I'll be back at 6 o'clock. Talk to you in a little bit. And this was the saving grace. This was supposed to redeem Joe Biden. And I want to ask you, and again, remember, you can take the poll afterwards on my YouTube channel or on Twitter and tell me what you think about this interview with Joe Biden. There are no edits. I'm not editing anything. This is exactly how ABC is putting it forth. So let's go through this together and tell me what you think about this, okay? Because we're going to critically think about this. So, from the beginning.
From ABC News, a special edition of This Week. President Joe Biden, his first television interview since...
Okay. So, edition of This week,
Making exclusive. Now reporting from Madison, Wisconsin, George Stephanopoulos.
Good evening from Madison, Wisconsin for a special edition of This Week. The first broadcast interview with President Biden since last week's debate. Earlier this afternoon, we taped the 22-minute interview. There are no cuts, no edits. We have not touched it.
okay, so this is important. He said that this interview was taped on, as you can see here, July 6th. Okay? So, Friday. He taped the interview with Joe Biden on Friday. And it was a 22-minute
Thank you so much for
interview.
tuning in
so
to
we know
No
the time.
Soundbites
What we
Allowed
don't know
today.
is, what time was it? Was it 10 a.m.? Was it noon? Was it 8 p.m.? Was it 6 in the morning? What time? This is critical to understand. It's one of the first questions that need to be explained. And George Stephanopoulos knows, as a journalist, as someone working in the media, he knows the concerns people have had. He knows that people are aware that Joe Biden only does interviews between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. because that's when he is the most lucid. So, to be fair, to be clear about his journalistic integrity, he should tell the public what time was this interview. Was this at 9 a.m.? Was it at 6 p.m.? Therefore, saying that reports saying that Joe Biden is only lucid from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., that they have been discredited. He could verify or denounce this idea, this fact that has been shared by the news media. He can either support it or denounce it by telling us very simply what time of day was this interview. He doesn't. So the first thing you should know about this interview is it's dishonest. He is starting with dishonesty. He is hiding information that is critical to the public to understand the context of this. Is this being done to maximize the response by Joe Biden? Is it done at a time where we know he is not at his best, and therefore we should take it with a grain of salt or understand it better? He's taken that context out from us. He has not informed the public. Therefore, he is on purpose manipulating you. So let's go on.
This pivotal moment in the presidential campaign, here it is.
Okay. He goes, there have been no cuts, no edits. He didn't say restarts. Did you start over? See, again, words can be very, very critical, and he knows this. George Stephanopoulos knows this. He didn't say that they started the interview and then had to restart. He also didn't answer the question, does the White House know any of the questions? He didn't say, oh, and the White House has no idea what I was going to ask. He never addressed that. And we know, as I showed you earlier with Earl and some of the others, and Laura, the White House has been, the Biden campaign has been injecting questions into interviews. So did he share the questions, any of the questions that he asked Joe Biden with the campaign or the White House? Did he get that approved first before he asked them? Did he give them a heads up and a warning of some of the things he was going to ask about? That's important. Again, going back to his journalistic integrity. If he's telling us there's no edits, if he's telling us there's no cuts, you're not telling us you didn't restart. You're not telling us that you did not give them the information ahead of time so that they were prepared, so that he could prepare for this. That's important. That's critical. And if you're trying to establish with the American people the credibility of this interview and the impartiality of this interview, then you would tell us the two critical things. What time of day was this? Did you tell them any of the questions? Did you prepare them for the interview? These are two critical questions that no one is addressing, and George Stephanopoulos does not want you to think about. He's trying to give you the veneer of impartiality and credibility, but at the same time, he's destroying that. He just doesn't think, he doesn't want you to think about it. And the mainstream media doesn't want to bring that up because you're not supposed to notice. They want to fortify the 2024 election. They want to make this as friendly for Joe Biden as possible to make him look as good as possible, as you will see. Let's go on.
Mr. President, thank you for doing this.
Thank you for having me.
Let's start with the debate. You and your team have said you had a bad night, but your friend Nancy Pelosi actually framed the question that I think is on the minds of millions of Americans.
Now, before we go any further, so he's just introducing himself and saying, hey, he wants to talk about the debate and what has happened since that time. Look at Joe Biden's face. One, Joe Biden has a fake suntan. That's not his normal skin color. That's a spray-on tan. Look around his eyes. You can see the difference in the coloration. So that's one thing. He seems to have, and I could be wrong, but it seems if you look at his neck, if you look at his ears, look at the differences in the coloration. That's spray tan. Okay, fair enough. Minor thing. That's cosmetic. They just want him to look healthy. But that also means that he doesn't look as healthy without the cosmetics. That's a problem. Does that mean he's sickly, that he's not healthy? That's the concern. Is he covering up? Well, it could be vanity. It could be just because he wants to look good. It could be that vanity, or it could be that he's frail and he's trying to hide it. So that's a question we need to ask immediately. Also, look at his eyes. Look at the way Biden's eyes are. That doesn't look right. Now, it could be that I'm just not remembering the way Joe Biden's eyes normally look, but they look off. First of all, Joe Biden isn't looking at Stephanopoulos. According to the way this looks, and again, I just stopped it, but watch this throughout the debate, he doesn't look like he's looking at Stephanopoulos. He's looking at someone to the left of Stephanopoulos, behind Stephanopoulos. So I don't know who he's looking at or what he might be looking at, because we did see in the 2020 presidential election that some of the interviews with Joe Biden did have a screen with all of the questions and the answers of the interview, and they were just off camera. And we did see that when cameras were turned, we were able to see those extra moments, and we saw that there is a screen with the questions and the answers, that Joe Biden has done that in the past. That could be the case here as well. We don't know. We're not getting a shot from Joe Biden's point of view at Stephanopoulos. And as I recall from the entire interview, you never get to see that. So we don't know what Biden is looking at right now. Again, that's a question of credibility. That's a question that does not go in favor of Joe Biden, and it takes away from Stephanopoulos and ABC. But let's go on.
Is this a bad episode or the sign of a...
By the way, when I said to the left, I mean just past here. Notice the way they framed this. So we don't know what's over to this left. What they needed is a wide, in focus, clear shot. They make this look like it's a library that they're in, but I don't know why they would do the interview in a library. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Rather than a studio or anywhere else. But okay, they're in a library. What's over here to the right of the ABC sign? What's in this? They've cropped this very carefully, so it looks, we don't know what's happening here. And that's where this area over here is where it seems that Joe Biden is looking at. Not at Stephanopoulos, but he looked like he was over here. What's here? They're hiding it from us. So again, it's a question and a hit to the credibility. Let's go on. The question, he thinks, is on the minds of millions of Americans. Here it comes.
a more serious condition?
It was a bad episode. No indication of any serious condition. I was exhausted. I didn't listen to my instincts in terms of preparing.
So he says he's exhausted. We're going to get into that in just a moment. But again, look at his eyes. Does it look like Joe Biden's reading? He doesn't look like he's responding, that he's looking at a person. It looks like he's reading to me. I could be wrong. You may have a different opinion about this. But to me, it looks like Joe Biden is reading, not interacting with another human being. And that's what I'm getting from his facial reactions here. I could be wrong. So Joe Biden, his answer is, I was exhausted. Okay.
Parents, and I had a bad night.
You know, you say you were exhausted, and I know you've said that before as well, but you came, and you did have a tough month, but you came home from Europe about 11 or 12 days before the debate, spent 6 days in Camp David. Why wasn't that enough rest time, enough recovery time?
That's interesting. So Joe Biden says, I was exhausted, I was tired, because he had taken a trip. Well, the trip was almost 2 weeks earlier. He had time to rest. We know he only works from 10 to 4 every day, so he's had plenty of time to rest up before this debate. We know that. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to say I was tired. He also says he had a cold. But that doesn't make any sense either. But actually, he's about to go into that now. Let me go on.
Because I was sick. I was feeling terrible. Matter of fact, the docs with me, I asked if they did a...
So it's not that he was exhausted. It's that he was sick. If you were sick, why didn't you say that in the first place? When the question was, well, what happened? I had a bad night. Why? I was exhausted. Well, being exhausted isn't the same thing as I was sick. So why, if you were sick, why didn't you say you were sick? Why did you say you were exhausted? Oh, because you didn't expect him to say, well, you had 12 days to recover, and you only work 6 hours a day. So you've had plenty of time to recover. Oh, no, but it's because I was sick. You were sick? Wait a minute, but there was no announcement in the 12 days before the debate. There was no announcement that you were sick. There was no announcement the day of the debate that you had a cold. Because obviously you would tell the public about this. This would affect your voice. It would affect the way that you look. Your team would want the public to be aware that you're going to look and or sound different than normal, and you would announce, I have a cold. It's very simple. And everyone would appreciate it and say, okay, well, he has a cold. That would explain his voice. That would explain the way he looks. It's simple. And anyone in the news media, anyone in press, anyone in politics would just say, okay, he's sick. That happens, not a big deal. But you didn't make that announcement. That didn't come out before. The only time someone ever said Joe Biden might be sick is after he was criticized for the event. After we saw MSNBC and CNN and their panels reviewing the debacle that was the debate. Only then, after we had Van Jones saying it's over, this is done, only then did you hear, oh, but he was sick. It was just a bad night because he was sick. Only after the spin to try and fix the problem did you hear that Joe Biden was sick. Only time. But that's just me giving you context. Let's hear. He says he was sick. He was feeling terrible.
COVID test, people were trying to figure out what was wrong. They did a test to see whether or not I had some infection, a virus. I didn't. They just had a really bad cold.
So he was so bad that he thought it was the pandemic. Something that we are supposed to be so terrified of, the world was shut down. Something that if they thought he had that, when they notified the Trump campaign so that Trump could also get a test, wouldn't they notify everyone in the studio and say, hey, we think it might be, so shouldn't everyone get a test? Everyone? Oh, but they didn't do that because it wasn't that. So why bring it up? Why say, oh, I had a cold? You had a cold. Okay. You could say, I had a bad cold. Okay. Oh, I thought I had the pandemic. Then why didn't you notify anyone of that? Oh, it was that bad. Why didn't you tell anyone? Why did you hide that from the public? Again, this is a hit to credibility. This is unbelievable. Let's go on.
And did you ever watch the debate afterwards?
I don't think I did, no.
Well,
Now, rather than focusing on the logical question, as I did, which is, okay, why didn't you tell anyone? Why did you keep that secret? Why did your campaign hide this from the public? Rather than addressing that simple, straightforward, easy question, Stephanopoulos helps out Joe Biden and skips it. Goes on to something completely different. Stops the public, stops you from thinking about the excuses you've just heard, which one is exhaustion, and the second one is sickness. So when exhaustion doesn't work, sickness came in, and when that doesn't really make a lot of sense either, they go on to another subject, so you stop thinking about it. This is dishonest. And Stephanopoulos, he's been doing interviews long enough, he knows what he's doing. He's jumping subjects so that you, the audience, don't look for a response. He goes on, he says, did you watch it afterwards? And Biden says, I don't think I did, no. What do you mean you don't think you did? What do you mean you don't think you did? Either you did or you didn't. This is not an iffy question. We're not talking about did you translate something. It's not like, I don't even know how to say this. Either you did or you didn't. You know if you saw it. You know if you saw clips. You know if you saw the whole thing. It's very simple. I have seen this debate. This is now the third time. So I know that. And I've also seen several clips of it. It's easy. This is in my memory. It's not that hard to figure out. It's not an if, well, I can't possibly remember. This wasn't 4 years ago. Mind you, I remember interviews with Joe Biden from 4 years ago. I remember his town hall from 2021 and 2022. So you can remember things, but this shouldn't be difficult. This is about a week after his debate. He should know either you watched the debate or you watched clips of the debate or you saw none of it. It's a yes or no question. And he doesn't know. That means that adds a question to his mindset. And when we look at Joe Biden's face here, what do we see? We see, look at the concern. Look at his eyes. He's seeming to concentrate, like he's trying to remember. Like he's trying to make sure, did I see this? Do I remember seeing this? It's like he's searching for the memory as if this is something that happened a decade ago. This is something that happened recent memory. He should know this. It should be very clear and apparent. And he seems to be struggling to have this memory. That's not a good sign for cognitive abilities for Joe Biden. That's a sign of a problem. Let's go on.
What I want to get at is, what were you experiencing as you were going through the debate? Did you know how badly it was going?
Yeah, look, the whole way I prepared, nobody's fault, mine.
By the way, Stephanopoulos did not ask the follow-up question. What do you mean, I think I did? Logical follow-up. Very logical, very normal. If he is paying attention as an interviewer, and I have interviewed many people, local, state, federal government. I've been doing it for 18 years. I routinely interview candidates and elected officials. You listen to the person. Yes, I have my questions, but you also react to the person you are speaking with, and you react to their answers. And when they leave you something that says that doesn't make sense, you follow up. Stephanopoulos did not. This is a friendly interview. He's trying to help Joe Biden everywhere that he can. So he's going to leave that alone. And he goes on. So let's keep going.
Nobody's fault but mine. I prepared what I usually would do, sitting down, as I did come back with foreign leaders or the National Security Council, for explicit detail. And I realized about partway through that...
Did you hear this? I want you to go back on this. I just want you to hear this again. The whole way I prepared. Nobody's fault but his, Joe Biden's. Nobody's fault but Joe Biden's fault. Okay, fine.
I prepared what I usually would do, sitting down, as I did come back with foreign leaders.
I prepared what
the National Security Council.
What I usually would do, sitting down. So he's telling us his process on how he prepares. He sits down and he does what? He's preparing for this debate. So something about the way he prepared has to do with either his illness or his exhaustion, apparently. And it's part of the reason why he doesn't remember whether or not he saw the tape or saw the interview, the debate. So this is going to explain it. This is why he's telling us about his preparations. So he would sit down as he did come back with foreign
detail
leaders or national security. What? He prepares by sitting down as he did with foreign leaders or national security. So you sat down. I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense. That's not logical. That's not answering the question, nor is it answering the setup you've just provided by saying how you prepared. But let's go on.
And I realized about partway through that, I get quoted, the New York Times had me down at 10 points before the debate, 9 now, or whatever the hell it is. The fact of the matter is,
he's now talking about the New York Times and how he's doing in polling. What does that have to do with the preparations for the debate? Does that make any sense? He's gone from, he said he's going to take credit for the failure of the debate. Fair. He says, this is how I prepare for the debate. He sits down. Okay, and then what? He sits down like he does when he meets world leaders. Okay, I don't know what that means. I don't know why that's relevant. That tells me nothing about how he prepared. So when he sat down like he did when he sits down with world leaders, someone on his team, someone in the White House told him, some mysterious person told him he's losing by 10 points to Donald Trump. What does that have to do with preparation, about illness, about exhaustion? What does that have to do with anything that has been discussed so far? Nothing. I have no idea what Joe Biden is talking about. If you're paying attention to the debate, and very few people are, very few people have broken this down as I'm doing right now, and it doesn't make sense. What is he talking about? And you're hearing it, and we're reading his words. It doesn't fit in context. He's now talking about polling. How did we get to talking about polling and Trump when we were talking about preparations for a debate that he may or may not have ever seen afterwards? This doesn't answer the question at hand, and it doesn't advance the conversation. What Joe Biden is doing is he's jumping. He's expecting that people, because they were paying attention to one thing, he switched tracks. Your mind goes, wait a minute, where am I? And you lose track of what's going on. Your mind suddenly is trying to catch up to what's he saying now, because I thought we were talking about one thing. Maybe we're talking about something else. So that confusion that hits you for a moment allows him to skip into a new subject altogether and takes you and basically derails the line of questioning to have a different line of questioning. Now, you can do that either on purpose or you can do it by accident. It happens both ways. So either Joe Biden is being very smart about this or he just lucked into this. But that's what he's just done. He's switching topics. Let's go on.
There is that what I looked at is that he...
9 now. He thinks he did better in the polling. I love it. He goes, I was down 10. Now I'm down 9 or something like that. No, not something like that. You're being destroyed. You're being devastated in virtually every single poll. Actually, yeah, virtually every single poll since the debate has shown Joe Biden being devastated in battleground states, 5-way, and head-to-head. He's being destroyed. And depending on the poll, some have more or less than 10 points. But yeah, it's substantial.
Also lied 28 times. The way the debate ran, not my fault.
So now he's on another subject. So we've completely transitioned away from this debate was bad because it's his fault, because he was sick, or he was exhausted. I don't know which one it is. So he's jumped all over the place right now. So he's gone from he was tired to he was sick. It's about the preparations he went through, which he doesn't tell us about, so he can tell us that he was down in the polls and it's Trump's fault. Trump lied. What does that have to do with being prepared for the debate, or whether he's seen the debate, or whether he was sick or he was tired at the debate? Trump, whether or not Trump lied once or every single word out of his mouth, it doesn't matter. That hasn't answered the questions so far that have been asked of Joe Biden. And it doesn't follow the line of logic that Joe Biden has put before us. It makes no sense. He wants to get into a subject separate of that. He wants to attack Donald Trump so that he can look like he's strong. He couldn't find a way to get from the question that was asked to be able to get to Trump. So now he's just skipped. He's just jumped into Trump. Polling Trump. That's it. He's distracting the public, and he's trying to deflect from the real issue at hand that he has been hiding from the start of this interview. Let's go on.
No one else's fault. No one else's fault.
But it seemed like you were having trouble from the first question in, even before he spoke.
Well, I just had a bad night. You've had some bad interviews once.
Well, and here's the problem. So George Stephanopoulos, who is a former DNC operative, who knows Joe Biden and he knows the Clintons. He's worked around Democrats for a long time. He's worked in campaigns before. He is being very friendly to Joe Biden. And rather than questioning Joe Biden on, wait a minute, you've jumped subjects, you were trying to explain how you prepared for this debate. You were trying to tell me whether you even saw the debate. You're trying to clarify whether you were sick or you were tired or both. You were trying to explain that. Now you've jumped to talk about Donald Trump. Why are you bringing up Trump? Why are you bringing up the polls? That has nothing to do with the questions I've asked. Why are you going there? So Stephanopoulos could have said that. He didn't. Instead, he's going with Joe Biden. And instead of challenging him on why he switched subjects, he's saying, yeah, but you are always looking bad in the debate. You always look bad. So it doesn't matter if Trump lied or not. You look bad. But you had a problem. His focus is on Joe Biden, not Donald Trump. And so he's trying to bring it back. He's trying to get control of the interview again to bring it back to what he wants to talk about. And Biden goes, well, I had a bad night. That doesn't answer the questions. But let's go on.
Well, I can't remember any, but I'm sure you did.
I've had plenty. I guess the question, the problem is here for a lot of Americans watching is, you've said going back to 2020, watch.
So when Biden says, I've had a bad night, we've all had bad nights. Hell, I know I've had bad nights here on this program and doing this for the last 18 years. So I understand. We've all had bad interviews. We've all had bad nights. That happens. That's not the question here, because it's not a question of, was this just a bad night? Because there is evidence in this interview already, and we've only made it 3 minutes into the interview, and already there seems to be highly questionable things happening. We have questions about the mental status of Joe Biden 3 minutes into this interview. And Stephanopoulos is being as nice as he can to try and gloss over them, but they are apparent when we slow it down and we pay attention to both the pace and the quality, the substance of what is being said and what has not been said and what has been avoided. So let me go back.
Me, to people who are concerned about your age. And, 50 million Americans watched that debate. It seemed to confirm fears they already had.
Well, look, after that debate, I did 10 major events in a row, including till 2 o'clock in the morning after that debate. I did events in North Carolina.
Okay, so before he goes further, Stephanopoulos also did something disingenuous here. 50 million Americans have been watching you when you say, watch me, and they're concerned about your age. No one is concerned about the age. Well, no, that's not correct. Very few people are worried about Joe Biden's age compared to his mental health. The question people are asking isn't that Joe Biden's 81 and he's going to drop dead. That's a concern. That's not the concern that is stopping Abigail Disney from giving money to the Democratic candidates. It's not the reason why the New York Times wrote an article saying we have to replace Joe Biden. It's not the reason why he's doing badly in polls. People aren't worried about he's 81. People are worried about he's not mentally there. What we saw George Stephanopoulos do in making this statement in the way he did, he's propping up Joe Biden. He's supporting Joe Biden, saying your mental health is not the issue. It's your age. Well, no, that's not true. And he knows that. That's disingenuous. That's dishonest. And he's changing the argument in the public's mind. So now you're thinking about Joe Biden's age, not his mental acuity. And that's really the question that was on display. Because when people were watching the debate and they were watching Joe Biden answer the questions, you weren't thinking he's 81. You were thinking he's not mentally there. He was a zombie on the stage. It didn't matter what his age was. He wasn't mentally there. That's the concern. When people say Joe Biden's only working 6 hours a day, when I say that Joe Biden, he's only working 6 hours a day, that's a part-time president. I'm not talking about the problem with his age. I'm talking about his ability. I'm talking about his mental acuity. That's the issue, and George Stephanopoulos knows it. And he chose to change the discussion, to change the way you think about the question and the answer. And that's because it's easier for Joe Biden to say, yeah, I'm 81, but I'm going to live to be 105. That answers the question. No, that's not the question. Because we're talking about, are you there? Are you mentally capable of doing the job? At this second, forget about the next 4 years. At this moment, can you do this? So Stephanopoulos is helping Joe Biden, and it's very deceptive. And if you don't follow politics, if you don't slow it down, you're not going to notice this. But it's very deceptive, and it's very misleading. I think it's really just wrong. But okay. And so he's now saying, well, look, I'm spry for my age. I did 10 major events in a row. Yeah, at what time? And what do you call a major event? And what were you doing at that event? And what medication did you take before you went on the stage at those events? And by the way, those events include when you have had prepared questions, like the 2 interviews that we were discussing earlier that came out today, that Joe Biden, the campaign, gave them the questions. They already knew the answers. So you're not walking into a hostile, difficult event. You walk in and you're doing an interview with someone you already know every question and every answer. That's not the same thing. So there is when we put this into context and understand that this is when, these major events, that includes when Joe Biden said that he's a black woman in the White House. Yeah, you had gaffes even then on the issue of mental acuity. So you're not answering things saying, I went and did 10 events. Yes, but they were bad events. They were setups, and you screwed up the setup. So you haven't answered the question, are you mentally capable of doing the job? He's dancing around the facts because context isn't being put in, and it should be. Yes, Mr. President, you did 10 events, and they were set up. You already knew the questions and the answers. And by the way, even with that, you still said you're a black woman. Can you please tell me, are you mentally there? But let's see what goes on.
I did events in Georgia. Did events like this today. Large crowds, overwhelming response, no slipping. And so I just had a bad...
I love this. He goes, I did events like this one here today, which we don't know what time of day it is. We don't know if he knew or knows all the questions and all the answers. And again, based on this angle, Joe Biden is not looking at George Stephanopoulos. He's looking to the left of George Stephanopoulos. He's looking somewhere completely different. So this is unfair. But again, okay. So we know what's going on there. So let's go on.
Night, I don't know why.
And how quickly did it come to you that you were having that bad night?
Well, it came to me as having a bad night when I realized that even when I was answering a question, even though they turned his mic off, he was still shouting. And I let it distract me. I'm not blaming it on that.
This is so crazy. This is so crazy. When did you know it was a bad night? When I got the question about healthcare, when I got the question about international politics, when I was answering and lost myself in the very first question of the night. The first question, and I got lost and didn't know what I was talking about. He's not answering anything here. He's basically, he's just confusing this. He's not answering Stephanopoulos here. But he goes on to say,
But I realized that I just wasn't in control.
he says that Trump was still shouting. Now, this has been tested. Several people have looked into this, and it's very important. We hear Biden now saying, well, Trump was shouting. First of all, we had multiple images by CNN showing Trump and Biden at the same time while Biden was speaking. Trump didn't move his mouth. We saw several clips in the debate where the camera was on was on Trump when Biden was speaking, and he said nothing. In addition to that, something that most people, again, average person isn't going to pick this up. People who have been listening in the news media, who are into entertainment, what we know is if you listen to the event, you will hear Joe Biden was speaking so quietly that CNN had to turn up his microphone to the maximum. They were boosting him massively just to get him to be able to be at almost normal levels of that people could hear him. Now, the reason why that's important is when you are listening to Donald Trump speak throughout the event, you will hear Joe Biden both breathing and making comments. The microphones were up that high so that you could hear Biden on Trump's microphone. And that's a fact. People have heard that. So to say that and that's with Biden's microphone muted, Trump's microphone, they upped all the microphones, all the audio, so that you could hear. And the problem is, if that were true, you wouldn't be able to hear Biden. Rather, you'd have heard Trump clearly, and you didn't. No one has made the claim, and all of the news media, all the people reviewing this, they're not hearing Trump speak. And they would have, because they had Biden's audio cranked up because he was speaking so quietly, because his volume was so low. So that's just crap. He's lying to the public. He just expects that very few people have the expertise, nor did they have the ability to notice that that's not functionally correct, that he is lying to your face right now. And anyone who works with microphones, anyone who works in the industry knows and can debunk this and have debunked this. This is a flat out lie, and he just thinks you're too stupid to notice.
Control.
But part of the other concern is that this seems to have fit into a pattern of decline.
But it wasn't. But Trump screaming at him, that wasn't distracting to him, and he didn't let it bother him, but it did bother him. No, that's not what we saw. That isn't what the public saw. That isn't reported. CNN did not report that. Jake Tapper has yet to say that Trump was screaming so much that it was distracting to anyone. That's just not true.
It has been reported on recently. New York Times had a headline on July 2nd, Biden's lapses are said to be increasingly common and worrisome. Here's what they wrote. People who have spent time with President Biden over the last few months or so said the lapses appear to have grown more frequent, more pronounced, and after Thursday's debate, more worrisome. By many accounts, as evidenced by video footage, observation, and interviews, Mr. Biden is not the same today as he was even when he took office 3.5 years ago. Similar reporting in the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal. Are you the same man today?
So they're referencing all the times, most recently, in the recent months, where we have seen Obama escorting Joe Biden off the stage, where we have seen Jill Biden escorting Joe Biden off of a stage, where we've seen Joe Biden being confused about where he's supposed to be going. His comments into audiences asking about people who are dead and he thinks are in the audience. Several of his missteps there that we have all seen, that we were told, oh, well, that's just a cheap fake video. No, it's not. It was just a clip, but it was in context. That you misheard him, or all of the excuses that we've heard. The New York Times is now telling us they were all true. They were all valid, and they knew that these things were true and valid, even as they pushed the lie, saying, oh, no, this is fake, it's not real, it's MAGA, it's just you being a Republican. You don't know what you're talking about. Well, obviously, it's all been true. So what does Biden have to say about that?
That you were when you took office 3.5 years ago?
In terms of successes, yes. I also was the guy who put together a peace plan for the Middle East that made me.
In terms of success, no one said anything about whether or not he's successful. No one asked about his political record. This is Joe Biden trying to change the discussion. In terms of successes, yes, I am a different man. No one's asking you about your political record. They're talking about your personal health. And you know that. This is Joe Biden attempting to dodge the question. This is Joe Biden trying to change the subject, to change the way the audience is thinking about it. He's lying to your face. And he's saying, in terms of successes, well, if you really want to get into politics now, there are no successes. Because if there was a success, you would be running your re-election campaign, blasting across the news that you succeeded at something. But there is nothing you succeeded at. Unemployment's at 4.1%. That's increasing. We know that there's more global tensions than before. You started another war that you're involved in deeply. That's something that Obama did. That's not what Trump did. This is something that you did. You abandoned Americans around the world every year that you have been in office. Hostages are still being held. Inflation. There is no subject, illegal immigration. There is no subject that Joe Biden is doing well in, or that he can point to and say, that was a success. Not one. Even when we're talking about things with like the interior. Pete Buttigieg completely screwed up. East Palestine, Ohio. And yet another example, which Joe Biden didn't respond to properly. And everyone agreed on that. There's nothing he can point to where there's a success. So when he says in terms of success, he's gaslighting America. He's changing the subject, and he knows it. He wants a different argument, a different mindset, rather than, again, thinking about his health, think about his mental health. He's trying to just readjust, because it is true. Everyone is different. 3.5 years ago, we were in the middle of the pandemic. Everyone in the world has changed since that day. So let's be honest, everyone's different. And the fact that he's now 81, yes, you did change. Absolutely. Physically, absolutely. You had to. You're not Jack LaLanne. You have suffered. You have deteriorated. That is natural and human. So you are gaslighting the public here. He goes on to say,
coming to fruition. I was also the guy that expanded NATO. I was also the guy that grew the economy.
He didn't put together a peace plan for the Middle East, and the Middle East is not peaceful. So let's get that correct. Donald Trump put together a peace plan for the Middle East. It's called the Abraham Accords, and it worked. And it had successes. That's why Donald Trump was nominated for 2 Nobel Peace Prizes, because of the Abraham Accords. Joe Biden didn't do that. He didn't. Now, the Abraham Accords continued in the Biden administration, but they weren't created by him. They have nothing to do with Middle East peace. Joe Biden has nothing to do with Middle East peace. And there is no Middle East peace. There is even less Middle East peace today than when Joe Biden took office. That is a fact. So he's lying to the public. Going on.
The individual things that were done were ideas I had or I fulfilled. I moved on. And so, for example,
Expanding NATO is part of the reason why there is a war between Russia and the Ukraine. That's a problem. And by the way, all of that happened after the fact. When we saw Sweden getting in, when we saw the expansion of it, it's after the war started. It is a reaction to Russia. It's not because Joe Biden's a great guy and Joe Biden convinced a bunch of countries to join NATO. That isn't what happened. It's that Russia has amped up its military and other nations are terrified of being attacked on their own. Sweden said, we need protection. We need backup because we can't defend against Russia if they come after us. So they're building a wall, and they knew that wasn't enough. So they joined NATO. That had nothing to do with Joe Biden. He isn't the reason why that happened, so he can't take credit for it. But let's go on. The economy sucks. 20% inflation at the least, according to CNN, and average people are saying somewhere closer to 40%. So again, 4.1% unemployment. He's lying. There are no successes. Let's go on.
Example, well, that was true then. What's Biden done lately? Today, just announced 200,000 new jobs. We're moving in a direction that no one's ever.
Thank you so much for tuning into No Soundbites Allowed today. I'm the political dragon, Michael Voss, and I hope you've enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. Remember, on this podcast, we don't settle for sound bites. We dive deeper, challenge assumptions, and have the conversations that matter. If you liked today's show, don't forget to subscribe, share, and leave us your comments. Your support helps us reach more people and continue to bring you the hard-hitting discussions you won't hear anywhere else. Follow me on the major social media platforms like X, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, and more to stay updated on upcoming episodes and join the conversation live on our next live stream. We love hearing from you and we value every perspective. We stream live, responding to your chats and calls starting at 2:30 p.m. every Sunday. Until next time, this is Michael Voss, and you've been listening to No Soundbites Allowed. Stay informed, stay engaged, and as always, don't settle for the sound bites.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for being with us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. There we go. And I'm happy to be here with you on December 29th. It's currently 6:02, so we're like 2 minutes late. Sorry for that. But you've just been watching our coverage of the 2024 election back when Joe Biden was running and when Joe Biden was trying to convince the American people that he didn't have dementia or some other mental ailment, when he was trying to take softball questions and screwed them up from George Stephanopoulos. And we saw similar actions for Kamala Harris shortly thereafter. But one of the big things, and why I wanted to point that out in this year-end episode of season 6, you've been lied to throughout the entire Biden administration. We have now found out from the mainstream news media, the same people who knew George Stephanopoulos, ABC News, they knew that since 2021, since January of 2021, Joe Biden had, quote, bad days, that his mental stability was shaken, if not missing, throughout the entire time he was president. And not once on any of NBC, ABC, CBS, CNN, MSNBC, on the mainstream news media beat, the New York Times, Huffington Post, no one has ever asked the question, who's in charge of the country? Who's in charge of the country the 18 hours a day that Joe Biden is incapable of being president? We know now that even at the very beginning of the Biden-Harris administration, Joe Biden, his staff were arranging his schedule so that people only got to see him when he was cognizant, when he was capable. And any other time, he was hidden from the public, he was hidden from the press, presumably. and other figures that every time we saw him wandering off on his own, it was yet another episode of one of those bad days. But we were told, no, but for all of the people, Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, third party, everyone who said there's something wrong, there's some issue with Joe Biden. No, we were the bad guys. For 3-4 years, we were the bad guys. We didn't understand. We were just being political. And now we know, oh no, we were being truthful. We were honest. And we were asking the right questions. And the media was covering up for their political ideology. They were covering up for their political agenda and hiding the truth from you. And that's really what 2024 was about, what the Biden-Harris administration was about, hiding the truth from the American people to benefit a small group of elites. In many definitions of this, you would call that an oligarchy, a small group of elites who run a country without the consent of the public, because the public didn't know. We couldn't give our consent. We couldn't say it's okay. Most likely, the public would have asked for the 25th Amendment. And that would have been scary in and of itself. Then we would have Kamala Harris, someone that even Democrats didn't want to be president. Not the first time in 2019, not the second time in 2024. But we have always been honest with you. We told you what our opinion was at every single step of the way. Whether we were right or wrong, we let you know, because that's what we do. And that's why in the second half, we're going to go over some of the top issues, the top stories, the top statements throughout the entire year that we have covered based on what you liked, on the shows that you were involved with, on Rumble, on YouTube, on Facebook, on all the social media. What did you find to be some of the most interesting and unique and impactful political stories, political commentaries throughout the entire year? Again, the interview with Joe Biden wasn't one of them. I thought it should have been, but there's a lot more that was. A lot of other interesting things. I'm glad to see user has been banned is with us. Grace, I'm glad that YouTube is finally letting you make comments again. I'm happy about that. Joel, thank you for being with us. And John R., I know you're with me. John Rastucci, I know you're with us as well. By the way, I should say, breaking news. We have seen that former President Jimmy Carter has passed away. He was 100 years old. And I do agree with the comments that Jimmy Carter was a far better post-president than pretty much every president in modern history, in the modern generation. He was one of the best post-presidents in the history of the United States. He was terrible. He was a horrible president when he was president. I was alive in the 1970s. I was alive and remember and saw the impact of what Jimmy Carter brought to us. And I think he has been exceeded as being one of the worst presidents ever by Joe Biden. Possibly Barack Obama. They're really fighting for the worst, the bottom of the barrel. Obama, Biden, Carter, in terms of their presidencies and the impact of their presidencies, the direct consequences of their policies. They are horrible presidents in American history, especially modern history. But after the presidency, one of the best advocates for America, the generosity of America, the kindness of America, the forgiveness of America, the willingness to help the poor, that's Jimmy Carter. He was a phenomenal example of that, and no politics. And I think it was Joel who mentioned that Jimmy Carter, throughout his life, was not involved in politics. He had almost nothing to say about politics, although later in his life, as he became an invalid as he became incapable of traveling around, he was used by Democrats to promote various political ideas. And that's a problem. I have a problem with that. The way they carted Jimmy Carter around this year, 2024, was elder abuse. It was abusive that they wheeled out Jimmy Carter, which we now know was in his death throes, in a wheelchair, to say that he was going to vote for Kamala Harris was elder abuse. The man couldn't move. He seemed incapable of knowing what was going on around him. And here they were using him like a puppet to push a political agenda. It's the same thing that the Democrats did to Senator Dianne Feinstein, who literally, in her dying moments, was in Washington, D.C., and was being used to push the progressive Democrat agenda up to the moment of her death. She didn't get to spend time with her family. She didn't get to go back to her home and have her final moments in her home, in her bed, surrounded by her loved ones. No, they had her in Washington, D.C., wheeled around and told exactly what to say and how to vote by an aide standing right next to her. Say this. Vote like this. We're going over here. We're going over there. She had nothing. She wasn't aware of what was going on. Only Democrats do this. Look, you can lay a lot of things at the feet of the Republican Party, the GOP. There are plenty of not so great Republicans in Congress at this time. Absolutely, you can make that case. But you know what you've never seen from the Republican Party? Wheeling around the dying and using them as puppets for emotional manipulation of the public to get a political agenda. Republicans, in my lifetime, 56, almost 57 years, I don't think that I've ever seen Republicans do that. They let people die with dignity and grace in their homes, surrounded by their loved ones and their families. Only Democrats will strip that away from someone because they have a political agenda, because they want more power, they want more votes. Only Democrats do that. Only progressives do that. You don't see that from anyone else. Not libertarians, not conservatives, not Republicans. Hell, not even the Communist Party of the United States, even the DSA, don't wheel around their dying to use them as political meat puppets. There's a lot to be said about Jimmy Carter. The imperfections of the man, the abhorrent policies of the presidency under a Jimmy Carter administration. Many people will have a much more romanticized memory of Jimmy Carter because they weren't alive. Generations today, today's 20-year-olds, they don't know what was happening in the 1970s. They only know what they're told happened in the 1970s. They don't remember stagflation. They don't remember the oil embargo. They don't remember the Iran hostages that were held for over a year by the Ayatollah Khomeini. Why America has such a deep dislike of Iran, the country, the government, and the Ayatollah, and why terrorism in Iran so frequently targets American citizens. It goes back to 1980. The youth of today don't know these things, and so they don't have that in context. I do. I was alive. I did see those things. I lived through those moments. And I lived through Jimmy Carter. So he wasn't just an imperfect president. He was a bad president. He was one of the worst presidents we ever had. But he was a good man overall, on balance. Several controversial statements, just like anyone else. Several controversial politics, true. And used as a meat puppet at the end of his days. I feel bad for him. I feel bad for him, and I feel bad for Biden. Because very much in the same way that we saw Jimmy Carter being wheeled around and told he couldn't even move. And we were told, no, he He's really excited about Kamala Harris. He's excited to vote for her as he laid in a wheelchair, unmoving and seeming to barely be able to breathe. I didn't believe it then. I don't believe it now. And I don't believe that Joe Biden was cognizant for much, if not almost all of his presidency. He was used. He was another meat puppet, just used by Democrats to push an agenda. And if there's anyone who disagrees with me on that, I'm happy to see your comment. Please tell me how I am wrong about what was done to Dianne Feinstein, what was done to Jimmy Carter, what was done to Joe Biden. Tell me how that wasn't elder abuse by Democrats for Democratic politics. Not even a good reason. Just to win elections. Just to maintain power. It's not even worth it. Really isn't. At least that's my opinion. Some may disagree, and I'm happy to hear that disagreement if it exists. But I don't think it does. I think even Democrats recognize the abuse, the elder abuse, that regularly happens by the Democratic Party when it comes to getting their agenda done. If they have a choice between their agenda and the dignity of someone dying, they will take their agenda every single time. It's really sad. Okay. So I did want to address that breaking news now that it's come out about Jimmy Carter. I feel bad for him. I really do. But that being said, I also wanted to address, so I want to go over with you the choices. As I said, there is a top 10 list. And bear with me, I'm bringing this up on my system as we speak. Oh, hang on. And I'm going to be showing you this in just a moment. But I want to just set this up for you. So, obviously, we wanted to do a top 10 list. The best of the best. The best of the best of 2024. The moments that you were paying the most attention to. Now, earlier today, just before the show, we did release the full list, the full top 10. And it's not just a top 10 list. We have bonuses in there. We have extra content beyond just the top 10. But what I'm going to do right now is go over this with you. Not just here's, number 10, number 9, but what was happening in the world at that time? What was the emotion? What were the arguments? What was happening as we remember? And it's important because as we see with Jimmy Carter, as we see with Dianne Feinstein, as we see with so many different topics under the rule of Democrats, progressives, they like to rewrite history. They like to reimagine history and tell us it's something very different than what we have actually lived through. Joe Biden's smart as a tack. Well, we lived through that. Oh, Hunter Biden's laptop. That's not real. Oh, IRS, Lois Lerner? Yeah, she's not attacking Republicans. Russia collusion. We can go over story after story that we were told, no, that's, you just don't understand. And somewhere between 6 months and 2 years later, we find out, oh no, that was actually true. You did actually understand it. You were just lied to. Why do people, I always have to ask this for Democrats that watch the program, and I know there's a lot of them, for the Democrats that watch, the progressives that watch the program, looking for something to say, see, you just don't understand. Can you explain that to me? Why is it that you guys constantly redefine and reimagine and rewrite history? We see it so often. And we always wind up going back to the truth, not your truth, my truth, not a selective, subjective truth, but the truth always comes out. And it's never what the Democrats have put in front of us. It's never what we've seen from the mainstream news media, the progressive ideology. It's never what they say it was. Why do people still stick with these guys? I don't understand it. I don't. But that being said, let's take a look. And So we're going to go through this together. And again, the full list is already available on Rumble and on YouTube. Oh, I should also mention, for those who are watching on Rumble, I apologize. It seems that there's some kind of error with the system, and Rumble is not out live at this moment. So we will be uploading all of the live stream to Rumble after the show. So I apologize to those who normally would watch on Rumble. But let's go through from the beginning. Oh, can you guys hear that? I don't know if you can. Let me fix the audio because I don't think you can hear that. Sorry about that. I don't think you can hear the audio. I'm going to make sure that you can. Bear with me. Oh, yeah. There we go.
Out today.
Yep,
I'm the political dragon, Michael Voss. On this podcast, we don't settle for sound bites. We dive deeper, challenge assumptions, and have the conversations that matter. If you liked today's show, don't forget to subscribe, share, and leave us your comments. Follow me on the major social media platforms like X, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, and more to stay updated on upcoming episodes and join the conversation live on our next live stream. We love hearing from you and we value every perspective. We stream live, responding to your chats and calls starting at 2:30 p.m. every Sunday. Stay informed, stay engaged, and as always, don't settle for the sound bites.
By the way, before we go any further, how did you like that intro? Please let me know. I love to hear the critique. Was that a decent intro segment there? I hope you liked it. I hope it's interesting. And as for Joel, yeah, a lot of people were having, Rumble is going through a growth phase as people are leaving YouTube because of the manipulation of the systems there, the way they're shoving things like The View and the mainstream media down people's throat, trying to force feed them and force them into more progressive ideology, kind of like Disney Plus. The more people are leaving that and leaving the mainstream, so they've been going to the alternatives, Rumble being one of the main destinations. And it's very much like the old days when AOL was first out, and we saw people having the first time that they could easily access the internet, and AOL was growing pretty much every other month. They added about 1 million subscribers, which was phenomenal. It was phenomenal growth. No one had ever seen growth like that before. And every couple of months, every 6 months or so, every year, we would see AOL would max out their servers and their computer systems, and then they would have to upgrade. Rumble seems to be doing the same thing and upgrading there too. So that's something of interest. I hope everyone likes this image and the way I'm planning to use this as the main thumbnail for season 7 and everything going forward. So please do let me know if you like that. And I do have some other images in the window there, which I will probably be switching out from time to time. Do let me know what you think of it. Let's go on.
They really want you to believe that Trump and MAGA are evil and bad people. Trump shared a video on the road of some art on someone's truck. That means MAGA's evil. They don't want you to think about Kathy Griffin. They don't want you to think about how Kathy Griffin was defended across the nation. They don't want you to think about how Kathy Griffin was cheered by the mainstream news media for her art. Is a picture of Biden being tied up the same thing as Trump being beheaded? I don't think so. And I think the violent people are on the left.
Now that video, which was very popular on TikTok, not as much on YouTube, and I think it got a decent showing over on Rumble as well, was very interesting because obviously it's showing us that same difference in the extreme. The left, more than willing to say anything, do anything. Kathy Griffin can walk around with a simulated beheaded human being perfectly fine. That's considered art. Some random American walking around with a effigy of Joe Biden. Oh my God, that's the end of the world. It's all of a sudden it's the KKK. They're back again. It's some kind of evil. Kathy Griffin had a bloody head. Do you remember that? I remember that. That was one of the shorts that we did. I remember it well. Let's see what we had as the number 2 across all the platforms. What was the number 2 most popular short that we did in 2024? So the first debate of 2024 is done. Democrats are already admitting Biden is toast. Perhaps the only question that remains is, are Democrats going to try and ditch Joe Biden using the 25th Amendment? But perhaps the most important and troubling thing that happened during the debate was when Jake Tapper asked
President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes.
Joe Biden just one-upped his statement to Charlemagne. It's not just black people who have no choice on how they vote. If you want to be an American, you must vote Democrat because Joe Biden said so. That's authoritarian, and that's why he's losing. What did you think of that statement? So, in that second short, we got a lot of blowback from people, especially on TikTok, but also on X Twitter. We got a lot of blowback. People going, oh my God, Joe Biden isn't losing. You just don't understand. Joe Biden had a cold. He was tired from a business trip. He was having a bad day. These are all the excuses that were being given in June of 2024 over the summer. We were told a lot of reasons that we now, today, have confirmed from the mainstream news media repeatedly, including aides from some of the aides of the Biden-Harris administration, have now come out and said, no, he was mentally deficient. He's been mentally deficient since January of 2021. Yeah, it wasn't a bad day in that it was a one-off. It was one of many bad days. One of the many examples of Joe Biden not being capable of doing the job. And to cover that up, you must not be American. You aren't a real American because you're questioning Joe Biden. You're questioning the mainstream news media. You're questioning what you saw with your own eyes. And Democrats were absolutely doubling down. You aren't black unless you vote Democrat. Joe Biden said it, and he doubled down on that. You had no choice. You had to do this because you're a Democrat, because you're not MAGA. You don't want to make America great again. You don't want Trump back again. You must obey. And they told you things like, remember, at the same time that Joe Biden was having his first debate with Donald Trump, at the same time that people were questioning his mental faculties, they were telling us Bidenomics worked. Bidenomics is great. The economy is doing fantastic, and you just don't understand. Do you notice how often in 2024, no matter what was happening, you were told by the mainstream news media that is promoted by Google and all the different services that you just don't understand, that you are too dumb to get it, and they're just too smart. They know what's going on. They know what's best for you. Just obey and don't ask any questions. This is what they were saying, short after short, video after video. And for everyone who said, no, I don't agree, they suppressed the hell out of it. I want you to understand, these shorts got tens of thousands of views. My live streams get 100. On Rumble, 200, 300. 400. So less than all of the various streaming platforms, we get maybe 1,000 people watching live every single Sunday. And I would love to be 5,000. We want to get to 5,000 subscribers. Only with your support will we be able to do that. So we want to get to 5,000 subscribers. But that's how heavy the suppression is. When it's a short video, when it's less than 1 minute and we are pressed to try and cram all of the information as quickly as possible, and this way it's easy for people to forget it or not find it, oh, then we get tens of thousands of people watching because you're not alone. When you're watching this, no matter how many people that YouTube allows to make comments, or on Facebook with Meta and Mark Zuckerberg, whether it's on Rumble or any other platform, they literally limit how many people can see this, and they limit how many people can talk. But when they don't, you are part of tens of thousands of people. I've often said that given the opportunity, without the sanctions, without the suppression, we'd easily reach 50,000 people every single week. But they don't want you to think. So how about the number one video? The number one video, this was number one on TikTok, and it was one of the top 10 shorts on YouTube. I think it was number one on Rumble as well. This was the most important, and it was pivotal because this was about the 2024 election. This was the reason many Democrats were voting for Kamala Harris. This was the connection. This was the argument that Kamala Harris made that said she was in tune and in touch with the American people. Unlike Kathy Hochul, unlike Gavin Newsom, unlike Joe Biden, Kamala Harris had a pulse of the American people. She understood what you were going through. And this was her solution that we addressed in this 1 minute short. So here are the 4 reasons why Kamala Harris is lying to you about lowering food prices. Number 1, price gouging. 37 states already have laws in place about price gouging. If it was an issue, you'd be seeing those states take action. Number 2, interest rates are at 5.5%. With unemployment at 4.3% and increasing, you're not likely to see the rates come down. Number 3, war in the Ukraine. Ukraine is responsible for a large part of the fertilizer and the wheat in the world. Since the war started, there's been a 30% decrease in the amount of food in the world. Prices have increased because of that. And the main reason why we're seeing food prices increase is inflation, because debt spending. Democrats spend more by about $2 trillion than we bring in. The more money we print, the more poor people become even more poor. Unless Kamala Harris is going to slash Democratic spending by 50%, we're going to see that continue to increase. Those are the 4 reasons that Kamala Harris knows very well why she's not going to lower food prices. So here are the 4 reasons. That's it. Those were the 4 reasons. And mind you, they're so obvious and so simple that we could fit them all in 1 minute. It was a fast minute. I had to talk fast, but that was 1 minute. It's that easy to debunk. And that was the reason that Democrats were providing to the average person who is worried about their grocery bill, the fact that their bills are up 40, 50, 100% in their weekly grocery bills. This was the number one topic in the entire nation. Whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, a Libertarian, third party, everyone was talking about the economy and specifically about the cost of food and the cost of everything else as well. But primarily food. That was the number one thing. And Kamala said, I have the answer. Even though she's the vice president, even though she has the ear constantly of Joe Biden, the president, even though she had at that time 3.5 years to put forward her plan and her solution, she said she had a solution and it would only start in 2025, only if she was made president. And that solution was price gouging. She was going to make a federal law about price gouging. And as I said, 37 states already have price gouging laws. Not one of them has a current lawsuit about price gouging in terms of food going on at this time. Even at this moment, not one. That's 2/3 of the nation. Not one has a price gouging because it's not the concern. It's not the issue. It's not why the price of food is high. It's not because of the evil corporations. Now, we know now that the election is over, we know that RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., is focused on MAHA, making America healthy again. We know that the FDA are in advance of Trump and RFK, that they're trying to make changes in the foods, making them healthier, making there less chemicals, which will help farmers to survive the bad economy and the inflation caused by debt spending, endless debt spending. And so that could help to bring down some of the food prices. By having a focus on healthier food, we can lower some of the food prices, not all of them, because again, the Ukraine, fertilizer, wheat, still in short supply around the world. And until that war ends, until the farmers get back to farming in the Ukraine, that's going to still be a factor keeping prices higher. But this is a start, and it may have an impact on some of the foods and some of the things that we eat. Not a lot, but it should have some, we hope. But no one wanted you to hear that. And that got massively suppressed. I got attacked like crazy. Mike, you're black. You can't be a Republican. Mike, you're black. You can't say that about Kamala Harris. Mike, you aren't smart enough to understand the issues. You just don't get it. Kamala is after price gouging. There must be a problem with price gouging. It must be the solution because she's vice president, because she's black and a Democrat and running for the presidency of the United States. She must know something nobody else knows. That's what they said over the summer of 2024. And as we know now, at the very end of 2024, none of it was true. She didn't know anything that no one else knew. It's not some big secret. It's not something that's high level that only the president and vice president knew. No, the reality is she lied to your face. She gave you an excuse to hide the fact that she had no functional plan. It was a way for her to say, I'm doing something. You know, one of those terms that we hate on this channel, that we do not like any politician. I don't care what ideology they have. When a politician tells you, I'm doing something, then you're in trouble. That means they are screwing everything up, that they are hiding from the truth, that they have no solution, no plan whatsoever. Kamala was doing something. She was going to do price gouging, which would have no impact on your life. That would change nothing and not help any person in America. RFK is helping America. He's bringing down some prices, and for the prices he can't bring down, at least he's going to make it healthier for you to eat the foods you do eat. It may cost you more, but at least you'll be healthier as a consequence of it. At least you're getting something in that exchange. That isn't just doing something emptily with no benefit to you. It's actually a net benefit. And who is he doing that for? Donald Trump. Well, this is why Kamala Harris lost. Let me double check on some of the comments here. Bear with me. Where did we leave off with the comments? Joel says, back in those days, how many AOL CDs did you get in the mail? Oh, God. Talking about when AOL was growing and having the growing pains that we're seeing now with Rumble. They used to send out little CD discs for the new AOL program. You couldn't just update online. Younger people don't understand that. You couldn't just go over the internet and just update your computer. You had to get a physical CD copy, put it into your computer, and then run that program. And they would send them out by the hundreds to everyone across the entire nation. Even if you had AOL or you didn't have AOL, they sent free copies to everyone just so you could get AOL or upgrade AOL. Yeah, I got dozens of those. Joe goes on, let's see. I like it. Users have been banned, says that those CDs, the upgrade CDs for AOL were Frisbees. They were. You got so many of them, you could upload with one and play games with the others. Kim says, is there ever anything we were told that we can trust as the truth? Well, in 2024, no. And we just showed you 3 examples in 1 minute each, 3 different examples of how the government was lying to your face, that they were obscuring the truth rather than doing their job as journalists and present the truth to you. I know they like to say, well, we have to have both sides of a story. No, you don't. You need the truth. That's it. You don't need both sides of any story. You don't have to pick a side. Here's the truth. Go with that. And if they did, news media would be held in higher regard. They're not. They're nowhere near Edward R. Murrow anymore. And that's why we've seen the growth of so many independent individuals in the news, like Hardlands Media with Kit Cabello, like Larry Sharp, Viva Frey, and yes, I'd like to say my channel as well. We've had a growth of 45% in the last year. We still want to get to 5,000 subscribers, and we can with your help, but we had 45% growth in just the last year. That's while we were heavily, massively suppressed. Imagine how much we would grow if we ever broke through the algorithm lock and got through to the mainstream of America. It would be enormous growth because people are looking for the truth. Whether they like it or not, whether they agree with it or not, the American people want information, and they want your understanding of the situation so that they can come to their own understanding, whether they agree or not, because we're not here to try and make you into another Michael Voss. You're not trying to do that. I don't want you to be another Michael Voss, but I do want you to be informed, even when you disagree. And they don't. They're telling you just obey, even when it doesn't work, even when it doesn't make any sense, even when you can give 4 reasons in 1 minute how what you are being told is absolutely useless. Do something trash. So let's see. Let's go on with the program. Reasons why. So that's right. Now we're into the top 10 videos picked by you, my audience, in terms of your viewership. Not just you who are watching, but also those who just found the channel by accident and watched it, and the various different events that we covered, the live streams, the videos that we did, everything. So it's not just interviews, everything that we provided in the year. Something like, I think we had 500 pieces of content in 2024 that we created and provided. Something like 500 videos, whether that be live stream, interview, coverage of an event, everything. And these are the top ones that you guys, the audience, the public at large, said this is what was important. And since we were going for what you, the public, were saying and what was interesting to you, we decided to give you not just 10, because everyone does 10. Everyone gives you a top 10. Well, we're giving you a bonus. Not only did we give you the top 3 shorts, we're also going to give you 11 of the top videos, not just 10. So this is number 11. Type in the comments and tell me, Mike, you just missed it. You don't understand. Black people, there's evidence of black people not being able to vote. I don't know where it exists because no one's ever found it. They've been looking. They've been looking for a long time now. Stacey Abrams was trying to find the evidence. Didn't exist. We were in Congress. Couldn't find it. Didn't exist. They've done studies. Doesn't exist. So that was March. Number 11, March 2024. Merrick Garland said, black people can't vote. Black people aren't voting. Those evil Republicans are preventing people, American citizens, from voting. Do you notice now, here it is in December 2024. You know what you don't hear? That black people didn't vote. They did. Matter of fact, they were a huge part of Kamala Harris's, the votes that she did get. especially black women. Yes, black people were voting. Merrick Garland, oh no, black people can't vote. The system's so unfair. It's rigged against black people. They can't register to vote. They won't go out to vote. It's a setup, except they showed up to vote. Just like we saw with Stacey Abrams. Oh, black people can't vote, but they're voting. They're voting in numbers almost the same as any other group of people in America. And Democrats were counting on that. They were desperate that they would get at least 70% of the black vote. They had to. If they wanted to be any kind of competitive, which the race wasn't that competitive, but they needed at least 70% of black votes. Now, they did get about 84% of black women and a little bit less than 70% of black men. So they did get over the 70 percentile hump, which is the only reason why Kamala Harris was competitive at all. And she really wasn't when we look at it. But the reason why she was even close at all is because of the black vote. The very same vote that they were telling you in March didn't exist. The system was rigged against them. Don't you feel bad for Democrats? Vote Democrat. Because it's rigged against them. No, it wasn't. It's just that they had bad candidates. And that was a way to excuse Joe Biden. Remember that? Oh, but Joe Biden's senile. No. Voting is rigged. What? It's racist. It's racism. Racism in the election. Joe Biden's fine. It's racism we have to worry about. We have to worry about the racism in the election. But Joe Biden's white. Yeah, but it's racism. Don't you understand? Black people can't vote. Yeah, but they can vote. And they do vote. As much as any other group. Yeah, but it's racism. Trust me, racism. Stop thinking about it. Understand racism. Doesn't that make you angry? You have to vote against Republicans because racism. Yeah, that didn't hold up. Didn't hold up. But that's what they were trying to shove down your throat. Let's see what was number 10 that caught your attention as well as mine. Going forward, Democrat Mike says, Republicans win the Senate, Democrats win the House, Kamala wins the presidency. That's your prediction. I think you're wrong. I don't think that Republicans win the Senate. I think Democrats will hold that. To be fair, I really think they will hold that. I think Democrats lose the House. Absolutely. And I think that you see Kamala lose the presidency. Given the polls that I've seen, even though that predicted the betting odds have switched, I think it's still, we're in a honeymoon phase. We have had nothing but positive news on Kamala. They have literally rewritten history to make Kamala look appealing. But that only works as long as Kamala doesn't actually take a stand. She hasn't. The only reason why she's so well liked as she is at the moment, which isn't very well liked at all. Her approval rating, again, is only 40%. She's not well liked. But the reason why she's doing as well as she is because she hasn't actually taken a stance. Because she doesn't stand for anything. And the moment that she does, I think you see a difference in those numbers. I think you see that reverse. How accurate was I? This was over the summer of 2024. This is after June when Joe Biden, when we all saw without any doubt that Joe Biden was mentally incapable of doing the job of the president of the United States, let alone candidacy for the presidency of the United States. And he dropped out. He was forced out, in fact, by Kamala, by Obama and Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. They kicked him out and they threw him to the wayside. He was no longer of use, kind of like with Dianne Feinstein, kind of like with Jimmy Carter. Once their use was done, they threw them to the side and didn't care. And Joe Biden, they threw him away. It was done. And it was all about Kamala Harris. And they had to suddenly put all hands on deck. Kamala Harris is the bestest ever. She's the ultimate girl boss. She's black, kind of. She's not African American. She's Indian, but she's black of skin. So, she's kind of every kind of ethnic thing that you could think of is Kamala Harris. And she's absolutely wonderful. She's absolutely brilliant. She's done nothing wrong. How many times have you heard during the second half of 2024 how Kamala Harris had a perfect campaign? That's why she's $20 million in debt. Raised $1 billion, she's $20 million in debt. Her campaign was focused on getting entertainers to try to convince you that she was great. Not politicians, not policies. No, she told you about when she was in California. Yeah, but she's been vice president for 3.5 years. What example in 3.5 years did you have of her being excellent? Because you're told, even to this day, she's excellent. She was perfect. She ran a perfect campaign. Really? Then why is she in debt? Why did she lose? Why didn't she mention anything that she did well? Any success in 3.5 years that she had? Oh, because they didn't exist. Because they're lying to you. Again. And what we're seeing here in this video, I think it's very important. This is the thing that makes it very different on this program than you'll see on almost any other political program. I actually talk to you. This is a conversation that we go live every week. And this is what we've been doing over 65 weeks in a row that we have been speaking with you. This is the seventh year that we have been doing this program every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. We're almost never late and we almost never miss a show. And here we are, and we're talking. And at the time, Democrat Mike had gotten in touch with us. And he was saying, I think you're wrong. And we had a discussion with him. And I think that's one of the reasons why this was one of the top videos of the year, one of the top live streams of the year, because we were having a conversation with everyone. And we were giving our reasons, not only just our reason, but also the facts as they existed about why Kamala Harris wasn't the best candidate. She wasn't the best choice, not for Democrats, not for anyone. And that Democrats had taken away your right to choose. Kamala he got 0 votes in primaries. No one has ever voted. I have gotten more votes in a primary than Kamala Harris. And I have been at a primary, 2014, for the New York 22nd congressional race. I've gotten more votes in primaries, Republican primary, than Kamala Harris got in the Democratic primary, both times combined. Because she got none. No one was voting for her. They voted for me. And I'm not rich, I'm not famous, and I'm not a Democrat. And I got more votes in a Republican primary than Kamala Harris running for president twice. But there were people who said, vote blue no matter who. And they were part of this audience. And you know what's the thing you may notice on this program? Again, different than almost any other program you see out there. I'm not attacking Democrat Mike. We treat those who disagree are treated with respect. I heard his arguments. We spent time, and this is just a small segment, but I think it was a popular part of the segment, but a small segment of the conversation we had at that time with Democrat Mike, who was several times throughout the entire election process. He was all for Joe Biden, then he was all for Kamala Harris. He told us that we were wrong in our predictions. 90% of everything I predicted about the 2024 election came true. 90% of everything I told you would happen did happen. I had the numbers down. I said it'd be 127 million people voting. I told you it would be 312 electoral votes. I told you that Donald Trump would take Michigan. Yeah, I was 90% correct on almost everything. I did get it wrong, as you heard. I said that the Democrats would win the Senate because at that time in the summer, it looked like they would. It was very, very close. In the summer of 2024, the Democrats would hold the House. Now, the Senate, not the House. It was very clear that they would lose, at least in my opinion, that they were going to lose the House of Representatives. As it turned out, Republicans won the Senate, and had extra. They had a strong showing in the Senate. They won very strongly. And the House was very, very close. A very slim margin there. So what happened in reality was a little bit the opposite of what I expected. But yet it was what was expected because it was that predictable. And I went through my logic, my reasoning, and my examples with Democrat Mike and you, so that you could know and make up your own mind what you thought was correct. So I thought that was kind of interesting to see that history going on, to see the predictions that I made, and now you can evaluate those predictions and the reasons why I would make each and every one of those predictions. And you can see now I was telling you the truth, as we always try to do on this channel, that we always try to give you the absolute best information we can. And you can see now that the veil has been lifted and the truth is now being revealed by the mainstream news media, now that they're trying to adjust for the Trump administration, now that they have lost their viewers because they lied, CNN, MSNBC, they lied to the public on a repeat basis, and now people have abandoned them. Now they're trying to bring in the truth. Well, guess what? We never stopped giving the truth from the beginning. And that's why so many people are with us. But let's go on. Let's see what number 9 is going to be. I may be wrong, but that's fine. And Democrat Mike, that's fine. You think you will be right. Fantastic. I don't think you will. That's as much admonishing as I gave to not just Democrat Mike, but for everyone who has ever come onto this channel and throughout the 2024 election, every Democrat, every progressive, every libertarian that came onto the channel said, Mike, you're wrong. Not once. The worst thing that I would say to them is, I think you're wrong. I think I will be right, but we will see. That's one of the best things about this. And I love that everyone picked up on that were watching the show. And it was the number 10 most watched video across all the platforms. Here's number 9. Go on. Every other poll is for Donald Trump with a net overall average of 3.3% lead. Not a lot, but it's a lead. And if you look at this consistently, look at the gap that has happened since the debate. It's been enormous. It has grown to one of the highest, one of the largest leads for Donald Trump since this goes all the way back to, this is a year. Over the last year, we haven't seen so much of a lead for Donald Trump. And he has been consistently leading Joe Biden overall. So, and when we look at poll after poll after poll, not to say that, yeah, there was a Morning Consult poll on the morning of July 28th. Yeah. Now, again, what we were just seeing was about Kamala Harris. And that was in August of 2024. We were talking with Democrat Mike because Democrat Mike was saying, no, Mike, you're wrong. Kamala Harris is obviously going to win. CNN, MSNBC, they said so. And because all the talking heads, all the approved messaging, the approved media, they all said Democrats are going to win. So I had to be wrong because I'm independent media. Well, just before that, this is in July. And in July, while Joe Biden was still in office, those very same progressives, those very same Democrats had the very same argument. Mike, you don't understand. The talking heads, the approved news media, the mainstream news media said that Joe Biden is going to win. They said that Joe Biden is brilliant and he's going to do better. That's what he said. So you're wrong, Mike. You're going to lose. And once again, this is again Democrat Mike. And Democrat Mike is again saying, Mike, you just don't understand. Trump isn't going to win. Everyone hates Trump. It's orange man bad fever. TDS all the way. And all of America has it. MAGA doesn't exist. Don't worry. Trump is going to lose and you're going to be embarrassed. This is the logic that was being used, not just by Democrat Mike, but many people were saying, oh, you're going to be so embarrassed as a Republican, as a conservative, as a black man, when you see your guy lose. Because who? Joe Biden is going to win. Because Joe Biden is brilliant. He's sharp. He's doing an excellent job. These are the arguments they made. And they said this even as, and as you can see on the screen, here I am proving my point. That I'm not looking at one poll, because they're looking at one poll. Morning Consult said that Joe Biden is winning. Yeah, but there's 10 other polls that said he's not. And there's been a track record that he isn't. And at the moment in July, when we saw this, when I did this video, it was growing exponentially. It was massive increase in interest in Donald Trump, not Joe Biden. Because we had a choice, and we could see the choice that was better. And they were using the same argument, as you can hear it right now, the same arguments that were coming from many, not just Democrat Mike. I don't want to single out Democrat Mike. Democrat Mike is vote blue no matter who. Fine. I know exactly where they stand. But as an example, they came on to the show regularly throughout the entire summer to tell me how wrong I was, how wrong you were for questioning and evaluating any of the Democratic choices for president. And that how you would be ostracized and you're going to be alone and you're wrong and you're just not smart enough. You just don't get it. And yet, we provided evidence. It wasn't just, I said so. It's because here's my evidence. And that's what we like to provide for you. Because it's not about emotions. Whenever you put emotions over politics, you get a mess. Everything goes wrong. No, we're putting the facts in front of you. And you can tell me, Mike, there are other facts that you haven't taken into account. Okay. Or maybe there's a way to understand the facts different than what I'm understanding. That's possible. But I'm showing you and you're seeing. And you guys picked this. This was important to you at the time and since. These are the important issues and important videos that helped you decide who you wanted to vote for in 2024. It's incredible. So let me finish this up. It goes on. Had Biden up by 1. There was one by TIPP that had Joe Biden up by 2. There was a tie back on the 21st of June. Yeah, I'm not saying that Joe Biden has lost every single poll, but look at the trend. And the trend tells you what you're seeing. That, yeah, so you are factually wrong. Factually wrong. You can feel whatever you want to feel. You are factually wrong. I don't look at one poll on one day. I look at all of the polls averaged out. I look at the trend over time. And the answer is, yes, Donald Trump is leading. He has been leading, and his lead has been increasing. And do you notice one of the other key things that we hear a lot nowadays in politics, especially from Democrats, especially from progressives, especially the progressives, feel. They feel this. They feel that. Whether it's they feel Joe Biden's going to win. They feel that Kamala Harris is going to win. They feel that MAGA is bad. They feel that Donald Trump is evil. They feel that Hamas are the good guys and Israel are the bad guys. They feel. They don't have facts. And you ask them, well, why do you feel that way? And it's always because, well, CNN and the Huffington Post and the Young Turks, the left-leaning media that is being shoved in their face on all social media tells them that's what they're supposed to feel. That's what they were told to feel. They don't actually have anything to say because here's the evidence. They don't have it. And that's why this channel exists. Because we're not telling you, I feel. Doesn't matter. You have your own feelings. I have my feelings. We said this many times on this channel, before and after elections. You can have whatever feeling you want. We've never, ever questioned what you feel. What we do question is, what are the facts and what are the consequences? What is the logical consequence of these actions? And if we have more politicians focused on what are the consequences rather than how they feel a law will work. Kathy Hochul felt like New York subways are safer. The woman who was burned to death, the people who were stabbed in the throat, the people who were shot on the subways, they know that the subways aren't safer. Bernie Sanders feels like Donald Trump's at fault for having 18% more homeless people in America, but Bernie Sanders has been in charge for the last 4 years. Biden and Harris have been in charge for the last 4 years. They could have changed this. This happened in 2024, not 2020, not 2019. The increase in homelessness is because of Democrats and Bidenomics and their policies, not because of Donald Trump, who hasn't been in power for 4 years. But they don't want you to think about it. But they feel, and their feelings are supposed to be more important than any facts or conclusions you make. That's scary. Let's go on. By the way, folks, tell me if you any insights, memories you have of any of these videos, any of these times in history. I'm always interested in hearing about that. Let's go on to number 8.
Rachel Scott starts off, and she wastes no time. She barely has time to be pleasant to introduce or to welcome Donald Trump to the event. Her tone is not friendly at all. She is preparing to attack. She's very aggressive, and her positioning is very aggressive. Now, that means that Trump, who's been through a few news interviews before, can see what is coming, as we can as well watching this.
A lot of people did not think it was appropriate for you to be here today.
Some of the background about the event. Many of the black journalists do not like Donald Trump. They think he's racist. Mind you, there is no evidence of his racism. There's a lot of accusations of racism, but there's no proof. Not from the days of the NAACP, not during his time as president, not now. Insensitive? Maybe. Racist? No, that doesn't exist. So there are some who had serious objections to being able to hear from a presidential candidate to answer questions and to see whether or not they should vote for him. That doesn't seem to make sense. Their job as journalists is to ask anyone in power questions and to provide those questions and those answers to the public. That's the job. That's what you do. It's not personal. You don't have to like the person you interview.
So, and in that segment, it's one of several very popular segments we did throughout the year, where we were doing deep dives into interviews, both of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, and looking at what was actually being asked and what was actually being said, and working through the fluff, the editing that you would see on all the major news media. They would try and take these 2-hour, 3-hour interviews, and in the case of Kamala Harris, these 20-minute interviews, and they would try and shrink them down to 30 seconds, maybe a minute, show you one clip, one little voice, and say, that was the entire event. And you have to judge this presidential candidate based on 30 seconds out of context. Because it was picked so that you wouldn't be able to, that you would have to rely on whatever their opinion was. So whatever the opinion of The View, Whoopi Goldberg and Joy Behar, whatever their opinion was of that 30-second clip of an event that took 2 hours of questions from 3 different journalists, well, you just have to trust her, or you could spend the 2 hours listening to it. And sometimes it's kind of dry. It's policy, it's politics. Not everyone's familiar with all of the issues or how those issues affect every part. So we took the time to go through what are they really asking? What are they really answering? Did they dodge the question? Did they not dodge the question? How did they dodge the question? This is actually, I know this is one of the most popular videos across a lot of people across the internet because Larry Sharpe, he did his year-end video yesterday, and I was watching it, his top 10 videos of the entire year, things that people found interesting with him. And as it turned out, one of the top 10 on his list for the year of 2024 happened to be going over him and myself, me and Larry Sharpe, were going over this very same interview. So what you're seeing here is that was me in August 1st going over by myself the interview of Donald Trump by the National African American or National Association of Black Journalists. That's it. National Association of Black Journalists, NABJ. And so that was me going over it, and it was very, very popular. A lot of people were interested to see, well, was this bias at all? Was there any racism involved? Because there was a lot of claims of that. Donald Trump was being racist. He was racist to Rachel Scott. He was such an evil person to Rachel Scott. No, that's not what happened. That's what some of the mainstream approved media said, but that's not what happened. And we went through the questions and we went through the answers together talking about this. And we saw something very different than what the approved media said. And I know this was popular because when I went later on to talk with Larry Sharpe and his audience of libertarians and third party, and I was talking with them and Larry Sharpe about the same event, and they were very interested in there too. It was a massively important event that, by the way, Kamala Harris didn't show up to. She was supposed to be on the stage with Donald Trump. This was supposed to be an event with Donald Trump and Kamala Harris on the stage taking questions from 3 black women journalists. And Kamala Harris canceled. She refused to answer questions to the public, which would later become a trend, something that we now know she did to everyone. And we know why, because she can't answer questions. But I thought it was very important, and I can see for the audience, for everyone across America, this was an important moment in our history. Was Donald Trump racist? No. Did the media try to make him racist? Did Rachel Scott try everything she could think of to try and paint Donald Trump as Orange Man bad, the devil reincarnated? Yes, she did. And it didn't work. It just showed us that Rachel Scott, was racist, that Rachel Scott was biased, that Rachel Scott was baiting on race, trying to manipulate you, the American people. And much of the mainstream media helped her do it. I thought that was really, really telling. And I find it interesting that so many of you in the audience also agreed with that, even as the channel was suppressed and so few people. It's amazing how many people got to watch that. Thousands, multiples more people. I mean, all the channels put together, there were well over 5 times, 6 times as many people watching that section, that interview breakdown, than I have subscribers on the channel. So it was something that was definitely part of the zeitgeist of the American people at that time. And I think it's because it was the reality of, is Donald Trump a racist? No. Was ABC News being racist? Yes. But let's see what number 7 brings us to. It seems that in Binghamton, there is going to be an attempt to place onto the 2024 November ballot a resolution to dissolve the Binghamton police force. This is surprising. Now, this is not unique. Defunding the police is something that New York State has been very active in trying to do. We've seen this happen in many cities across the country. It's happened in Minneapolis, in Portland, LA, Chicago. It's happened across the country in all of the major centers of BLM and that far left ideology. And Binghamton, New York is not separate of that. Binghamton, New York is a huge progressive center in the middle of New York State. That's because of Binghamton University and its administration that support things like the Confucius Institute, which we have covered in the past. But the person who is putting up this referendum to defund the police, to literally remove the entire Binghamton police force, is a man named John Solak. Now, I would later go on to mention that I do know John Solak, personal friend, someone I've spoken with and argued with on many, many occasions. And I find it interesting that the number 7 was a more regional issue. We have an international audience. This show gets seen in over 100 different countries around the world. We have members who watch this show, not just in Thailand, like Happy Life, but we have people in Sweden, we have people in Japan, we have people in Australia who watch the program on a regular basis. International viewers. In the United Kingdom, a lot of viewers over there, Canada, everywhere around the world. We have over 100 countries. So it kind of surprised me when I was going through all the numbers and going through all the data, and I found out that one of the top moments of the entire year with an international audience, and an audience that's across all of America. We have people on the West Coast and Midwest and East Coast, North and South, that watch this program. Huge diversity of audience in this for our channel and for the Sunday live streams. And yet, one of the main stories that so many people latched onto was a regional story about Central New York, about Binghamton, New York, Broome County in New York State. So many people were very interested because it was about defunding the police. And it was, more importantly, to put it in full context, John Solak, a Republican who was a staunch advocate against defunding the police, literally was calling out the local progressives in New York State and saying, you wanted to defund the police. Fantastic. Here's the bill. Support it. If you really want this, if you really think this is the best idea, that this is the best way to lower crime, as you promised, as the members of the Binghamton City Council promised, one after the other, that they wanted to defund the police, that the police were the problem. Fantastic. John Solak said, since none of the members of Binghamton City Council who ran on defunding the police, since they wouldn't actually put in a bill to do what they promised they would do, to do what they promised was the solution, John Solak, a Republican, said, I'll do it. Here's the bill. All you have to do now is support it. All you have to do is live up to the campaign promises. Put your name on and say, I support this. I want to defund the police. Just like you promised people to get their votes. And they didn't do it. John Solak called their bluff. And I think that's why that regional story was so important and got so much attention across the nation and around the world. Because it showed you politicians who were there just to push an agenda and to get power. They didn't care whether or not defunding the police was the best answer, because if they thought it was, you would think they would support it. If they thought it would end crime, then why wouldn't they put in a bill of their own? Or why wouldn't they support a bill even if it came from a Republican? Why wouldn't they just defund the police? Because they lied and they knew that it wasn't what was best for their region in any way, shape, or form. That they were just using the political atmosphere, taking advantage of a more left-leaning community, the University of Binghamton being right there, a major breeding ground for progressive ideology, and they took that and they used it to gain power. And then they just threw it away. They threw away the people. They ignored them because it didn't matter. Now they were elected. They didn't believe they had to follow through. And I think it was an example for everyone around the country to see this is what we see on a regular basis from progressives and progressive ideology. They will say whatever it takes to get elected. And once they get elected, well, then they don't care. They'll do whatever is best for them once they're in power. And I think that regional story really showed it very well. If you guys think I'm wrong, please let me know. If any of these stories, if remembering any of these stories brings up ideas and you say, Mike, but it's not quite the, I disagreed then and I disagree now. Fantastic. Tell me why. Even in the comments, tell me, oh, I remember that moment, but I thought you were wrong, Mike. Okay, why? Oh, but Mike, I remember that, but you didn't make the prediction exactly. Okay, why? Tell me how I missed it or when I messed up. Tell me, let's have these conversations because this is critical for 2025. We need politicians that live up to their word. They said they would do this because it's the best thing. Not that it would be easy, not that it would make you feel good, but because it was the best thing long term. They better live up to that. I say that about the Republicans. I say that about the Trump administration. It's not about, do I feel good? Is it the best solution? It's kind of like Milei down in Argentina. President Milei promised the people it was going to be difficult to turn around Argentina's economy, that it was going to hurt some people, that it was not going to be easy, but it would be better. And it is. Argentina now has 23% monthly inflation, which sounds outrageous for America or any other part of the world. It's down from 2,000% inflation for a month. So he's done his job. It hurts some people. People lost their jobs. Some people are unemployed in Argentina right now. It isn't fun for everyone or anyone. And inflation is still exceedingly high in Argentina. But he didn't stop because it was about getting power. He didn't stop because it wasn't feeling good. He said, this is what's the best thing for the country at the end of the day. And that's why he's doing what he did. And it's working. It isn't fun. It isn't happy, but it's working. And that's what we need in America. If politicians have promised you something, they should stand behind their issues. They should put in the bills and make the votes and do what they said. Otherwise, why do you have them there? They're just there to collect a paycheck and to get some perks, to feel good and say that they're powerful because they won an election. Meaningless. But that's why I think that was one of the more popular articles, even though it was regional and it was about Binghamton and the Broome County, which most people don't know around the world. But I thought it was I was surprised that it was so high on the list of things that my audience around the world found of interest. Let's go to 6.
Well, here's what I know in terms of the facts. Donald Trump left us with the worst economy.
So we can automatically see that the answer to the question is, well, Donald Trump is a liar. That's why people like him, and they shouldn't, that he's lying to them and they're just buying the lie, which is insane to me. I think this is crazy. And we're going to see this play out in the answer here, and there will be some pushback on it, but I think it's incredible that she starts off with a factually, empirically, mathematically lie. It's just not true what she's trying to get across. But it does feed into the emotional question that said, well, Orange Man is bad. Tell me, why don't those people love you? And the answer is they just don't understand how bad Orange Man is. It's crazy. So this was one of the really popular, and again, we did breakdowns of Donald Trump, of RFK, of Joe Biden and, of course, Kamala Harris throughout the year. And I think we refined it really well when we started putting up the question that was asked of these candidates and their answer, summing up what their answer is, and then breaking it down as we go through so that you could see on screen at the whole time that they're answering the question, this is what they were asked as compared to what they were saying. And the biggest departure was always Kamala Harris. She got the biggest fluff. She got even more fluff from the mainstream news media than Joe Biden did. And Joe Biden is mentally deficient, and they knew it. And they gave even more help to Kamala Harris than they did to Joe Biden. And they gave no help whatsoever. They gave no softballs to Donald Trump. But we could see over and over again that there was a major, massive disconnect between Kamala Harris and what she was being asked and any answer that she had prepared. And when we got to see her do interview after interview after interview, we found out that the answers by Kamala Harris were always the same. She only had 3 answers to pretty much every question. And they were the same 3 answers to every single question asked by all of the mainstream news media. And even when they're not asking the same question, she had the same answers every single time. She grew up in a middle-class family with a working mom and a next-door neighbor who was a single businesswoman who was really successful. She said that everywhere, every single time. That was the answer to almost everything. Had nothing to do with what she was asked. It had nothing to do with the experience that everyone has been having in 2024 after 4 years of Biden-Harris. Had her growing up middle class had nothing to do with America. Nothing to do with the people in 2024. It was just a way to say, I'm like you. I'm just the same. Emotion. Don't you feel like me? Don't I feel like you? We feel like we're the same. Vote for me. I'm a black woman. Vote for me. I'm an East Indian woman. Vote for me. Just vote for Kamala Harris. Vote blue no matter who. It doesn't matter what the question was. And of course, the media constantly were trying to say, but Orange Man is bad. Isn't that true? Don't you think Orange Man is bad? You, the audience, should agree. Orange Man is bad. The answer to all the negatives in America is Orange Man is bad. You saw that earlier in the show today. They're still doing it. What was the answer? Homelessness went up 18% because of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. And the reason is, but the true reason is Donald Trump. Again, it's the same thing. Orange Man bad. They will never give that up. And for the next 4 years, you're going to hear the problem with everything is Orange Man bad. We are going to be in January, March at the latest, but I think in January, you're going to hear economists from all across America, Krugman and the rest of them, are going to say America is now in a recession and it's Donald Trump's fault. That's what they're going to say. You can quote me on this. They're going to start saying Donald Trump, because of Trump's policies, America is in a recession. And that's going to be blamed on Donald Trump. The fact is, since August of 2022, America has been in a recession. They changed the definition of the word recession so that they didn't have to admit that for the midterm elections, nor would Joe Biden or Kamala Harris have to admit that America is in a recession, even though we clearly are, and the rest of the world is in a recession. So America is not outside of the rest of the world. We're the key of the economics. If the world is in a recession, so is the United States. But they won't admit that until Donald Trump is in power. Then they'll say America's in a recession and it's Donald Trump's fault because Orange Man bad. Just like Bernie Sanders. Oh, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are in charge. Bernie Sanders is in the Congress. Well, obviously the fault of why there's more people who are homeless in 2024, it's got to be Donald Trump, somebody who hasn't been in office for 4 years. Obviously, it's got to be Trump's fault because Orange Man bad. And this was a great example of that. Let's see. Grace says Kamala was worse. Let's see. Let me go here. So Grace says Kamala Harris was a worse candidate than Joe Biden. She really was. I mean, now that we can look back, and when I get to see and I can see this, one of the reasons why that interview was so popular is because Kamala Harris was just that bad, that they had to serve up softball after softball. They had to make people, it was all about feelings. Joe Biden actually would say, here's my record. Here's my record. Not my record in, back in when he was running in local politics. No, he was like, here's my record from when I was in Congress, when I was in the Senate, when I was vice president. This is my record. Kamala Harris goes, oh, forget about when I was in the Senate. Don't talk about that. Why? Because it was a failure. No, talk about her when she was the DA, not even the Attorney General for California. She went, I was the DA in LA. Who cares? That's a regional. That's one city. Who cares? You're running for the country. You have to deal with international politics. Joe Biden would say, I have dealt with international politics as a senator, as a vice president, and as president. That was his record. He actually tried to stand up. Mind you, he would mix in words that I've never heard before, but at least he tried to stand by his own record. Kamala Harris never did. So I think you're right, Grace. Grace goes on to say, never knew what her policies were. No one did, because she didn't have any policies. She was asked, 5 times? 5 times in a row, including on the Colbert Show, she was asked, what would you do different than Joe Biden? And her answer, 5 times in a row, was nothing. She would do nothing different. Everything is fine. Yes, I saw you. Do nothing different. It wouldn't change anything. So she didn't have any policies. Her policy was elect me. That was her policy. Her policy is give Democrats power. That was the policy of Kamala Harris. And that's one of the reasons why she lost, and why I think so many people were interested in watching the deep dive, because we went through and made sure you understood exactly what she was saying, because she had a worse word salad than Joe Biden. And Joe Biden was mentally deficient. Joe Biden lost track of what the hell he was saying in the middle of a conversation, and he made more sense than Kamala Harris. He had more defined policies than Kamala Harris, and we know it. I don't care about her name. And family just mentioned to me that her name is Kamala. And I don't care, because I don't like her. I don't respect her. So Grace goes on to say, she personified identity politics. Yes, she did. She is the definition of identitarian politics. Joe says, I first saw Harris during the Kavanaugh debacle. Yeah, that was her claim to fame. That's why she thought she could run for president, because of Kavanaugh, where we saw the evidence was, again, it was all feelings. There was no actual evidence. A lot of accusations. Same thing about Trump being a racist. Lots of accusations. No evidence whatsoever. Couldn't find a single witness. Couldn't find any evidence. And Kamala Harris didn't care. She was like, oh, no, he's a bad guy because he's a white male and he's running for the he was nominated for the Supreme Court. So he's just automatically a bad person. No evidence, no proof, just feelings. Joel goes on to say, she was so smug and asked questions there was no answer to. Almost like, do you still beat your wife kind of questions. And yeah, she did that a lot because it was a trap. And again, that was her claim to fame. She embarrassed Republicans, and that was her goal. Okay. I know. Let's see. We're going to go through number 5, and then we're going to take a break.
I'm tired. Tired of being tired. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. That's right. I'm sick and tired of not seeing things change. I'm sick and tired of people talking the talk but not walking the walk. You know, sacrificing and put some real skin in the game. You know, and that's sad. And that's sad. It shouldn't have taken my son to be murdered.
Wait.
Right, for things to happen. But unfortunately it is. So on November 4th, all right, I'm not telling nobody who to vote for, but I'm just telling anybody who has not voted, all right, who's within the sound of my voice, the people hiding behind the windows in these buildings, who are still in the closet, who are conservative, but don't want to come out and say it, all right, because they're afraid of being called Uncle Tom or a coon or a white supremacist, right? But the people within the sound of my voice behind these windows, right? If you have not voted already, please come out on November 4th and cast your vote for our Donald J. Trump. Vote on down the line.
All right. So let me.
I saw a war in Iraq that was manipulated by CIA data to bring.
So we're going to take a quick. Hang on, folks. Give me a second here. So we're going to take a quick break because, as you can see, my puppy was just yelling at me and making a lot of noise, and that's okay. He wanted to get my attention. So I'm going to take a quick pause here to run. Here we go. I will play this video. We're going to take a quick break so I can walk my dog again. Then we'll do the last 4 of the top 10 list as defined by you. The moments in America in 2024 that you thought were the most important. Number 5 obviously was with the Bronx Conservative Party and a rally just before the election. I'll go over that when I come back, and then we'll go through the last 4. But I'll play this. Bear with me. And this was the saving grace. This was supposed to redeem Joe Biden. And I want to ask you. Bear with me. And again, remember, you can take the poll afterwards on my YouTube channel. So we will be back in about half.
Hey, first of all,
so I'm going to be back in about half an hour. This is election night when I went on to the Hard Lens Media. Yes, deep into far left politics. I went on their channel by myself, the only Republican that's ever been on Hard Lens Media. You're going to be able to see how that conversation went when I went on to their program on election night. And then I'll be back in about half an hour.
Hey, first of all, Michael Vasquez is outstanding co-host and contributor to the Larry Sharpe Show. He's been on there. We've had some very healthy debates, and you're more politically to the right. And I'm glad. I'm glad that we could have another perspective on here. Larry, unfortunately, said he couldn't make it. So, Michael, I've been opening this up to the floor, but to the people. What are your thoughts about what's going to happen this election cycle? Will we actually have a final result count? What do you think the overall result will be? Who will get popular vote? Who will win the Electoral College? Your thoughts and what's happening in your state specifically when you voted? Michael,
you're muted.
Oh. You either muted yourself or something. I can't hear you.
No, I muted myself.
Sorry.
You got me now, right?
Yes, now we can hear you loud and clear. So let's get your thoughts. Popular vote, Electoral College, who's going to win? Will there be a final result? And what's happening in your state?
No problem. So I'm in New York, and the first thing I want to do before anything else is I do want to mention hello to the chat. Hello to everyone on the panel. Kit, always good to see you again.
Thank you.
And it's kind of neat. I'm like the first time having a conservative Republican on the channel. I am honored for that.
You crossed the Rubicon.
Yeah. But it's always wonderful to have these voices, to have these conversations. And I'll be here at least an hour. You know what? If the chat's loving the conversation, you guys are loving it, I'll stay longer. I'm known for going long. Sunday, I did my live stream. I went 7.5 hours.
which is not that unusual for me.
Now you made out stronger stuff. Made out stronger stuff than me.
Yeah, that's what I do. But to give everyone a quick idea who I am, and then I'm going to go right into your questions because you guys are really going to love what I'm going to predict.
Okay.
But political commentary for 18 years now, ran for Congress, ran for county legislature as well. Obviously, didn't win. Conservative Republican, Marine Corps. And I'm a little bit older than all of you guys. So I have a slightly different perspective. Yes, I've lived in Moscow. Yes, I speak some Russian. Yes, I've been on both coasts of the United States. Been through a few things. Been through earthquakes, floods, fires, got hit by a car. Few things. So, and been homeless twice in my life. So I have a unique perspective on a few things, which bring me to a more conservative Republican point of view. So that's me in a nutshell. And I do my show every Sunday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There that goes. Okay. Now let's get to the meat and potatoes. Now that you have some understanding of my background, let me explain. We're going to see 120 million votes. We're going to see a drop of 30 million votes in this election because there is no Democratic enthusiasm behind Kamala Harris for multiple reasons. And that's going to translate into an election where I believe you're going to see Donald Trump take the popular vote by about 3%. Part of that is because of mail-in ballots, which we have seen so far. For Democrats, they have always, since 2004, Democrats always have more mail-in votes than any other party. But what we have seen is that they are down somewhere around 25. Some reports are as much as 40% down from 2020 and from 2016. So there are fewer Democrat mail-in ballots, and we're seeing more ballots, either the same or more, depending on the state and the reporting, for Republicans. That's going to lead, and when we take into account that Republicans, about 45, 55% of them, like independents, show up on game day. Today, my calculation says that means it's going to be an electoral win of 312 votes for Donald Trump versus 226 for Kamala Harris. She will lose Michigan. And quite possibly, I may be underestimating, because it is possible she will lose Wisconsin as well. The key factor in that isn't Kamala Harris. It's actually Jill Stein, third party. She has done an enormous amount of work and has been very successful in Michigan in capturing a section, the Dearborn, Michigan voter, and have rallied them from across the country with high concentrations in Michigan and in Wisconsin. So I think that's going to have a major effect. She's going to come in third. She should get somewhere between 3 to 5%, given the margin of error, which is about 1.5 to 2. That means that Donald Trump wins in Michigan by about 1 to 2.5 points, which is more than enough, and possibly a similar reaction in Wisconsin. I expect. Okay, go ahead.
So let me push back here. I don't want to be the bad guy. I think everyone knows where I stand on this, but let me go ahead and push back here, because both you and I live in two states that have something very interesting, and that is both our states are extremely draconian towards third parties. Now, we've both been on Larry Sharp's show. We've talked about the impact of third parties. When you went out to vote, and maybe I'm fast forwarding this question here, but what did you notice on the ballot when it came down to third parties? Were third parties prevalent in your district? Because for me, libertarians and some Greens were able to get on, but for presidential candidates, both New York and Illinois, Jill Stein is a write-in. Same thing for the Libertarians, too. And the Libertarians got almost every single state, save for Illinois and New York. So are you really thinking that the third parties can actually gain some momentum and really impact and shift the election like corporate media and the Democrats are fearing?
Well, sort of. And I'm in New York State, so it is ultra blue. It is ultra progressive blue, which is different than just being normal Democrat. I'd say the average Democrat is more center left. New York is far further left, more like California to that degree. And so New York does have what they call third parties, which isn't third parties. You have a conservative party, you have the Working Families Party. Now, the Conservative Party is very much aligned with the Republican Party. They're not the same, but there isn't much of a difference. And normally they support each other's candidates in every election. The Working Families Party is basically home of the progressive movement of the Democratic wing. So they, again, very much are aligned with Democrats and often have Democratic candidates on their line as well, although they're more than willing to have further left candidates on the Working Families line. So we see that. So that's not really the third party we think of when we think of the rest of the nation. You're not seeing the Green Party. You're not seeing the Socialists. You're not seeing the independent Dr. Cornel West or even RFK. You're not seeing them on the ballot because New York has basically outlawed any other voice than what New York State approves of, and they don't want to move outside the two-party system for the most part. I voted at 3 o'clock, and sadly, even though I'm in the Bronx, we had 6,161 people at that time had voted at my, I'm in the same home my family's been in for the last 50 years. So this is a huge increase. We've been increasing in the area. There are about 20,000, 25,000 people in this community that would use that voting booth. So the numbers are not very good, to be honest. I believe that we're going to see a lot more votes for Donald Trump than probably what Democrats would be comfortable with for New York State. Now, of course, Harris will win New York, but Trump's going to have a stronger showing than they expected. Third party, yeah, I voted for a couple of conservatives. I wrote in, now sadly, my district for judges, there were 6 judges, and now there was no one running against them. Lack of money, lack of ability to get interest. The Republican Party failed. So did the Conservative Party. So they were unopposed. So I wrote in 6 different names. Once I wrote in Larry twice, wrote myself in once, and I wrote in a couple of conservative candidates running for assembly and state in a couple of spots as well. Because
as you should.
Yeah. People forget we have the right always to write in anyone we want. The government doesn't get to pick and choose who we vote for. So I agree with all you guys. Third party, I want there to be a third party because I want the best candidate to win. I want the most efficient and effective politician in any office. Right. And you only get that when you have competition. When they sit up on a stage, they debate, you get to hear them in interviews, you get to see them in person and ask them questions and they answer it. And we get the best person with the best plan. And that's the only person that should win. Now, I think that generally more Republicans and conservatives will win in that scenario than anyone else. But you know what? If there is someone who's third party, who is demonstrably better, I want them. I don't care what party they're in. I want the best, only the best, because that's what America needs desperately.
Michael,
So
I agree. Hold on, real quick. Michael,
sure.
First of all, I agree with what your statement is. But see, here's my pushback. That's a high standard because even I have that high standard. But we're in the United States where money is speech and corporations are people. And in Illinois, election integrity, you're better off believing in the Loch Ness Monster and Sasquatch knocking at your door than actually, get. I mean, again, we need to have real reform in here. So one other thing too, I want to bring up, and that is,
sure.
In regards towards how this election could turn out, the voter turnout, then we are seeing people though turning out in mass, and this is something I call about voter enthusiasm. Like even where I went to vote, people were showing up. And the thing is, I was rather surprised how there was also engagement about talking about some of the local areas, especially in office that are there. And of course, you being in New York, I'm pretty sure you're well aware of what happened with Peanut. We actually went over that, and yes, and it's a fascinating story about that. But in regards to the local level, because after election night, people are just going to take it easy, and you've been involved in the political process, as has Larry. Your thoughts on the day after, the day after. I mean, how do we keep the engagement going on? Because I'm pretty sure everybody across the spectrum is just going to want to just drop their hammers, drop their shields, drop their spears and swords, and just say, all right, I'm going to sleep for the next 4 years.
Well, historically, we are at the plateau. This is the peak for the election season. The average normal person in America, they start paying attention to politics after Labor Day. September 1st, and they stop remembering anything one day, not Wednesday, but Thursday. On Thursday, massive drop in all politics because they go back to watching the Housewives of whatever the hell, and LeBron James and some other basketball players, and that's it. And that's sad because that's when all of that lame duck session, the time between Thursday and January 5th, we get to see politicians who don't give a damn. No one's holding them accountable. No one's paying attention. And they try and sneak in so many things. Now, the one thing that we're going to see this year, which is like what we saw in 2016, is, if I'm correct, and Donald Trump wins, which I believe is very likely, and I think the Democrats know it.
That's my prediction too.
Yeah,
I think most agree with that. 1 hour after it's called for Donald Trump, there will be spontaneous riots and attempts at insurrection zones, or otherwise known as autonomous zones, in the top 11 cities in America, which happen to all be Democrat-held cities that have been Democrat for at least 50 years.
I've seen some talks about that here in Chicago, and again, Angel, I'm going to give the floor to you, but real quick, I got family flying in from O'Hare, and that's happening tomorrow. And one thing that's, no matter who wins, I think there's going to be a lot of vocal outrage because we had a senile senior citizen run a global superpower. So now I know how the ancient Romans felt when they had Caligula or Nero at the helm. So Angel, your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, to be fair, Biden's not running anything. So clearly we have some sort of permanent state, deep state, whatever you call it, actually running the United States during these last 4 years. But to the next point I have, it's true. Here where I live in New Jersey, there's businesses putting up like planks all over their windows and stuff because they expect riots if Trump wins. So in Washington, that's also happening. A lot of these big like blue cities or blue states there. I've seen in here where I live, there's like, they're putting up planks and stuff, like they're expecting riots, especially if Trump wins. So yeah, I mean, I've seen it myself, which is why I agree. There's going to be riots today if Trump wins. If it's called tonight or whenever it's called, there's definitely going to be some rioting. So
I understand. Daniel, real quick, you want to add in your 2 cents here? Go ahead. Here, let me make the microphone.
Yeah, I think that here's the big deal. We're dealing with the edge on both sides, generally, of where the human mind goes when it's in group sessions. And so I think that the reality is it's not really about who wins in terms of what we're talking about with like how people are going to respond. It's going to be question about the people that lose, because I think you're right. I think that whichever side loses is going to riot, is going to do something, because everyone seems very primed for that. So really, I think the better way to look at it is whoever wins is going to have a really good PR day, and whoever loses is going to look like a hypocrite.
And again, we got to talk about hypocrisy and a little bit of the trauma too, because, I think we've all remembered how crazy not only 2016 was, but 2020. And that brings in our next guest co-host, because again, I think we got it. I know, Michael, you're in here for an hour. I want to make sure I want to get your comments on it real quick here. But Nick, hey, shout out to Nick. You've been on the show a few times, and you've been an outstanding advocate. You've brought in a lot of people onto the show too who talk about trauma and going through this. And there's one thing you probably messaged me about, and that is the trauma of an election. I know, because many people have Trump derangement syndrome. And Michael, we actually talked about this the last time together. We were on Larry Sharp's show. And Angel, I know you talked about this. Jesse, you brought this up here too about Trump derangement syndrome and people having that man living in their head. So how do we get past this derangement, man? How do we, because again, tomorrow, anything's going to happen. None of us can really predict the future. We can make our predictions and our thoughts with the data before us and even our own biases. I have my biases. We all do. How do we get through this, Nick?
Oh, well, I don't have an answer for you, because I think what is going to happen is one way or another, we're going to have massive emotional meltdowns on whichever side ends up losing. And I think, just really the way both campaigns have been run have continued the dividing. So it's not even like there's a chance that we're going to be any more close together. So I know for me, and what I tell people is like, you've got to just kind of check in with yourself, what you can handle, what you can't handle, put up boundaries. If you don't want to talk about it, don't talk about it. If you don't want to read about it, get off of the internet, and kind of just protect yourself, because whatever side wins, the other side's coming.
Now, Michael, we actually talked about Trump derangement syndrome, and then
Mhm.
Angel Snow, I want you to get your thoughts on this too. Look, I've made this joke where if Trump wins, I'm looking forward to watching the liberals melt down and feast on their tears. But I've never seen anybody trigger so many people, and I've made this comment before that secretly a lot of these liberals, and I'm going to call them out: Cenk Uygur of TYT. You got Rachel
Definitely.
Maddow of MSNBC, and I'm just using those two as examples. I think secretly they wish they could be like Trump, and I just got to say maybe it's because of just Trump how he acts. Because again, he used to be a Democrat, now a Republican, and yet somehow people are calling him Hitler 2.0. So I'm gonna bring this example up: the Tony Soprano's conversation they had with Bobby Balalanka as they're eating dinner. You know, Bobby says, Quasimodo, he predicted all this, and Tony's like, what? Yeah, Quasimodo, the end of the world. He said, Nostradamus and Notre Dame. Nostradamus is the guy who predicted the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Notre Dame and Nostradamus. Notre Dame and Nostradamus. 2 different things altogether. First name Adolf, last name Hitler, and Donald Trump. 2 different people altogether from 2 different eras of 2 different political systems and of 2 different countries. Michael, Trump derangement syndrome. How dare you advocate for somebody living rent-free in their people's heads? Michael, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Well, it's to be expected. I mean, we have Democrats who have been going since, well, you can easily say since the Obama administration, since 2008, we have seen that Democrats have been focused on 2 things: emotions and, more specifically, fear. This has been their driving message because they've always made the same promises. Not to say that many Republicans don't do the same thing, but in a different way. Democrats have to have the emotion to get them through an election. And the most powerful emotion they can target is fear, which is why we hear a lot of Trump is going to create World War III. Trump is going to take away women's rights. Trump is going to go after all the Muslims, blah, 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 on down the line. Every single fear they could possibly throw at you. But they always keep out of their mind the fact that we've already had 4 years of Trump. We have a track record. We know what he has done. And his rhetoric has matched exactly what he said in the first 4 years. And that gives us every reason to believe he would do. Actually, he's bending over to be even more centrist, looking at the Maha movement, which he's incorporated and he's confirmed is going to continue to go forward if he gets his administration. Looking at now, we have Elon talking to Ron Paul on behalf of his government efficiency department that he wants to put together to reduce the size of government, reduce the national debt, which is good for poor people. It's good for the middle class, far more than anything that we've heard about in decades. So it's that fear, and we've seen that fear has been instilled in 8 years from at an institutional level in our schools. That's why we saw the first assassin try and kill Trump. He went through 8 years of being programmed in school, in college, in TV, in movies, nothing but fear, fear, fear. And when he sees the writing on the wall, Trump's going to win, his only reaction was to say, well, then I have to be the hero. I have to go and take out Hitler. Well, guess what? That's all about the emotional push. It's hiding the lack of substance that we see in Kamala Harris, most specifically, and also in Joe Biden, who's a part-time zombie. But it's more specifically about that fear. That's how Democrats are ruling. And as they put in more fear into our country, we get more divided and we get closer and closer to becoming an autocratic kind of country. More,
I believe we're already there. We're already there. We're already there for sure. Hold on.
I would say far, what we think is close to it, what they're moving us towards is far worse than anything we're seeing right now.
Now,
I think over the...
Go ahead, Nick. So real quick, because I want to bring in Angel and Snow. So, Nick, I'll come to you after Snow's commentary. But first, let's talk about the fear, because there is this fear of Trump and what he could do or possibly do or whatever do. But there's this fear, this ungodly fear of this man who probably doesn't even give a damn that some of these people even exist. Angel, Trump derangement syndrome. Why is it in your head?
It's not in my head, but why is it in other people's head? Well, I mean, there's the entire corporate media, the entire mainstream media, whatever you want to call it. They're all anti-Trump, except for Fox. But even some in Fox have become anti-Trump. So it's like you get all of this programming 24/7. Trump is evil. Orange man bad. Whatever, you know, you get it 24/7. And most independent media now, online independent media, is doing it. They're feeding that Trump derangement syndrome rule to the people, and people are eating it. Even people without cable. You even get rid of cable, go to online media. Most of us are still doing it. Not us here, but most of us are still doing it. So it's just I understand why people fall for it, but if you just pay attention a little bit and watch us, instead of the Young Turks or Kyle Kalinske, whoever you watch, then you'll quickly wake up out of that. Or at least that's my hope. Maybe you won't. Maybe you're just Trump derangement syndrome and you hate Trump no matter what, because he represents every evil that you stand against, even though unfortunately Democrats do more, if not worse, than Trump. So those are my thoughts.
So real quick here, Snow, I do want to get your comments in here, but folks, gentlemen, all of us, and Greg, I do see you. Please be on standby. But we do have some information coming in right now. So you're hearing it here first from Hardlands Media. As it stands, breaking news. As it stands, Indiana, 1% reporting in. It is light red, as well as the great state of Kentucky, 2% reporting in. Those are both leaning in for Trump. I mean, I'm not surprised by it. But
states.
I mean, these are red states. But again, these are just the early stages results. Folks, anything can happen. And if you're expecting a TYT meltdown, the only thing that I'm going to be sad about is if third parties don't get the coveted 5%. I promise you, my meltdown will be great. And yes, the panic liberal, Michael, I don't think you've seen it. The panic liberal will show up a little bit later in the live stream. Don't worry, he'll be there. But
we do love ourselves a panic liberal.
Listen, you have no idea. Snow, Trump derangement syndrome. Do you have it? That's like caught the rabies, like with Peanut the squirrel, R.I.P. or Fred the squirrel. What the fear of Trump derangement syndrome? Your thoughts?
I don't have TDS. I have IDS. I'll let you guys figure out what that stands for. Or BDS or NDS. Anyway, so Trump derangement syndrome. I'm just gonna give my take, and you know me. Sometimes I have to hit it from a psych angle. And this is no different. So I've always had a theory about Trump derangement syndrome in general. And that's you have to operate under the provisional conclusion that we are most likely ruled by narcissists and psychopaths. Probably narcissistic psychopaths. Probably just a whole mix of cluster B stuff. So I feel like the big difference between someone like Donald Trump and the liberals is kind of the difference between a grandiose narcissist, which is like a narcissist who very much just acts the part. Trump, perfect example, but there's plenty of them in front of a camera, versus what's called a covert narcissist, which is a narcissist who has a veneer and essentially acts in the same self-important way, but they have enough of a mask that they can appear as if they're not. And I feel like a lot of people with those types of personality traits, I feel like, as was stated before, they are pretty much jealous of Donald Trump because he doesn't have to operate with that veneer. He doesn't have to operate with that facade that you see a lot of these crazy people. Like my perfect go-to for a covert narcissist is probably Hillary Clinton. Because
prime example.
You can tell when she gets triggered and she just keeps it together, but you can see some of the cracks forming on the mask just here and there. You can tell that she's about to rip off the mask, and she's got that reptile face from Mortal Kombat. Anyway, I'm about to segue hard, but
well, you're not wrong.
Let's circle back on that, though. Let's circle back to
well, actually, true. Because go ahead. Because Snow, then Nick, and then Jesse. Trump derangement syndrome, and then there's a couple other questions I do want to bring up because I know Michael. Don't
worry about the time. Don't worry about time. We'll talk.
Go ahead, Snow. Go ahead, Snow.
Yeah, I think I think that's a big part of Trump derangement. I think it is jealousy. I think when you have to go through life being largely self-important and have a grandiose sense of self, but you feel like in order to maintain your position or your standing with the people who provide you with validation and help you achieve your prime aims, you have to keep that mask on. And I feel like a lot of people are very jealous because Trump doesn't have to. He could just go off. You know, he can come up with, I will admit, hilarious names for his for his rivals, like Sleepy. My favorite's still Sleepy Joe personally. It's perfect. But
Lion Ted is gold.
Lion Ted is, well, what's Marco? What's Little Marco?
No.
Little Marco.
Little boy Rubio.
Little boy Rubio.
No, it's not. Is it really?
Yes, it was. Listen. I haven't gone. I'm going to go crazy, and I had a little manic episode. But trust me, my brain still works. Little boy Rubio. That's what he was called.
But yeah,
but okay.
Basically, the takeaway is I feel like it is largely envy, which is also a primary trait of people with narcissistic traits, because they have to keep that mask on. And to see someone who doesn't need that, and he still has a very large following, and he's very popular, and he does well in the arena that he exists in. I think it is predominantly envy. But of course, I'll be the first one to say, there's a lot of cult-like behavior with two-party enjoyers in general. You've got CNN and everybody telling their audiences that this is like the next iteration of every dystopian novel we read as a kid, and saying this person's bad every single day. You're kind of gonna get it. A lot of people are kind of gonna get programmed. So I think the takeaway is mostly envy, but it's also just conditioning. It's conditioning. If you see someone saying the same thing over and over every single day, it's gonna get in the back of your head. So that's just my take.
It's
but
conditioning.
mostly
Now, Nick, I think you and Snow are going to really hit it off because you've had a lot of talks with people with in regards to therapy and everything else in regards to that subject matter on your podcast. But your thoughts on what Snow brought up in regards to narcissism and the political system, because you were bringing up a lot of good stuff in our private conversation before I went live the day before yesterday.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think there's a lot of narcissism. There's a lot of envy. I tend to lean more in the people are being propagandized to the extreme and they don't even know it. And you have a right media and you have a left media. You have a quote center media, as some people would like to describe News Nation or CNN. And what everyone's getting in their news and then what they're getting in their social media algorithms is all just feeding this narrative that they have. And it's all propaganda working simultaneously to reinforce your beliefs for the things that you support and the things that you don't. And what I've noticed in my life over the last 8-9 years is there's a lot of projection that goes on in general with Trump. I remember
thank you so much for tuning into No Soundbites Allowed today. I'm the political dragon, Michael Voss, and I hope you've enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. Remember, on this podcast, we don't settle for sound bites. We dive deeper, challenge assumptions, and have the conversations that matter. If you liked today's show, don't forget to subscribe, share, and leave us your comments. Your support helps us reach more people and continue to bring you the hard-hitting discussions you won't hear anywhere else. Follow me on the major social media platforms like X, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, and more to stay updated on upcoming episodes and join the conversation live on our next live stream. We love hearing from you and we value every perspective. We stream live, responding to your chats and calls starting at 2:30 p.m. every Sunday. Until next time, this is Michael Voss, and you've been listening to No Soundbites Allowed. Stay informed, stay engaged, and as always, don't settle for the sound bites.
Hello, everybody. Back again. Yes, we are. We're back again. And I thank you for being with us and bearing. I know it was time for my dog to go on his last time outside, and you heard him barking and telling me so in no uncertain words. That is my puppy. What can I say? And I love him. I love my puppy. 13 years old, be 14 in February of 2025. So he's getting up there. He's still spry, though, and he can still bark with the best of them and let me know when he thinks he's annoyed with me. So that's always interesting. That being said, though, so my puppy broke it up, and I left you off. We were just looking at number 5 on the top 10 list of what you felt was the most important thing in 2024. And a lot of this has been circling around the election. Many of the lies that we've been told, both about Joe Biden, about Kamala Harris, and many of the different aspects of the lies from the news media that we now know what the truth is. We were told, oh yeah, they were going to win in a landslide, and they didn't. We were told that Democrats had absolute control. They didn't. And let me bring this back up, the source here. So I believe we had left off at...
The people with the sound of my voice.
So this event that you're seeing on here, this is number 5. And what you were seeing here is, this is a rally less than a week before the election. This is the Bronx County Conservative Party, the Bronx County Republican Party in the Bronx. It was live at the scene. This is the third rally that they had in the Bronx at this time. So right before the election, end of October, and this is the rally that they were having. And it's kind of funny because this third rally that you see here, we were told there was over 100, maybe 200 people who were at the event. And when this was being live streamed, we had already heard from Gov Hochul, there are no black conservatives. And yet this video says they're wrong. Gov Hochul said there are no black Republicans. It was Congressman Torres of the New York 15th District who had said at that time that, oh, there were no black libertarians, no black third party, no black anything except Democrats. They had gone on the record. They publicly said this. They said that Donald Trump was not wanted in New York and that no one in New York City would vote for Donald Trump. That's what we were told at the time that this video was being taken. And yet there were over 100, almost 200 people who were there live for a couple of hours in the Bronx, telling not just each other, but telling everyone in the neighborhood, everyone driving by, that Republicans can be black, conservatives can be Hispanic, that women won't vote for Kamala Harris because she's not the best choice. And as it wound up, Donald Trump did phenomenally well in New York. Did he lose New York State? Absolutely. Did he lose New York City? Absolutely. But in the bluest of blue counties, which is in the Bronx, and in the bluest of blue states, which is New York State, Donald Trump came closer than almost any Republican since Ronald Reagan. That's the thing to take away from this. People were amazed. And this is one of the reasons I think this is a top video, not just amongst my audience, but for people all across the country. They were amazed that there were so many black Republicans, conservatives, libertarians, third party that existed and were willing to be heard, to have their voices heard, to speak to the power and to say, no, the Democrats weren't the best choice or the only choice. There were other choices, and those choices were valid, not just for the presidential race, but down the ballot as well. This event had about 15 candidates, each and every one of them a conservative or Republican that was running against a Democrat in the Bronx alone. And according to the mainstream news media, none of them existed. They told you didn't exist. And yet here they were. And this is one of the reasons that New York City has the number of reporters and members of the news media in New York City alone is enough. If you were just to take the mainstream ABC, CBS, NBC, MSN, all the different news channels, One Nation, all of them, put them, Newsmax, put them all together. There are enough journalists and reporters and members of the news media to fill a small town. From just the people in the news industry in New York City, in the mainstream news industry, you can fill a small city. We're talking like 10,000 people. And they weren't willing to cover this event. We did. From beginning to end, we covered every single speaker, everything that was said. We covered the crowd. We took photos of it as well. And we provided it to you to let you know what the mainstream wouldn't, that you have a choice, that your voice does matter, and that you aren't alone. Probably the biggest thing, one of the big things on this channel, you aren't alone. If you're not a Democrat, if you're not a progressive, you aren't alone. And the news media wants you to think you are. They try and frame it every single time like you're the only one in existence that isn't a black Democrat or a Hispanic Democrat or a woman that isn't a Democrat. You're not. Not even close. Even in the bluest of blue counties in the entire nation, you aren't alone. And I thought that was pretty important. Joe says, I remember you mentioning that no media showed up to these rallies. No, they didn't. Again, over 10,000, closer to 20,000 news media members live in New York City or surrounding New York City. New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, surrounding and in New York City, over 10,000, probably closer to 20,000 members of the press. Many of them living in the Bronx, some of them in that neighborhood itself. They didn't come to cover this. You couldn't find out about this. If I wasn't there live streaming as a member of the press, there would be no member of the press that covered this event and let the public know about it. So yeah, Joel, it was quite something else. Grace says, I guess black conservative lives and voices don't matter. No, not according to the Democratic Party, not according to New York City, not according to Governor Kathy Hochul or New York Congressman Richie Torres. No, we don't. And yet, here we are. So I thought that was a pretty important one before we go forward. So this is number 4.
I saw a war in Iraq that was manipulated by CIA data to bring.
We're now into the top 4 videos of 2024 as chosen by you, my audience, and many people who found the channel for the first time in 2024. Thousands upon thousands of people that found this channel. And I hope each and every one of you eventually will subscribe. We hope we have earned it in 2024. Maybe we haven't. We want to get to 5,000 subscribers, but I know that there have been tens of thousands of people who have seen this channel just in 2024 alone for the first time. And they're just from the top 10 videos that we're showing, not even including our shorts, which have reached over 100,000 people just by the top 20 shorts alone. But here we go. This is yet another example, and I know it's not the best video. We live streamed from Freedom Fest in Las Vegas this year. We went out, we covered, and we were covering the Libertarian candidates and RFK and Tom Massey, who was there. We were covering all of them and doing live events, live interviews, and taped interviews throughout the entire event. It's kind of like CPAC, but for libertarians. That's Freedom Fest. And so we covered all of that. And we were among the few in the mainstream news media that were covering this debate, which is the Libertarian candidate, Jill Stein, with the Green Party, and one other candidate from one of the other third party. We covered third party. I'm a conservative Republican. Never hidden that, ever. We talk about it often. I am a conservative Republican, and I vote, generally, conservative Republican. I've run as a Republican for Congress and other offices. I do not hide that from anyone. And I make sure that we allow all voices to be heard on this channel. We want you to know that you have choices. And as you can see, there were hundreds, actually thousands that were there for this debate on foreign policy that we didn't get to hear with Kamala Harris, that we didn't get to hear with Joe Biden, that we barely got to hear from Donald Trump. One of the biggest issues when we have Americans who are being held by Hamas, when we have a war, a proxy war with Russia through the Ukraine, when we have China that is pushing at the time that this happened, Freedom Fest this summer, China was nearly at war with the Philippines, who we have a treaty with. And Japan had just announced that they were building the first army they've had since 1945. That's what was happening with Freedom Fest. And barely anyone was able to hear this from the mainstream news media. But we covered it all, including this part with Chase Oliver, who had become the candidate for the Libertarian Party.
Our troops in harm's way, and it killed thousands of troops. It killed and displaced millions of Iraqis. And now we have tens of thousands of military veterans who have suffered from suicide due to the trauma they suffered from the United States war machine. So as Commander-in-Chief, the first thing I'm going to do is signaling that we're removing our military footprint from every single continent. We are not the world's police. It is not our job to fight wars all over the world. It is not our job to exacerbate conflict in the world. In fact, the best way that we can promote peace is through free trade, free markets, and actually engaging in free commerce and voluntary exchange with nations around the world. Because if I'm selling something to you or I'm buying something from you, I don't have a vested interest in shooting at you. And that's the way we change this. Right now, we've been exporting our values around the world with the bomb, the bullet, and the drone. And it has led to further tension against the United States. It will eventually, as Ron Paul and others have said in the past, it will lead to blowback if we continue this. We have to end the war machine and promote peace through actually saying we are not going to be dropping bombs on your kids anymore. That's the first thing that we need to be doing. How many Iraqis are dead? How many people see their kids dying around the world? How many kids have died in Gaza today in the Ukraine war because the United States has exacerbated the conflict? It's time for us to have a new foreign policy vision, one that is rooted in actual free trade and diplomacy with our neighbors, because that's the way we engage with our neighbors here at home. We engage in commerce and discourse and respect with one another. We don't shoot our neighbors just because we disagree with them, and we need to make that the policy of the United States.
So that was Chase Oliver. And, I don't agree with Chase Oliver. I've met Chase Oliver in person. I've covered Chase Oliver in person. And I spoke to him at Freedom Fest as well. But even though I don't agree with his politics, even though I think he's completely wrong on the way that he was positioning or describing the impact of Hamas on Americans, and totally ignored the fact that Hamas had American hostages, as you can hear in that small piece, and misrepresented the U.S. position around the world, that's fine. Chase Oliver, he's a grown man. He defended himself. That was his position, and he was the candidate for the Libertarian Party. Whether or not they could have done better is immaterial. But he was on stage, and he deserved to be heard. Now, I know there were some people who heard the event. They saw my live coverage from Freedom Fest, and some people who decided they would vote for Chase Oliver, and some people said they wouldn't because of what he was talking about with foreign policy. But you know what? The American people should have heard about the foreign policy from all of the candidates, that they should have had a defined and clear understanding of what is America's foreign policies going forward. In 2025, what will America do and what won't America do? And sadly, the mainstream media didn't provide that. They didn't cover that. And you're right, Grace. The media coverage might grow some of these movements if the mainstream media were to cover it. Maybe the Libertarian Party, the Green Party, the Conservative Party, Republicans might do better amongst black people, Hispanics, women, white people, you name it. Americans might be more interested in these parties if they ever heard from these candidates. But you know what? What if they had the best answer? Chase Oliver, in my opinion, didn't have the best answer. Neither did Jill Stein. The third-party candidates weren't the best choices. But you know what? You at least got to hear them to know and find out. And I appreciate and I love the fact that so many people, not just in my audience, More people than in my entire subscriber base were watching that live and have watched it since. And people were watching it before the election to make up their mind, because that's what America's about. That's what should have been happening. And ABC, NBC, CBS, MSNBC, CNN should have all been doing that. That's their job. It's not to make the decision on how you're going to vote for you. It's to inform you so you can make your vote based on your values. Maybe that's why so many people love there's so many videos that are in our top 10 that have to do with the election and have to do with the choices and listening to the candidates, actually listening to the candidates and not putting a political spin. Yes, I'm a Republican. Yes, I'm conservative. But the top videos, they're not about my spin. They're about the information out there, about what were the questions you had and who was giving you the best answers. To hear these choices for yourself, even as the mainstream media told you you didn't exist. And I think that's one of the great things that we are able to do on this channel. And I appreciate you guys so much, because you listened, you shared this, you subscribed, and you saw these videos, you saw these news events. And I wish my camera was better. It was the first time that I had been at Freedom Fest. And I was working with an older camera, so I wasn't able to get the best sound, the best visual, but I was there. At least I was there. At least I was trying, and at least you could hear it. And that, I think, was important. And I think that's why thousands of people watch this on all the different social media channels. About 10,000 or so people were watching this live and afterwards before the election. And I thank each and every one of you. And as I'm able to get more money, if you guys decide with PayPal or Patreon and you're supporting the channel, then yeah, maybe I'll get some new cameras and I'll be able to get better images and better recordings for you of these live events. We will try. And thank you, Grace. I know there are some people who came over from Larry Sharp, who's my good friend and a libertarian, and has some ideas that we agree on and some we very much don't. And I respect him and I respect his audience as much as I do my own, and everyone who isn't in my audience. I respect you all. So I do thank you for coming over and checking us out. All right, so let's go on. We're in the top three 2024. This is what America was focused on at the end of the year. Now we're reviewing it at the end of the year. This is what America really was interested in.
But there's a good ending for AI too. It could be used by the people to make government responsive and transparent again. And blockchain has a very, very strong role in doing that too. And that's why we need to support those, keep them here in our country, and keep them. And we need to elect a president who understands the potential and the peril of those technologies. They have the capacity, AI has the capacity to make us the boss, the sovereign of our government once again. And I'm going to use it that way. Government officials will once again work for us. Telling the truth is the only way to rebuild trust that decades of lies have ruined.
I've got to say, it's kind of funny that RFK Jr., and again, this is at Freedom Fest in Las Vegas. This is my live coverage of that event. I had a static camera, so I wasn't in the room at the time, but I was providing the live coverage so people could hear RFK. Remember, at that time, as you can tell by the barriers that were put up, he was getting no Secret Service coverage. This is before Donald Trump, the first assassination attempt against Donald Trump. There was no Secret Service. And this is when RFK Jr., who was definitely in third place in the polling across the nation, had a chance to win. And he had significant and serious death threats against him. And he still came to Las Vegas. He came to Freedom Fest. He came and he spoke, even though they provided no serious or real security for him. Those barriers were not protection. Let's be honest. And yet he still came out to talk to the American people. And the mainstream news media really didn't care. They really didn't provide any coverage. But you know what? I did. I made sure you could hear about, he's talking about AI, a big issue throughout the year that people have been on and off talking about, mostly in entertainment, but AI isn't restricted to just entertainment. It has a big impact on politics and the developing of technology. He also was talking about Bitcoin and blockchain and alternative income streams. That is a major concern, especially now that we're at $35-36 trillion, looking at $37-38 trillion in debt by the time we get through the first year of 2025. This is a big deal. How will we make America solvent? And if it isn't solvent, then how big a problem will that be? Not just for the United States, for the entire world. So I'm not surprised that he was the number 3 video in the entire year across all the platforms, and that there were tens of thousands who got to see across the different platforms to see our coverage of RFK in Freedom Fest, where most Americans were not being told, where he was still suffering from the same news media blackout since the day he went independent. The Democrat Party put a media blackout on him, and you saw no coverage. If there was any coverage from mainstream media, it was attacking RFK Jr., telling you how he was brain dead, that he was evil, he was bad, he was everything wrong. Was the only time they would ever mention RFK Jr.'s name. And yet, he filled this room. He filled the entire Freedom Fest audience. Thousands of people in person to hear him speak on these subjects. Thousands of people watched my video, and I'm only a small channel. Imagine if I had 5,000 subscribers. We would have had 50,000 people watching this coverage. And then how that might have affected already we know RFK, because he had so much of a following, is the reason why we're now talking about making America healthy. We're now talking about what is the best way to feed Americans, to provide them healthy foods, to end food deserts. We would never have that conversation if it were not for RFK Jr. And this coverage helped to get us to this point. You watching this coverage, sharing this coverage, telling people that there is someone else who is a Republican and is willing to hear what else is being said, because it might help America. That's the biggest thing. So let me finish that.
So that's the first crisis, a crisis of lies. The second is even more dangerous. It's the crisis of division. Remember during COVID, when issues about masks and vaccines were pitting family members against each other? Well, those divisions are still simmering under the surface. And the two parties keep inflaming them toward a terrifying eruption. Our politics today is so polarized that each side thinks the other doesn't just have a worse candidate, but they think the other is an existential threat to democracy and to the republic. But actually, the real threat, the real existential threat, is our division.
You know, I got to agree with that. Again, RFK Jr. is an absolute leftist. No doubt about it. And when you look at all of his policies, all of his stances, he's an absolute leftist. I would never vote for him. As a conservative, as a Republican, I would never vote for RFK Jr. I have a lot of issues with his isolationist policies and some of the other things that he supports. But I do agree with him that the problem is the division, the intersectionality that's being shoved down the throat of the American people. I do have interest in what's going to happen with AI and our technology, and knowing that we have leaders who are aware of this and are considering the consequences of their actions. I do appreciate that RFK, as Secretary of DHS, and he's going to be in charge of food and health in America. I think that's a positive thing. and it should be heard. We are seeing an improvement in the food and the quality of food, the ingredients of food in America already before before Donald Trump ever takes a second of power in 2025. We are already getting better. And that's because even though the mainstream media blacked him out, we heard him. We still were able to find out. And I agree with you, Grace, that, as you said, legacy media is dying. It's dying because it's trying to be the boss. It's trying to micromanage each and every one of us in terms of our feelings. They're trying to micromanage our politics to make the decision of who we're going to vote for already based on the political agenda of the mainstream legacy media. And that isn't where the American people are. Just like Kathy Hochul, just like Gavin Newsom, just like J.B. Pritzker and Josh Shapiro, they're not connected. It's like Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer has no idea what the American constituent is doing. He has no connection to him. He only shows up for a photo op, and that's it. Kathy Hochul, only time she's around anyone that isn't in politics is when she has a photo op, like she did on the subway after a woman got burned to death because of her open border policies. So you're right. And channels, people will go, and in the future, more and more people will find channels, but it's going to be harder, folks. They are already making it much, much harder. Google and YouTube are making sure that it's harder to find channels like mine. Even though I've been doing this for 18 years, according to the algorithms, I should be one of the top. I'm in the top 83% of news media on the internet. Top 83% in the world. But the difference between being in the top 83% and the top 90% is staggering. And that difference is the algorithms. That's subscribers. That's people watching the show. And they hold us down because they don't want us to do this coverage. They don't want you to hear these voices or have these conversations. Grace goes on to say, RFK is an absolute leftist. That's true. But it shows how the Democratic Party will shut you down if you're not in lockstep with the party bosses. Marianne Williamson can also attest to that. That's what happened to her as well. Anyone who wasn't exactly right. Remember, if you question Kamala Harris because you supported Joe Biden, you were a racist. Remember? That was the answer. You're racist. That's why you don't like Kamala Harris. You must be sexist and racist. Well, wait a minute. What about the fact that there was a bait and switch? You raised all the money and got all the primary votes for Joe Biden, and now we have Kamala Harris. That's a bait and switch. Oh, but that's racist. To even mention that is racist and sexist. It tells you something about the Democratic Party. It tells you about politics and the fact that the news media was more than happy to go along with that without ever asking the question or giving us the answer, who's actually in charge of America? It's not Joe Biden. It hasn't been Joe Biden since 2021. We now know for a fact at the end of the Biden-Harris presidency, their administration, we now know it wasn't Joe Biden, but we don't know who was in charge. We just know that Joe Biden wasn't mentally fit to be in there. That's all we know for sure. This is why we're doing better. This is why it's so important to have your voices, folks, to have you guys with us. Grace goes on to say, I thought RFK Jr. was courageous to keep up the fight like he did, and I'm glad Trump took him on board. It was Reagan-like in its big tent approach for conservatives. Well, no one person has all the great ideas. And very often in politics, especially with just the Democrats and Republicans, looking at the establishment Republicans, the establishment Democrats, they're very much old school, like Middle Ages. They're the nobles. They get to make the decisions, and we are the peasants that just have to follow and do what they say. That's how modern politics is. That's why Kathy Hochul, when she gets on the subway chain, she says, it's safe. So you can't complain. You have to agree with her. She has to say, I'm going to put in a new tax, a congestion tax in New York City. And that's going to be good. And that'll make the air clean and it'll make everything better. No, it won't. It's just because New York State's out of money because they keep driving people away. Now we have a $75 billion new tax that's going to increase energy costs. And she's saying, oh, that's because of climate change. It's going to be good. It's great. No, it's not. It's not going to improve anything because China isn't stopping polluting the air. India isn't stopping their pollution. 30 countries in Africa are not stopping their pollution. So no, it's not going to make global climate change is not going to be solved. You're just going to pay more money to make up for the money that's being wasted by Kathy Hochul and the Democrats in New York State, in California, in Illinois. They're just getting more money from you to spend on their pet projects. It's kind of sad. But let me go on to number 2. So number 2, the second most popular video live stream event as chosen by you, my audience. You'll be surprised. I know we've covered a few things. There is a lot more that we could cover. Of course, it is politics. There's a lot going on right now, like with the Pledge of Allegiance, and there was a recent YouGov poll about that. I'll do a different video on it. But is there any subject, any topic, any issue that you didn't get a chance to speak about yet that you believe is very important that you want to reach out to people and say right now?
You see, I'm going to use my media communications arts degree from Dust City College and bring it back to your point of the Pledge of Allegiance, survey that you sent me, in which this thing that kids repeat throughout their childhood was very instrumental to me at Cardinal Spelling from my social studies teacher, United States government, Mr. Rivlin. And he'll say something that I'm going to repeat that'll break a lot of mindsets. He said, you know what? This country is not a democracy. The whole class, it's a democracy. True. And what he did was mind-blowing. He said, right now, I want this entire class to say the Pledge of Allegiance. And that ended it. You see what I'm saying? Because if you repeat the Pledge of Allegiance and to the Republic for which it stands, then you see the media lies and all the promulgation, democracy. So wait a minute, this is a republic based on
Constitutional
the United States Constitution, right?
Yeah.
And then it's like, you can't fool me anymore with this democracy. He said, yeah, if this is a democracy, that means everybody has to vote every day and all day, all the time. Your representatives has to do that, for you, through you and your votes. And democracy is dangerous because, you can have a majority taking advantage of the minority.
So,
the president of the Bronx.
Okay. So that was pretty interesting. Because,
the president of the Bronx.
So that number 2 video, that was a candidate. That was Dion Powell of the Bronx Conservative Party. He was running for an election in the Bronx, New York, as a conservative candidate. And I think one of the reasons why that is so popular was one of the second most popular video of 2024. It was an interview that I had taped with Dion, provided to you unedited, in full context, of a candidate in the Bronx who's black and not a Democrat. And I think a lot of people were shocked by that. I think a lot of people were surprised that there was a black candidate actually in the Bronx who was running and not a Democrat and is not running on democratic principles. He's not part of the Democratic Socialists of America. He's not part of the Green Party. He's not left. He's a conservative, and he's black, and he's from the Bronx, and he was running. And I think a lot of people were surprised by that. A lot of people across, not just the United States, but across the world, had not seen black candidates that were Republican and black candidates that were conservative. They're not used to seeing that. And I think, I was the only major news media organization that actually did an interview with Dion, a candidate. You would think some local news agency would have presented a candidate to the American people, that the local news in the Bronx or in New York, local news would have done an interview with Dion Powell to let voters know about the choices that they had in the election, that this is a candidate who's willing to do an interview and speak with you. They didn't. And I've interviewed a lot of candidates, and I'm more than happy to interview Democrats, progressives. I'll interview any candidate for any position if they're a legitimate candidate. You have a position, you're not insane? Absolutely. Let's speak to the public and make your case. But why is it that me, a single guy, just one person, working by myself, I am in poverty, and I am able to get the interviews and present that to the public, and yet ABC, CBS, NBC, all the mainstream news media would not do that. The local news media would not interview this candidate and let the public know they have a choice. Whether he won or not is unimportant. It's not the important part. Or how many votes he did or didn't get, that's not the important part. The important part is you had a choice. And the news media, if they were doing their job, they would have done interviews just like I did. They would have provided information to the public just like I did. And if I can do that as one man, then ABC and CBS and PBS could easily have done it with all of their equipment, their studios, all of their staff. They have no excuse. They live in New York City. They have no excuse. They live in the Bronx. They have access to Zoom, just like I did. They could have done this. They could have presented this candidate to the public and let them know, but they were protecting the power base. They were protecting their partisan political ideology. So I think the reason why a lot of people got to see Dion and were very interested in learning about that candidate was because they didn't know they had a choice. They didn't know there was someone else running. They didn't know that there was anyone but Democrats running. And they were interested in finding out who else is there. And people around the world were saying, oh my God, I thought all black people were just Democrats. You mean there are black people who aren't Democrats and are in politics that are running for elected office? You'd be surprised how many people sent me messages after that video and were like, oh my God, I didn't know there was someone running. I didn't know there was anyone running for elected office. I didn't know there was a black guy who was running in the Bronx and wasn't a Democrat. You'd be amazed how many people said that was the first time that they ever heard about Dion and his election campaign. It's amazing. Going back to the comments, Joel mentioned that when he was looking, if you were to look at pictures of New York City in 1974, which I was alive for, and look at that and compare it to today, there is so much less pollution that we've extremely reduced the amount of pollution in New York City. And depending on which part of New York that you look at, that's true. There has been a significant decrease in the amount of pollution in New York City. But we have other problems instead. There's different types of crime, different kinds of, we've had more decay, and we have had more things break down. But yes, there is less pollution. We have successfully been cleaning up New York and not just the city, the river, the bay. We've been doing a great job. And yet they're telling us, you listen to Gov Hochul, you think we haven't done anything at all. You would think that it isn't New York, it's Haiti. You would think that this is some third world nation filled with nothing but coal and dung fires and shanty towns. That's not the case. But they'd like to make you think that because it gives them power. And it justifies everything that they do, even when it shouldn't be. Joel goes on to say, I hope Dexter Taylor piece is number one. That was really good. I like Dexter Taylor. My coverage of Dexter Taylor, I thought was a very important video. For people who don't know about that, Dexter Taylor was a man in Brooklyn. He had a hobby. He wanted to learn to become a gunsmith, and his hobby was to build firearms. Firearms that he never fired. Firearms that he had as a collection in his house, in his gun safe, that he didn't talk about on social media. Excuse me. He didn't talk about them on social media. He didn't sell any of them to anyone. It was just his hobby, which is completely legal. He built his entire setup to learn how to make firearms completely legal. Did not break the law, but New York State didn't like it. Literally, that was the argument. New York State didn't like that Dexter Taylor was learning to become a gunsmith. He happened to be a black man in his mid-50s, no crimes, ever. He's a law-abiding citizen who used his money legally to have a hobby that no one else knew about. And New York State followed the trail of his purchases and decided to break into his house in the early morning and arrest him because he had a hobby with firearms. And he's now spending 10 years in jail. I interviewed him when he was from jail. I did an interview with him while he was in jail with his lawyer. And I was speaking with him, and I think I was with the Liberty First Foundation at the time. And we talked to him about his case. And he is appealing. It's going to go to the Supreme Court, but he is in jail right now for not committing a crime, for not breaking any laws, not endangering a single person's life, just because New York State didn't like it. But that isn't the number one video. I wish it was, but it isn't. It was a popular video, but it didn't make the top 10 list. Not every, like I said, some of the videos about Joe Biden lying to the American people, videos about Hamas and what's happening overseas, the foreign policy of the Biden-Harris administration in 2024, issues about the economy and food, a lot of topics that I thought were very important didn't make it. But as you can see throughout the list, most people in America were absolutely, intensely looking for more news about the elections. They wanted to find out more about these candidates, local races, national races, state races. They wanted to know about the candidates and the choices that they had. They were desperate to hear anything besides what the mainstream media was saying in 30 seconds. 30 seconds wasn't enough to understand the choices. 30 seconds chopped up videos that were hyper partisan wasn't helping. People weren't political zombies. They wanted to be involved. They wanted to have choices. They wanted to make up their mind for themselves. And the mainstream news media didn't want to do it. So they were finding channels like mine, like Larry Sharpe, like Kit Cabello and Hard Lens Media. They were looking for the other voices out there to give them the information so they can make up their mind for themselves. And we saw, because people did find people like Kit Cabello and Larry Sharpe and myself and the Liberty First Foundation, because they did hear the full, unedited, complete story and got to hear the candidates speak themselves, well, Democrats lost. This is why there is an approved media and then there's everybody else. This is why Google is trying to shut down any political voices that aren't approved, that don't toe the political line. If you don't agree with the New York Times, they don't want anyone to hear your voice. I'm so happy that not only my audience and not only the 45% of people who joined my audience, but thousands and thousands of people that I've never seen before, that haven't been part of the channel before, were watching and getting their news from what we were providing. I wish more of them did subscribe, and who knows, they might have, and Google might have unsubscribed them. Quite possible. But I'm glad that we were able to provide that for them because of your support. because you like and share and subscribe, because of my Patreon members, because of those who help us on PayPal. It's your support that has allowed us to get to these different events, to speak to these different people, to be able to make sure we're getting the coverage. May not be the best camera, but we're there. And we're getting the information for you so that you can see it for yourself. And that's what it's all about. And that's why the number one video, this was an example of all of that. We went to an event in the Bronx, and we were told there are no black conservatives. There are no black Republicans. This is before Donald Trump came to the Bronx. Before he had 10,000 people, actually 15,000 people show up to listen to Donald Trump in the Bronx. And we were told, no, those aren't real people. But there's 15,000 of them. We covered that. But before that even happened, a week before that event, there was another event, which the mainstream news media didn't pay attention to, didn't think it was real, didn't bother to show up. They thought no one was going to go there. Kathy Hochul had already said there are no black Republicans in the Bronx. Congressman Torres of the New York 15th District said there are no black conservatives, no black Republicans. They don't exist in the Bronx. Trump has no place. There is no love for Donald Trump in the Bronx. That's what they said. And then we had the reality. And the reality, as I covered it, was that there are black conservatives. There are black Republicans. This was the first conservative party, Bronx Conservative Party rally in the Bronx before Donald Trump. A week before Donald Trump came to the Bronx, they had this rally. And the mainstream news media didn't cover a single minute of it. They didn't bother to show up. They didn't think it was real. They didn't think it was serious. They didn't care. And more importantly, not only did they not care, they didn't want the competition. They didn't want people to know they had a choice. If you're black, if you're Hispanic, if you're Asian, you're supposed to vote Democrat. If you're a woman, you're supposed to vote Democrat. And they didn't want you to have another choice. We did. We wanted you to make up your own mind. And that's why this is the number one across all of our channels on YouTube, on Rumble, on Facebook, on DLive, I think at the time on Twitter, across all the channels. This was the number one video. People wanted to hear why there were black Republicans, why there are black conservatives, why women were willing to vote for Donald Trump. They wanted to hear and find out, why is this happening? Because the mainstream won't tell them. And they came in the tens of thousands to watch this video.
The president of the Bronx.
Thank you. Gracias, Tina. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bible says.
Now, I want you to see this. As you're watching this, I was walking around the event. One, to let you know how many people were there. About 100. Again, this is the first rally. This is before Donald Trump shows up. When everyone's not sure if anyone would show up to see Donald Trump in the Bronx. Before anyone had any idea of how many people would actually show up, there was this rally. And in this rally, I want you to see the people here. Black, they're white, they're Hispanic, they're Asian, they're old, they're young. They're people of every type across the diversity of New York City is in this moment. The diversity of the Bronx is here on display. You can see it for yourself. You can see it live. Something that the mainstream news media didn't want anyone to know. They wanted to hide this from everyone. This is what they did not want you to understand, that when I'm walking around, it's not 5 people. It's not, a handful. There are hundreds who came out for 2 hours to say they wanted to vote for Donald Trump because he had the best choice. Better than Joe Biden, better than Kamala Harris. He was the best choice. And they're Republicans and they're conservatives. And they have no problem letting people know they weren't afraid. I want you to see that crowd. Watch that crowd in the background.
That there is a time for everything. Hay tiempo siempre para todo. Yo le voy a pedir. Bueno, mira, I got my people. You can do it.
What you're hearing him right now, he's complaining. There's one guy, one protester at this event. That's it. Not the Democratic Party didn't protest. The Green Party, the Conservative, the Communist Party, the Democrats didn't protest. You would think, wait a minute, but they were surrounded. Supposedly, according to Kathy Hochul, according to Richie Torres, we were surrounded by nothing but Democrats. And obviously, we were the oddballs. One person showed up to protest, and he was mad because he thought Donald Trump would be at this event, not the event that would show up a week later. That's what he was mad about. That's the one guy complaining, and that's the one complaint that he had, which I covered live in this live stream. You could see that was his argument. Donald Trump wasn't at this event. He was going to be at the next one. And he was upset because he wanted to see Donald Trump at this event. That was the only complaint in 2.5 hours of coverage. That's it. Not one Democrat came up and said, oh, I disagree. Not one of the progressives came up and said, oh, you guys are all wrong. No one said, oh, you guys are all Trumpers and you're out of your mind and you're all evil MAGA people. Not one. Not one. In the middle of the Bronx. But that's why you didn't hear about it. That's why the news media didn't cover it. Because there was no one in the Bronx that was upset that these people, these various, different, diverse group of people were supporting Donald Trump. Some of them are migrants, legal migrants. There are some illegal migrants. I know for a fact there are some illegal migrants that were here, that were listening because they support Donald Trump too, as well as citizens of every type. And they were all here.
You got it. You cannot do that. Nosotros tenemos en el día de hoy una misión. We have a mission today. We have a purpose today. Tenemos un propósito hoy. Aquí en el sur del Bronx, right here in the South Bronx, we have a purpose. Black and Hispanic united. To send a message. To mandar un mensaje a Donald Trump y al mundo entero. Donald Trump, we want you in the Bronx. We want you here. We want you to come. Queremos que Donald Trump, el jueves que viene, next Thursday, Donald Trump will be here in the Bronx.
And he wasn't wrong. He wasn't wrong. Because the next Thursday, 15,000 people of every race, creed, color, religion, sexual orientation, sexual preference, all showed up to listen to Donald Trump talk in the Bronx to New Yorkers about not voting Democrat, not being bluer than blue, to consider, at least once, to consider voting for him. And he won a lot of people over. The Bronx conservatives and the Bronx Conservative Party, the Bronx Republican Party, did a fantastic job of convincing many people to vote for Donald Trump, as did the Staten Island Republican Party, the Queens Republican Party, the Manhattan Republican Party. Yes, in every one of the boroughs, there are Republicans and conservatives and third-party groups, libertarians, all exist. They're real. And their voices deserve to be heard. And we were making sure in 2024, as much as we were being threatened by Google and YouTube and the social media giants being told, oh, but you have to toe the line, obey the messaging. Only the approved message will get promoted. Literally, January 2024, Google came out and said they changed their algorithm to promote the approved messaging of mainstream news media. They actually told all the content creators. They spoke to people like me and Larry Sharp and Kit Cabello and the Liberty First Foundation and told us, we're not going to let people see you. We don't want people to know that they have a choice. Toe the line. They wanted Google, YouTube, the social media giants wanted me to lie to you, to say what CNN and MSNBC were saying and say, oh, no, Kamala Harris is going to win. Joe Biden is smart as a tack. Donald Trump had no choice in hell. RFK was just insane. That's what they wanted us to say. That's not the truth. That's not the reality. And yes, they convinced many people. There were people in my audience who were watching. Some of them are progressive. Some of them are Democrats. Some of them are leftists. And they were saying, no, Mike, you're wrong. You just don't understand. Okay, guess what? I went to the events. I watched the public. I covered this, and I have been covering this for 18 years, going on 19 years now. 2025 will be 19 years of providing political commentary and coverage. 19 years. Yes, the public wanted to have a voice. They wanted to hear the choices available, and your support allowed me to go out and make sure people knew the choices that they had. No matter what you finally decided, I've never asked anyone how they voted, and I don't care. However you voted was on you. That was your choice. I just wanted to make sure you had an honest opportunity to understand what were you voting for and understand the consequences of what you voted for. And going forward, in 2025, Donald Trump's in. I will hold his feet to the fire as much as I did every other administration before him. And as much as I will hold the Republicans as accountable as I hold the Democrats. As I said, I don't agree with Elon Musk or Vivek Ramaswamy. I understand why they support H-1B visas. But my opinion hasn't changed since 2013 when I first found out about the consequences of H-1B visas. Yes, they're good for business. And I understand why any and every business, and especially the tech industry, why they love H-1B visas. It's cheap labor. I get it. And I understand why so many people in India want to apply for an H-1B visa, because they get to come to America and they get to bring their family. And America is way better than India. That's just a fact. You can be Indian from India and you can love India and Pakistan and think they're fantastic countries. America's better. It just is. That's why we have 10 times as many, 20 times as many people coming from India coming to America as opposed to living in America and going to India. About 20 times as many people. I'm rounding up. But that's how extreme it is. It's exponentially different. So, yeah, I understand why H-1B visas. I understand why there's people who apply for them to come into America. And I understand why businesses will say, hey, I want those H-1B visa workers. They're cheaper. I get it. No unions, no college errors. They actually know how to work, as opposed to the graduates coming out of Columbia and Harvard, out of Yale and UCLA and Cornell University. They're useless. Half of those students are all useless. Sorry, if you got a degree, you went to one of these colleges and you got one of their basket weaving degrees, the degree in African studies, Africana studies, or in lesbian dance theory. I'm sorry, you wasted your money. It's a useless degree. You're not ready to work. You've never had a real job. Many of these students have never had a real job. If you have to bring your parents to the interview with you, you are not prepared for the real world. That's just a fact. That's 20% of the graduating class in 2024. They're not prepared. So I get it. But the long-term impact since 2013 is that H-1B visas mean that there are more Americans who are unemployed, who can't pay off their student loans, who are in massive debt and have wasted their time because they can't get that job. Not because they aren't qualified, not because they don't have the degree. Even some of them, maybe not all of them, but there are some of them who are ready to work and are qualified to work, and they can't because of the H-1B visas. And that doesn't even include the 7 to 10% of the people who get H-1B visas and become illegal aliens. They don't ever leave. They're supposed to leave America. They went through their 3 years. They got their extension for an extra 6 months, and they stayed and added to the burden of illegal aliens in America. I'm sorry. In my opinion, the negatives outweigh the benefits, especially when we have 6 Americans ready to do the job for every one H-1B visa applicant. 6. If half of them are useless, there's still 3 Americans with a degree, with college debt, that are capable and ready to do the job for every one applicant from another country. No, I don't agree with H-1B visas, and I will hold their feet to the fire, just like I did with red flag laws with Marco Rubio, and said I disagree. I absolutely fundamentally disagree with his understanding of red flag laws and how they impact people. I will fight for the good fight, not because I'm a Republican, not because I have conservative values, but because I'm looking at what's the best consequence for America. That's what this channel is about. This is what we do. And I appreciate each and every person who watches this, whether you watch it in part or in whole. I know we have longer shows than most channels have in a week. We do in a day. I know I do long form political commentary. We've been on today for 6.5 hours. And it's because it's important, because the issues are important, because the substance is important. You are important. Making sure that you know what's going on and understand the consequences and are involved in the politics is important, because only in America is that possible. No other nation does this. No other nation can do this because they don't have the right to free speech. And we have to defend that. And the only way we can do that is by being informed and being aware. Doesn't mean that you have to agree. I've never once said you have to agree with me. You don't hear me say that on this channel because that's not the point. I'm not trying to be right. It's not about my ego. It's about making sure you are informed. And if you disagree, you can disagree. If I get it wrong, I will tell you I got it wrong. But it's about making sure you have the access and the knowledge of what is happening. Joe says, I wish the GOP will put more effort into New York. It will never happen. He goes on to say, I feel like they phone it in because they are so outnumbered. It's not because they're outnumbered. There's something I used to say when I ran for elected office. It costs 10 times as much money to sell a lie as to tell the truth. So, as an example, it cost $1 billion for Kamala Harris to try and convince the American people that she was actually a good candidate, to try and make people believe that they should vote for her because she was the best choice. It cost $1 billion. That's ridiculous. And she's $20 million in debt because it's that expensive to sell a lie. To tell the truth, JFK spent, $30 million? Still, a ton of money, no doubt. He spent about $30 million on his campaign, and he got third place. And he's part of the administration that's now in charge. But he was telling the truth from his perspective. And mind you, RFK is a leftist. I don't even like most of his policies, but he was honest. And that's why he did so well. And it only cost him $30 million to get third place, where it cost Kamala Harris $1 billion to get second place. Just says something. And Joe Biden would have lost completely. Why? Why was Joe Biden going to be completely, if he had stayed in, why was he going to get swamped? I mean, just completely smashed? Because everything about the Biden administration, everything about Joe Biden in 2024 was a lie. He wasn't sharp as a tack. He wasn't and isn't in charge of America. He did cover up for his son. He covered up his son's crimes in a big way. He did make bad decisions that cost American lives in Afghanistan, in the Sudan, in the Ukraine, in Haiti, and also with Hamas in Gaza. I haven't forgotten. And that's how expensive those lies with Joe Biden have been. So in New York, if the GOP actually took the time, the Conservative Party, you saw it. You saw a couple of videos. They got hundreds of people to come out. That was just the Conservative Party. That was 15 candidates bringing people out and letting people know there is a choice. The Republicans could have done it. They could have made that difference. They didn't. They didn't try. They weren't trying hard. The Conservative Party was. The Republican Party wasn't. My own party. They don't. Let me share something with you, with my audience. Some people may know. I used to live for about 20 years. I lived in upstate New York, in Broome County, New York. And in Broome County, I was a member of the Republican Party, part of the GOP. I was what they call a committee man. So that's a member of the party, a voting member of the party. And that's a position you get elected to. Would go out, I would get signatures to make sure enough people would say, oh, no, I want him to be part of the committee and represent me in the Republican Party. Okay? So I knew all the Republican candidates. This is all public information. I never hid away from that. I made it very clear to people that I was a member of the Republican committee. When I came to New York a year and a half ago, because I lost my home, I lost my business, 2020 destroyed me. I lost everything. I lost 98% of everything I've ever owned. I lost it after 2020. So I came back to the Bronx, where my family has lived for the last 50 years. And I'm back here, and I reach out to the Republican Party in New York, the Bronx Republicans, the Manhattan Republicans. I reach out to the Republican GOP in New York City. That was a year and a half ago. To this day, I have never heard from them. I've never heard from the Republican Party. Not the Manhattan, Staten Island, Bronx, Queens, none of them. I have yet to hear from any of the Republican parties in New York City after a year and a half. And I'm not the only one. I know 3 or 4 other Republicans. Personally, I know several other Republicans who had the same experience, that they reached out to the Republican Party in New York City, and they have never heard from the Republican Party. They've never responded, not on email, not on phone calls, no response. Does that mean I'm not a Republican? Hell no, of course I am. I still believe in the policies of teaching someone to fish and not feeding them every single time. Help someone up. Give them a hand up, but don't shackle them to me. These are Republican values. We help those to help themselves. These are Republican values. We want a smaller government, a less intrusive government, because government is never right. Government is always wrong. They always make the worst choices possible. Government is wasteful, massively, intensely wasteful. And we know this. So I'm a Republican. That doesn't matter. I don't need the party to be a Republican or to have conservative values. But it would be nice it would be nice to have the party along with me, to again be a committee man, to be involved in helping to select the candidates, to be able to help those candidates make the arguments and the case for why they are Republican and why they deserve to win in elections. But it's just not there. So, Joel, when you say the GOP, if they just put more effort in, they're putting no effort in now. If they put in any effort, if they put in lackadaisical effort, it would be more effort than they're putting in now. So why do I think the GOP will lose in New York? Because to an extent, to varying extents throughout New York State, that's the way the Republican Party treats every part of this state. They're not serious. Some of the candidates are. That's true. People like Claudia Tenney, who's a friend of mine, who I've known and I've spoken with her. There are people who are very serious conservatives and Republicans that are candidates and or elected throughout the entire state. I do not take away from those individuals. There are some Republican committees throughout the state that actually do the job, that work hard, like in Tioga County. You guys do a great job. But most of the state, not really. They don't do anything. They kind of sit down and just are happy to be in second place. And that's all they want. They just want to be, we're also here. They're the number 2 in a race between 2 people. They're always in second place, but no one else is ever able to run. That's the problem with New York Republicans. In terms of the party, not the individuals, in terms of the party. We could do so much more. There are 1 in 5 New York residents is a gun owner. That's the last numbers that I had. It's hard to confirm, but the estimate is 1 in 5 New York residents is a gun owner. You would think that if the Republican Party could just rally the gun owners in New York State, we could change. We wouldn't have the red flag laws that are useless and don't help. We wouldn't have Dexter Taylor in jail right now. We wouldn't have women getting killed by illegal aliens because they can't defend themselves. We could do that. We have the votes. 1 in 5, and that's just 1 in 5 of the gun owners. That doesn't include the rest of the Republicans, the rest of the conservatives, the libertarians, and Democrats that also agree in the Second Amendment values. We could protect women throughout the entire state, but the Republicans won't do it. It's just that simple. So my choice, the choice of this channel is we can give up and say, oh, you know what? I can't get 5,000 subscribers. I'm in poverty. You know what? Let me just give it up and go work at McDonald's. I could do that. I could say, you know what? The Republican Party is just useless. So I'll just give up. I just won't tell anyone I'm a conservative or a Republican. I won't tell them about any of my values, and I'll just let the state go and get run into the dirt. Or I can continue to do what I've been doing for 18 years. To get out and fight. To try and make this state better. To improve and remember the Constitution, the amendments, the rights that we have, that every nation in the world is jealous that we have. To try and make a better community for the next generation so that they can get closer to the Constitution and they can have a better life too. To make sure that we remain the beacon of freedom that the rest of the world looks at and is jealous of. I've made my choice. And I'm so happy so many of you agree with my choice. And that you guys support me on individual videos and interviews and events, as well as every week on the weekly broadcast, the live stream. Because we're not going to give up. I'm not going to give up. I'm going to keep doing this. It's not about getting rich. I'm not. I'm not going to get. I've been doing this too long. I know. I'm never going to be rich. I'm never going to be Tim Pool. I gave up on those kind of dreams. I just want to be effective and efficient, so that my state, my local community, my state, and my country can be effective and efficient. That's all. I just want to be one of those people helping to improve America. And we only can improve America if we have open, honest, and real conversations, that we have real coverage of events, that we get to speak to all of the candidates and get real answers from all of them, and that we hold our government elected officials accountable, regardless of their political ideology. Let me see. There's a couple of comments here. Let's see. Grace says, I met more and more conservatives in the Midwest from New York and California. The exodus is still happening. Oh, absolutely. Because the easiest thing we can do is leave New York. And I can't say that I haven't considered it. Every Republican I know, every conservative I know, every right-leaning American I know in New York State over the last 10 years has been considering, on a continuing basis, have been considering leaving New York State, because so many of us already did. Almost the majority of people, about 250,000 to 300,000 New Yorkers, leave New York every year for the last decade. We've lost about 3 million people in the last 10 years, on and off. And you wouldn't notice it because, according to the census, they count illegal aliens as if they were actually American citizens. And that's why New York was able to keep as many, we only lost one member of Congress in the 2020 census instead of losing 3. It's because we counted the illegal aliens, which was Joe Biden. Joe Biden changed the rule. And so you can count illegal aliens as if they were American citizens. And that helped protect California. That helped protect New York. But you're right, Grace. Many of the Republicans, many of the conservatives, they've gone to the Midwest. They've gone to the South. They're getting out of New York. And I can't blame them. Look at what New York is doing. Higher and higher taxes. Newer and newer. Now we've got a congestion tax. Now we've got an energy tax. Now we're being forced to switch over to electric stoves and electric vehicles. If you ask the state of New York, they don't know where they're getting the electricity from. We don't make enough electricity in New York to support everyone switching over to electric vehicles and electric stoves and getting rid of gas and oil. We don't have the ability to make enough electricity. That is a fact. Ask the Department of Energy for New York State. They will tell you. It's in their charts. It's in their data. I've shown it on this channel before. They don't know where we're getting the extra energy we need. And yet we're doing it anyway. It just doesn't make any sense. Grace says, Sergeant Penny, Daniel Penny, should run for office if he is so inclined. There's no way in the hell that Daniel Penny is going to... I cannot see him running for an elected office. Because he's not going to get all the very same Democrats that arrested him, that forced him to be arrested, that tried to get him convicted and thrown in jail for decades, are the same ones he has to try and convince to vote for him. I don't think that's going to work. The same money managers in the Democratic Party, they'll throw every commercial. They will look at everything he has ever done in his military career and his life, and they will try and throw him under the bus because they already did. They'll do it again. They will misrepresent him. They will call him a member of the KKK. This is what the BLM did. BLM New York called Daniel Penny a member, a white supremacist and a member of the KKK. It was not true. There is no evidence of this whatsoever. But they did it just to discredit him, just to attack him, just because it helped their politics, because BLM New York wants some extra money. That's it. It wasn't because they were looking out for the American people. It's not because they ever cared about Jordan Neely. BLM New York never once tried to get help for Jordan Neely or anyone else. That's not what they're there for. They're there to make themselves rich, using race as the bait. And this is why Daniel Penny, I wouldn't want to be him to run. I've already been slandered from the left. I know how that feels like. I've had groups like and some of the progressive left movements in Broome County, they all slandered me. Called me a racist, called me a sexist, called me an Uncle Tom, and a bunch of other things. I know, and if I got that, just because I'm a black Hispanic and I was running as a Republican in central New York, imagine what would happen to Daniel Penny. I don't envy him that. I just don't. Grace says, the left wants to silence us. They do. They have no problem using intimidation tactics. That's true. I think they were shocked at the election results. They were beyond shocked. I mean, we saw the videos. They were stunned into silence. Their echo chamber said that the echo chamber of CNN and MSNBC at the New York Times, they all said that, no, Kamala Harris is going to win. It's going to be a landslide. Nobody wants Orange Man bad. Never once did they bother to go outside and talk to real Americans outside their echo chamber. That's why Blue Sky exists. Blue Sky exists so the same leftists can just talk amongst themselves and perpetuate the same lies that they believe, that they've been believing. They don't want the truth. They want just them. They want everyone to be just like they are. Nobody else wants that. It's like nobody wants to be Californian. Everyone's leaving California. Now, more people are leaving New York, but everyone's leaving California. No one wants to be California because California sucks. The Democrats have destroyed it. It's just a fact. Grace goes, I fear New York will look and feel like 1980s Moscow. Well, I can tell you what 1990s Moscow looked like. And I would say that that's kind of where we are now in certain respects. Not in terms of the architecture, not in terms of the design, but in terms of the feel. Yeah. New York's kind of like that now. I mean, we've got Disney. You've got 42nd Street, the Disney effect, which is just pure advertising. And honestly, I like 42nd Street back in the 80s more than I like 42nd Street today. Yeah, it was seedier, it was darker, it was gritty, it was rude, and somewhat a little dangerous too. But it was honest. It was honest, and there was more people interacting and genuinely being New Yorkers than being the tourist trap that 42nd Street is now. I hate 42nd Street now. It's just a tourist trap. It's nothing but suck your money away at the highest price possible. It's not really, it's soulless. And that's not New York. But that is kind of what Moscow was like in the 1990s. A lot of it was just very soulless. People were there because it's the city and that's where they lived and that's the capital. But no one felt good about being there. It wasn't a happy place. Not in the 1990s. Not in my experience of it in the 1990s. Moscow was unpleasant to be in. But people were there because they had to be there. They had to work there. They had to live there. They didn't have a lot of choices. And that's kind of like New York City now. And that's kind of like New York State now. It's soulless. It's people are here because they have to. How many people keep saying that they're in New York or in California because their family's still there? Because they have an elderly parent or they have kids who are in school. And as soon as the kids graduate from high school, as soon as the kids get out of college, as soon as the elderly parents die, people are leaving. Immediately. They give it up People have walked away from their homes. They just leave. They're done. We're there. We're there already. All right. Excuse me. So we've done 7 hours, and I always enjoy this. This is not the longest show that we've ever done, but it's one of the longer ones. So we got to cover the top 10 list, both in terms of the shorts, in terms of videos that you guys picked, what was happening in New York and what was happening in America during the time of each of those different videos, live streams, short videos, event coverages, interviews. We went through a little bit of all of that to give you more context, because that's what we love to do. We love to give you more context about everything that we do. I hope you found that to be interesting. I hope you found that to be fun. I hope you'll share. I hope this convinced you that maybe you should give the channel a shot and come back again next week for season 7. That's right. Next week, after the New Year's Eve, and I hope everyone has a great New Year's Eve, but next week, the first week of January, we're going to be on again. And we're going to be starting season 7, episode 1. It will be our 8th year of actually doing the Sunday live stream. Just the way I count. I don't count year 1 as 1. So this is our 8th year doing the Sunday live stream. And that'll be episode 1. And we'll just keep going from there. And I do hope that if you've been with us for 5 minutes, or you've been with us the entire 7 hours, please give us a like, a share. Most of all, please subscribe. Help us to get to our goal of 5,000 subscribers. Not asking for a lot. Not asking for the sky or something impossible. We just want to get to 5,000 subscribers to help share all of this information with so many more people who want this. They want, just like this year, people wanted to hear about this, and no one else was talking about it. But we will. And that's why we get punished. That's why our channel has been suppressed so much for so long. And you can help us with that. It costs you nothing. It takes a second. Just click the button, subscribe, and that's all it takes. Folks, if you want, for the new year, if you want to join our Patreon, it is $1.50 a month. That's it. I'm never going to increase that. It's $1.50 a month. That's all I can ask for. I can't really give back much at the moment. I need the money. But I do try from time to time to do things for my Patreon members whenever I can. And I appreciate each and every one of them. All of them are wonderful people. I thank you for the support every month. For those who like to just one time out the year because it's the holidays, because of Christmas or the New Year, and they just, or maybe it's my birthday coming up, and they go, oh, I wanted one time, go and help you out. Fantastic. You can do that. Go over to our Patreon, our PayPal, and you're able to make a one-time donation if you want. Again, I know we're in a recession. Money's tight. So I understand if you can't. Please remember that starting in season 7, we're going to go over the college materials. We're going to go, and during the break, we will be discussing the different chapters, the different meanings of politics being taught in colleges across America. This is this would be Poli-Sci 200 level. And so we're going to be doing that, a 200 level course throughout the entire year, going over the terms, the ideas, the indoctrination that is actually happening in our colleges, and show you exactly what students are being taught and what they're not being taught, how they're not being taught to think, but to just obey from the college books themselves. I think that'll be interesting. That'll be in the breaks that we do every week when I go and walk my dog. So I hope people will find that interesting, and hopefully you'll support that as well. I don't know. I think I covered pretty much everything for the year. 2024 was quite a year. I think it was very eye-opening for a lot of people. I don't think a lot of people realized how much our news media, and our government have been lying to us, how much they have been hiding the truth from us, how much we have seen the partisan divide control what is and isn't important in America. But because we do now know it, I think we're going to see a change. And I think that'll be great. Folks, I thank you. I look forward to seeing you in the new year of 2025 in 1 week. And I want you to be here with us. Remember, if you have been having any dark thoughts, I know the holidays are difficult. It's difficult to be alone, to be a single person, to maybe not be near your family for whatever reason, from business or personal reasons. You may not be around your family and friends. You might be by yourself. You may be single. You may feel alone. Don't worry. All of these things can and do change. I know. I've been there myself. I understand what it is to be alone. We all sometimes have these dark thoughts come into our minds, but reach out to people and get help and just say, I need someone. I need to talk to someone. Can someone help me? And if there's no one and off the internet, there's always someone. But if for whatever reason there's no one there, or you don't want to talk to people you know, no problem. Call the suicide hotline. Call the overdose, the drug hotline and overdose hotlines. Talk to the battered wife hotlines. These hotlines exist just to talk to you, to help you. Because I want to see you guys in the new year. I want you to be part of my 5,000 subscribers in 2025. I want you to be there with me as we hit the 20-year mark, 2 decades of political commentary. I want you there with me. So don't let those dark feelings envelop you. Reach out. Reach out and make sure you're here with me through this journey, because it isn't over yet. Joel says, I just did the Patreon thing. Hey, thank you. A better value than the Disney Channel. Well, yeah. You know, unlike most of the stuff on Disney, you'll watch and rewatch more of what I've done over the last 18 years. And it's $1.50 versus their 20 some odd dollars a month. It's ridiculous. Big difference. So I hope that helps everyone. Folks, I thank you. We've been on for about 7 hours. Now I'm going to go and get something to eat, because if you notice, during the show, I drink coffee. It's now cold, and I don't get to eat anything. So now I got to go and make some dinner. I hope everyone's going to be well. I will see you. I think there's a show with the Liberty First Foundation on Wednesday. Maybe. It's New Year's. So I may do something for New Year's. I'm not sure. But I will definitely see you next Sunday for Season 7, Episode 1. Until that time, be safe, and I want you to be well, dream well, and I will talk